If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
That Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You mix them together in the bowl. They go together. Put some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The NEFERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NEFERU, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereas we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. So the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him. They did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now?
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let's do a mic check. Peace, everyone. Can you hear me? Peace, peace, peace. Press 9 if you can hear me. Peace. Press 9 if you can hear me okay. Let's see. Okay, you can hear me. I got one person that can hear me. Okay, there we are. They're coming in now. Wonderful. Okay. There they are. There they are. Wonderful. Excelente. How's everybody doing tonight? It's going to be another great, super great pod class night as always. Let's check the room and give a shout out to the people in the room. Who's in the room here today? Let's see. Let me check. Any? Okay, we got Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Shout out to you. Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Wonderful. Wonderful. Who else is in the room here today? We got a brand new person. Shout out to, am I reading this right? Butterfly by Marielle. Sounds like a pretty perfume. But Butterfly by Marielle. Shout out to Butterfly by Marielle. Shout out to E Manifesto. There's the good brother. What's up, E Manifesto? Peace and love. Wonderful. Excellent. And E Manifesto says it's like a pull-up bar for snakes. Yes. Okay, we got Ka of Antu. Let me blow the screen up so I can read these. Ka of Antu, Anat, Hotep, to the Matrix Breaker, SABA, Tehuti, Tua for your valuable time, Hotep, to Tehuti's Nefer Neturts, and to all the Neturts in the chat. Where are the Neturts in the chat? Shout out to you. And we have Anu. Let me blow this up so I can read this nice. Hotep, Uncle Wacha Seneb, to the twice great Isfet Revealer, Ma'at Healer, to T.O.M and Hotep Ra, Hotep, Uncle Seneb. All right, I like that. It kind of rhymes. Hotep to Hotep. So it's from Anu. Hotep, Uncle Seneb, to the twice great Isfet Revealer, Ma'at Healer. I like that. Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. Hotep Uncle Seneb. The other part is covered. Let me shrink that down. Hotep Uncle Seneb to the chat. Wonderful. We got Ascari. Shout out to Ascari. Hail Tehuti, peace. Hail to Tehuti, peace. Shout out to, I don't know how to say this name, but I'm just going to read the letters. The letters go as such. Oh, Shy to ATL. Of course. I blew it up and I see it now. Shy to ATL. Shout out Shy to ATL. Peace to you. And Horus Hours. We're actually going to be discussing some of that tonight. The deep aspects of it. Shout out to you, Shy to ATL. Shout out to Jimmy B. Shout out to KSP, who says, shout out, oh no, and Madlib. Oh, shout out to the music makers, yeah. Oh no, Madlib, shout out to you, yes. XA's in the house. Robert Williams, peace. Shannon Southern. Who else is in here? We have Jody, peace everyone. We have Andromeda Miserabilis, who puts all these symbols as he always does, which is, it looks like waves, star, maybe the sun, a palm tree, snake, and then waves again. Shout out to you, Andromeda Miserabilis. I'm trying to shout out to a brother I haven't seen in the chat in a while, and that is Zeptepi Slim, also known as Anthony Drain. And he says, why is this covering the screen? This is covering the screen. I can't see it now. It says, they know who Tehuti is and why he is here. Shout out to the NEFERU, the ancestors, and all of those seeking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Ma'at with a heart. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, Beautify. Beautify says, much love, Shannon, with it's like hearts and stars. Shout out to everybody in the chat here. It's going to be a good one. I saw XA in here. I threw him up a few times. Oh, Boss Nation. Shout out to Boss Nation. Yeah, shout out to Boss Nation. Peace, RPM. Angela straight out the gate. Stephen E with his Unc Oja Seneb Tehuti Hotep Mat family. Peace and love. Let's do this, everybody. We got a lot of people in the chat. Of course, we got Kamit 101. Let me fix this up. Where's there she is. Kamit 101 says peace of mind to Tehuti and the Ma'atarators. Peace of mind to Tehuti and the Ma'atarators. Let me do this right here. Yeah. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Peace. This is Kamit 101 says peace of mind to Tehuti and the Ma'atarators. Kamit 101 will one time set off the biggest donation ever seen in Podclass history. Okay, we got where did E-Manifesto's comment go? There it is. E-Manifesto says dudes out here trying to turn Tehuti into the Mandela effect. Yep. You have to. You have to. You know, you have the popular brothers out there. They're very popular. Kind of like the mumble rappers, but you know, if you appreciate what hip hop is and you're a mumble rapper and you can fool the girls and fool the fans with that nonsense, and then all of a sudden a Cool G rap and Eminem and Chino Excel and Twister step in the room, you know, you don't want them to rap at all. So you're good around your mumble rappers until Graph and Papoose step in the room and Eminem and such. So that's what it is. Make Tehuti invisible. That is the goal. They've been doing this since 1998. Shout out to Amen, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. Peace. Good brother here. Pretty consistent supporter. I see him in the other rooms, and I think this is the only room he really supports. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. Shout out to you. Good brother. And Malkia Wamangu. Ready for another mind-blowing experience. All right. Again and again, yes. Let's go, everybody. Everybody ready? Is everybody ready? We got Stranger in the house. Stranger, how you doing, my good brother? Stranger had a question, actually, and I was going to decide whether to re-answer it or just direct him to where it is. I think I know what it's called, Stranger, and I'll see if after I answer these a couple of these, and if there's time, I'll see if the students want me to go back over it again. It was about the prophecies of Tehuti. So I know I figured out which one it is. It is actually the prophecies of Tehuti, and one of my secretaries will find it and forward it to you, which answers the question, or I may just go over it again. But I've answered that, and that means that you can supplement that with another question if you like. All right, everybody, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Beautify says yes. Okay. Bars. We got bars. KSP bars. I don't know what you put bars to, but we have bars to the thing that rhyme nice. We got Schema Uno. Peace to Tehuti. Peace to Tehuti in the Podclass. You heard. And we have Rigo. Rigo, the most consistent, biggest donator of the Tehuti Podclass ever in history. The most consistent, largest donator in the Tehuti Podclass. That's this man right here. Peace and love to everyone. Body blue. Raised arms. That must be some emojis, but it's coming out in writing. Okay, everybody, let's get started. You ready? Here we go. We're actually going to start off with the beautiful frequency of the affirmation, everybody. This is the affirmation. So beauty, B-U-T, made by Marielle and the rest of the new people in the room. This is an affirmation that I use to start off almost every important thing that I do. My mornings with my goddesses, my family meetings, business meetings, my one-on-ones, my Tehuti Podclasses, my Medunetter classes, and other things. I start off with the affirmation. As you can see in the beginning of the affirmation, this has become very popular. You may see this echoed in a lot of other chats and Kemetic rooms in the last maybe year and a half, which is Anki and Ma'at. So we're going to start on the count of 3. You can say it in your head. You can say it out loud. You can look at it. You can read it. If you have any questions, send in the question and let's go. Let's start. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at un and es nintet aset and Ma'at min habapet and Ma'at her and hu kiwi per ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the beautiful affirmation that we should begin all things with, or at least all important things. So you start off with the left foot and you start off with the frequency of Ma'at in your heart. All right, everyone. Let me put this light a little bit better. The beautiful background, for those who haven't seen that before, that is me in the background at the polygamy meeting, polygamy conference here in Los Angeles a little whiles back, with the goddesses in the front and back. Beautiful meeting that was. And interestingly enough, I was the only one there. I was the only one in the whole meeting conference who had multiple goddesses. Every other brother was single or just had one lady, and really it was just no other men there. So that was a great thing. Dropped a lot of bombs, a lot of jewels there. All right, everybody, let's get started. Everybody ready? Press 9 if you can hear me again. Press the 9. We're gonna get started. Here we go. Press the 9 if you can hear me and see me again. We're about to get started. It's gonna be a good one. Nanny Asetmer says, Anki and Ma'at, everyone. Anki and Ma'at to you. I see the donations already coming up, already coming in, and I haven't even started yet. This is beautiful. I see them coming in strong. Let me erase this here. Oh, I see some, I see a couple monsters in. Alrighty, let's go, everybody. Let's get started. Here we go. My name is Tehuti. Amen Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades now. I've been teaching for a long period of time. When I was younger, in my early development stages, I was forced to be sparked into the being that you see today. The evolution began when I realized that I always felt and knew that there was something beyond physical existence. And one day my mother actually confirmed and told me that she actually saw my energy come into her womb right before she was born, and then she went into labor. And I always had a feeling there was something beyond this physical world. We are beings that are having a physical experience, coming from an energy of a Ka and a Ba. And the faster we awaken to that is the faster we become the NEFERU again. So coming into that awakening, I started questioning things all around me. And then another awakening happened. Something else happened to my DNA, which is extremely important. And that is, I forced to connect the information with biological imperative. Biological imperative is the urge to survive. Anything you link to survival is your self-preservation and biological imperative. It creates the most important things in your life. And that's why everything else you do outside of your biological imperative is really just a hobby. So therefore, what happened when I was around 18, 19 years old, and I was doing some awakenings. I was awakening family and friends. I was awakening people in the neighborhood. I was awakening my brother. I was doing these things. And my mother said, no, that goes against Jesus. Sweet Jesus will not allow it. So it got to a point where I was going to get thrown out of the house. Once you feel that you're going to get thrown out of your physical environment and you have nowhere to live, your biological imperative immediately timestamps the traumatic story because it deals with your ever so life and existence. So, in order for me to stay in the house and not get thrown out on the streets, my mother we had an agreement and a bet was waged. And the bet is the only way that I can stay living on the premises of my mother's house is if I had a debate with her pastor, me at about 19, and he was about 47 at the time. Hope he's still okay. And my mother would be the judge of the debate. The Christian Seventh-day Adventist would be the judge of the debate. And if she felt that I lost the debate with the 47-year-old pastor fighting for her religion, then I would have to leave the house and live upon the streets. Biological imperative kicked in and thus became Tehuti's very first debate. I was debating for my ever existence, my very life, me not being on the streets in the cold. I had to win that debate. This is my very first debate, and immediately connected the knowledge, me having to know the knowledge well enough to have a roof over my head. And that created what you see today. After we debated for several hours, my mother threw him out of the house. Says she was completely embarrassed. And through the 47-year-old pastor, asked him to leave the premises because I was riddling him up so badly at 18 and 19 years old. That was a little while ago. Wonder what I'm like now. But at 18 to 19 years old, I was riddling up the pastor to the point where she had to throw him out of the house. He left the house, and the very next couple of days, we saw on the door a notarized letter of a restraining order against Tehuti. At 18, 19 years old, it was my first and only restraining order, taken down to the courts and notarized that I was no longer allowed on church premises or anywhere within the vicinity or property of that church and any other church that belongs to the same umbrella. I had a restraining order against me. How many people in here has had a restraining order? Usually when you hear a restraining order against a black man, it's usually against a woman, isn't it? Anybody here ever heard in Earth's history, since the Earth has been created, since Christianity was ever formed, that somebody had a restraining order against a church, an 18-year-old young man? That was me. So thus developed Tehuti. I continued on and started converting several people out of the matrix, breaking the matrix by heading into house parties while people are listening to Kid and Play and Big Daddy Kane and all those greats. I will go there with a table. I will go on the dance floor, dance with the people, and then go right back on the table and throw my books on the table. And they would say, "What is this man? What is this guy doing?" And I would start teaching people over Busta Rhymes screaming, Leaders of the New School blasting, Public Enemy blasting, and I'm there screaming and teaching in the darkness for the knowledge and the information. That's what I was doing, and that develops what you see today. At any rate, as I expanded on, I found an organization that was very similar because I was reading their books, and they were very similar to the mission that I was on, which was breaking people out of religion. I ended up joining that organization, and within the first 2 years, I became the only teacher in the particular tabernacle of that organization. I took over teaching within the first year. Within the first year of me being there, I took over the teaching completely, and I became the only teacher in that particular tabernacle there. And I continued to go on until the teacher at that time asked me to move up with him. I ended up moving up with him with my family. And when I moved up with him with my family, I became a teacher in front of hundreds and thousands of people, where I was given no warning whatsoever. I was just told, hey, they're coming, and they're going to be here in about 2 hours. Who's coming? Oh, about 1,200 people from Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, Canada, England, UK, United States, and they're coming to see me teach. That's what the teacher would say. But you're going to go up there first. You better do good because they're coming to see me. I had to go up there. Once again, biological imperative kicked in. I had to go up there, and I didn't know what I was talking about. Talking, meaning that I didn't know what I was going to be talking about. I had nothing prepared. This was the beginning of the Tehuti Podclass before it was called the Tehuti Podclass. So thus, over 1,000 people would come up, and I would say, what's your question? Just like you see me doing here today. Except for, it was much more difficult because there was no internet at that time. There was no YouTube research. There was no such thing called Wikipedia. There was no Google in existence. There was no Instagram, Facebook research, put in a word, and no Britannia Encyclopedia. None of those things, no YouTube, none of those things existed. It was me and about 6 books in front of me, answer questions, boom, and I had to answer them. And that created the further evolution of what you see here in front of you. By any rate, I ended up teaching beyond the expectations of the other teachers, and they threatened me that I was no longer allowed to teach in the format and way that I was doing, which was teaching, giving sources that were not coming from the teacher, but coming from scientists. I said, this is how I teach. And then the teacher himself came in front of maybe about 1,500, 2,000 people. And it was on broadcast, made a tape, so it was sent over the world. And he told everybody in the world at that time, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. If you want to learn how to teach. That created a lot of jealousy. Meanwhile, the teachers at the time were telling me, I can't teach the way that I'm teaching. But the main teacher is telling the whole organization, if you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. Go to Amenhotep. I didn't have Ra yet at the time. I had to earn Ra. Go to Amenhotep. So they came to my premises. The other jealous teachers came to my premises with actual torches to burn my property of books, educational property that was not written by the teacher. They told me that I need to burn them all. And if I don't burn them, then I cannot be a teacher with them anymore. I said, there's no way that I can do that. And therefore I made my separation. The teacher also told me that he can't teach at the speed that I'm learning at, that he can't slow down the group movement, the direction the group is going in, for the speed that I'm at for one person. So he'd rather teach at the speed he's doing for the group, to keep it as a group, as opposed to breaking what he's doing just to try to come up to the level I'm at. And I would give him videos of my classes. The master teacher gave him videos of my classes, and he would actually ask me where I got what was that I was teaching. He started saying he's going to take things from me, and it got extremely, a lot of jealousy occurred. So I had to get out of there. He said it wasn't safe for me to be there anymore. Anyways, I went out, and I took all the zest, all the excitement, all the energy that I was putting into studying knowledge of self and Kemet and ancient Sumer and the matrix and everything. And I started focusing the energy towards business, because as I left the organization, I had no job waiting for me on the outside. So I was basically in an apartment that was set up for me, but I had no way to pay the rent. When the landlord would come, I would go on the other side of the bed, and I would be very quiet. I had to dig into the couch to find quarters to get food for I was a single father. I had to get food for my son at the time, cereal boxes, whatever you can buy for a few quarters. And I would be drinking tap water. I don't think there was bottled water yet at that time invented. So I was drinking the tap water and giving him the breakfast. And then I decided to take the information and focus it towards finance. And so I started going on health boards, because I was always into health and fitness, into it with my mind. I would do a little bit of workouts, but I didn't know what was happening. And I started studying and teaching them health and fitness as much as I teach this kind of information that I'm teaching. And I would teach it just like I teach now, but I'm teaching about the microbes of the body. I'm teaching about citrulline malate, acetyl-L-carnitine. I'm teaching about peptides. I'm teaching about heart rate, breathing, everything. And eventually I said to the people, I have all these products that I can sell you for the health that I'm teaching on. And I didn't have any products at all. I actually screenshotted on my computer the other people that had the products. And I said, I can get these. I went and found the individual who had access to all the businesses and companies that had access to a lot of things and set up a meeting with him. And he said he liked my vibration. And he said, I cannot release these secrets that he's about to tell me to become successful. And this is how Tehuti was evolved and born. I sat at the feet of different types of masters, and like Voltron or like Shang Tsung, sucked in all the masters that I sat at the feet at to become the one being that you get today. So I ended up sitting at the feet of this business master who was just doing the business as a side hustle for excitement, because his real job was pretty depressive. And his real job was to remove people from the planet Earth. That was his real job. So yes, he looked like Steven Seagal. He had the Italian accent. He had the long ponytail, the blazer, brandishing a nice shiny tool in the blazer. And we met at the docks in New York with all the steam and mist and everything, just like the Italian mafia movies. And I sat in front of this business master who told me his name. And he said, the reason I have that name is because that name pertains to my job. My job is to whack out the, whack them, however he used to talk. So I sat with this business master, and he told me that if I reveal these inner secrets, then he's going to put me. He showed me the area in the water, and he said that's where I would go, and I would put the bucket on my feet. And him and his boys would pour the cement in the bucket. So as my life is being threatened, I'm saying no, I'm not. Once again, biological imperative is what's creating me. I'm putting these life-threatening situations in order to become a teacher. So I said, no, I'm not going to reveal it. And so I went back to the organization, started teaching them how to do business, not revealing the sources, but teaching them how to do business. Took a lot of people out of homelessness. And then eventually they ended up doing bad business and robbed me of thousands of dollars. I left that organization completely, couldn't deal with them spiritually, knowledge-wise, or financially. Yeah, that's right. He was a problem solver. He was a problem solver, and his name sounded like that battle rapper that's on Wildin' Out. It sounded like that without the man part, just the H part. But so I got away from there, went into solitude, couldn't trust them at all, and I went and just started building with my family. I took all the real estate money, a lot of real estate money that I made, and I started investing it into giving the magician masters tens of thousands of dollars. I said, one day this real estate will not work, and I will have to maybe live off of like how David Blaine would walk the streets and make a living. And so I would meet David Blaine's teacher, Chris Angel's teacher, David Copperfield's teachers, and tens of thousands of dollars were placed into the hands of these people. And I supported them, reciprocity, and I learned under the feet of magic teachers. So master teachers with knowledge, mafia type teachers with businesses, and then magic teachers. And of course, I sat under the feet of my martial artist Sifu, Kung Fu Sifu, and under the feet of the Gracies, the Jacare, one of the only of 5 who received a black belt from the Gracies, of which some of the Gracies watched the Tehuti Podclass. So sat under the feet of the masters, and then I just went, decided to go solo. I used to teach in a thing called Pal Talk, just with my voice. I went solo. Long story short, I moved to California. When I moved to California, I started taking my I started performing on the streets. I had nothing really, and I went and bought a pack of forks, a cloth, and a deck of cards. And I went on the streets and started performing. But putting knowledge in the performance, I had the big Ankh, not this one, but another one. And then a brother named Mahati Ma'at approached. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He may be in the room right now. And he approached me. He wanted to learn, just like all of you. I started teaching him day after day after day. He'd come day after day after day after day after day until I developed trust in him and brought him into my headquarters and started teaching him on the couch with my goddesses, personal knowledge that I would only teach my goddesses. I started teaching him. Anyways, as time went by, I was on a thing called Pal Talk, talking but not showing my face. And then I eventually came off of there. Ahati and my goddess were telling me about people on YouTube, but Ahati was like, those people are nothing compared to you. You need to come back out and let them know who you are. And I said, okay, not really. Not really. One of my goddesses showed me one of her teachers that she learned from on YouTube. He was a popular teacher on YouTube, and I said, oh, that's what's going on here. So the popular teachers are actually people that I converted out of Christianity. Okay. So your popular teachers on YouTube are actually people that I converted out of Christianity that came to battle me back in 1993, before there was a YouTube, and now they're popularized, and Tehuti disappeared, so they're popular, and that's how it goes. So I was like, oh, I remember him. He was a minister, and I converted him. Oh, he's a YouTuber now. He's doing. Oh, no, okay, yeah. Oh, him. Oh, he's old enough. Oh, he was around us. Oh, yeah, that would have been the son of my student. Oh, that guy. Oh, that guy that's getting 200,000 views. Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember. Yes. So I said, okay, I'll come back online. Only if you find a program where I can sit inside of a box and talk to people. That was StreamYard. I didn't know that it was StreamYard at the time. And so I came on, he ended up saying, I found a group that actually does that. They're a debate group, a Hebrew Israelite debate group. He invited me there for an interview. I came to interview. And while I was in the interview, the actual champion of the debate league challenged me to a debate. I said, I'm like, I've never debated online like this before. So let me try a new thing. I'm not going to debate under the, what do they call it? Not the modality, how do they call it? I forgot what they call it. It's a certain thing you have to do. What is your, Garfield says it a lot. Not modality, but it's something with your, some of your technique. I didn't debate under those techniques that they thought. I debated just as if I was teaching a class and having a conversation. So I ended up debating him. I ended up beating the champion and becoming the guide. The Hebrews called me the guide. My flyer, I was not only the champion, but I was doing so well and teaching so much that there was a flyer put out about me, and it was called The Guide. And to this day, that's never happened to my knowledge, but I was the guide of the Hebrew Israelite debate league and the champion, the guide, the champion, as they would call me. And I was like, this is interesting. I'm Kemetic, and I'm the champion of the Hebrew league. And they started throwing me people. They said they're going to throw me the big names. I don't know anything about big names because I was raised up around serpents and turtles, and I wasn't into internets and YouTube and popularities and all those things. I was walking in the ponds and streams and the lakes and swimming with alligators, and I was not around all the YouTube, all the Instagram, whatever, when that came out. I don't know anything about it. So they said, we're going to give you all these people, and they gave them to me, and I started beating everybody. Anyway, Sonetter found out about me and ended up asking me to do an interview because I had taught something that was never taught, being taught in the conscious community, so-called conscious. I found out there's a thing called the conscious community. I was like, huh? And that was that the Netzer were physical beings according to the Kemetians. And he said, what? And we did a whole interview just based on that. Then in the interview, a person named Jabari came on and said he wanted to have a talk with me. So he wanted to have a talk with me. So we started talking. And I said, oh yeah, me and Jabari has actually spoken before. So he said, let's set something up on the biggest league. And I said, I want this debate to be interactive. I told Sonetter, I said, I don't want it to be like structured like the rest. I want it to be a conversation. I think that's where the confusion came up about when Jabari first started. He said, this is going to be like he told people from the beginning, this is going to be like a conversation because they'd never had that kind of debate before. I said, I want to interact. And I believe that this brother's into Ma'at, Sonetter, and I'm into Ma'at, and we can control ourselves and respect each other enough where we don't have to jump into each other. So we don't really need time limits. While he's speaking, I will not speak. And while I'm speaking, he will not speak because we both supposed to follow Ma'at. So we don't need time, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. I said, as two brothers that are veterans in Ma'at, let's do it as a conversation where we can interact. And that was the first time that type of debate ever happened. And then Sonetter ended up putting up the time clock anyway. After we were about 10 minutes in, he said, well, I'm going to put up the time clock anyway. We put up the time clock anyway. And we had that debate. And as you can see from my intro, that debate was won. And so I went on to kill a priest. When I wanted to kill a priest, people started seeing me from my past, from 1993, 1996, started seeing me teaching, and they wanted to do one-on-ones with me. So I started having ones-on-ones, and then the new people that were coming from Killer Priest, they wanted to have one-on-ones with me, and it took up too much of my time. And that led to this right here, the Tehuti Podclass. I said to everybody in the Killer Priest show, I said, listen, here's what we're going to do. Because it's so explosive what I'm doing here, and so many people want to talk to me, it got so explosive that the engineer started paying me out of his pocket. The engineer took his wallet and dumped it in my hand because my teachings were so explosive. And according to his words, he said, we have never seen anything like this on Killer Priest before. I'm going to see if I can get Killer Priest to pay you to keep coming back here. We're going to put you on a pay budget. We don't never done that before, but for you, this is something different. He said, take all this money in my wallet, and you deserve much more than this. The engineer started donating to me. So I told everybody, listen, I'm going to develop something brand new that's never been done on YouTube before. I said, what is this internet thing called? It's called a podcast. Okay, I'm going to develop a pod class, and here's what we're going to do. I'm going to come to the class silent. You can come to the class too, for free. But I will not speak until donations and support is made. Reciprocity. Since people were paying me $200, since people were paying me $50, $90, which you're going to see today because people have already submitted $100 for one-on-ones just today. But it was taking up too much of my time. I said, you can come over here for free. And when you come over here, you can ask questions. But the way that you ask a question is you support, because I'm a professional teacher. And to the new people in the room, when you see me start teaching, you will understand why. So I invented something where you can actually ask questions through Cash App and PayPal. I don't believe that's ever been invented on YouTube before, where there's a show that's not based on Super Chats, but you can actually send in Cash App and PayPal. So the Cash App is T.O.M. At the bottom, you see scrolling down. It's right there in the big. PayPal is at Rocky SV. And what you do is this. I'm going to show it on the screen. So for example, the sister here, I'm going to take these off the screen. So this sister here, wait a minute, popped out of nowhere, has been watching me for a while, popped out with huge donations, and I did a class on the NEFERU. She was going to ask about it, but someone else asked about it, and she ended up donating it to me anyways and said, just take this. You've answered enough on it. That was $54.45. This is unheard of in YouTube. We don't see anybody sending this type of donations for questions. And so we have Amun Ma'at Ra, $33 for the Cobra that you see in my hand. This is a Cobra from Kemet. And you can send in questions such as, who do we have here? OWEN HITHE, who just sends in support, $27.72. You can send in questions, OWEN HITHE again, for the Council of Nicaea. Now you say to yourself, why would somebody send $43.72 to ask about the Nicene Council when you can just Google it? And that is because as a SABA, I'm a door opener. I don't answer questions and end it there. I change your reality. I create a personalized book for you, a movie for you. See my BBC. I create a movie for you, a book for you. You send in a question, and I answer it in ways you've never ever seen before. This is what we do here at the Tehuti Podclass. The support comes in. OWEN HITHE again. Who's this one here? HITHE Kepara. This was great. Look at the diversity of questions from the Nicene Council to how do we access genetic memories. That was an explosive class. And these are the kind of questions you can send, and they're all diverse. E-Manifesto asks questions about, he's in the room right now. He asks questions about totem poles. He asks questions about, you would think they're the simplest questions. Questions like, Hey, in Ma'at, we always use an ostrich feather. Everybody knows that. Why do we use an ostrich feather? You think that would be the easiest question because everybody does it. So you think people know when you see all the other people on YouTube and all the so-called priests and they have the ostrich feather and you see the Kemetic teachers and they have the ostrich feather. You think they know why it's an ostrich, right? Go ahead and ask them. Why an ostrich? Why not another type of bird? And answer it based on what the Kemetians say. I dare you. I dare you. So I created a system where you can ask questions and my answers are actually not based on new age thinking. My answers are actually based on something that everybody is ashamed of, and that is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. What does this mean? That means that I am the last of the teachers that actually will teach you from what the Kemetians and the people in the Nile Valley taught themselves, that I also follow. That means I'm not ashamed of the teachings, and the teachings come from their words. All the other people are teaching as if they're Egyptologists. They're just black Wallacey budges. They have a lot of information on Kemet, but they're just teaching the history. They themselves don't believe a lick of it. So I'm the matrix breaker. Being the matrix breaker, that is why people donate at such high volume. Now, with all that understood, we're going to get to the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to everyone. The first donation of the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Let me get all these things off my screen so that there's no interference. We're going to close out there, close out there, close out there, close, close. I want everything closed except for my Gmail so that when I'm teaching, it'll be one smooth thing. Everybody press 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into the teachings of the Tehuti Podclass. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let me introduce the animals that are with me. This is Seta. Seta is a Kemetic cobra. She is, sorry, I have a she too. He is the exact cobra from the Tehuti, that species of cobra, the type that stands up and doesn't flare out, but flares out while they're laying down. That type of cobra. The type of cobra that represents the Sata, which is the resurrection of the man standing up like the snake. But when he stands up like the snake, he doesn't flare out. He's standing up representing resurrection. It is this species of cobra with the 2 lines on the head that you see, and you will see that in the Tehuti, or what people call the Book of the Dead. That is the Kemetic cobra. That is Sata. On my hat is Charlotte. She represents the energy of Neith. They used to call her in science a bee smithy spider, or a red knee from Mexico. She's pretty much full grown, very big, and she represents the invisible weaving process of photonic entanglement energy that keeps us connected that you can't see with your physical eye. Is everybody ready? And my name, of course, is Tehuti. And yes, I teach with the animals. Not just a cobra necklace, but if I'm going to teach you, you're going to see a real cobra on the Ankh. Okay, I'm about bringing the love of our animals back as our Nile Valley culture followers of Ma'at did, which is why 95% of the Medu language are animals and living things, which they were telling you cannot speak and communicate without the serpent, without the lion, without the calf, without the cat, without the owl, without the swallow. You can't communicate in our culture without writing down each of these animals. Very in tune with animals. Let's get started, everybody. You ready? Here we go. We're about to get started with the first question in from the Tehuti Podclass. The very first question in from the Tehuti Podclass, and it's actually coming from the sister that I just showed. I see it right here. It's actually coming from Sharika. Is Sharika in the house? That's right, Shannon. It's not just jewelry. Is Sharika in the house? Humble LLC's here. Shannon's here. Leon Brown, shout out to you. If there's any other new people in the room, press a 9. If Beauty of Marcel is still in the room, press a 9. But we're about to get started, everybody. Here's how we do the Tehuti Podclass. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's go to the first question everybody sent in. And the person sent in, did they send in a Cash App? They actually sent in the person sent in the PayPal. That is PayPal at Rocky SV. If you also want to send support, that's the only way this podcast is going to continue on. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Let me go into the questions that were sent. And let's see what's happening here. Boom. Okay, looks like I have to reboot it. No problem. I'm going to should pop right up. And it's, where is it? Where is the first question that was sent? It looks like the first question that was sent by the wonderful SHARIKA. And it is, oh, nice. This shows the advancement of questions and the versatility of questions you can send in here, the Tehuti Podclass. Here it is right here. We're going to put this over here so you can see the question. I'm going to put the question and the donation in the room. This young lady only donates 30, 55s, and 100s and 700s. She is a big netter donator. Shout out to you, SHARIKA. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the question on the screen. My computer is doing the strangeness. D9. Okay, here we go. I see it. I see it. I'm going to go ahead and open this up so you can see the nice, beautiful letters. I put these books together. I put this visual together for any question that you send in. I don't know if the good brother Yeet TT is here. Is Yeet TT in the room? I'm not sure. But Yeet TT a week or 2 weeks ago, I asked the brother to go ask the people that say they're Kemetic teachers the questions that are asked in here. I wanted to know how the results went. I don't know how the results went. I want to know if I'm actually the only person online that questions of such are being sent into. I would like to know. Thank you very much. If everybody could find that out. If there's any other YouTube channel where you can send in questions of this variety and get these type of answers, let me know in the room and I will send people there and they will blast that person with the same questions. And if they don't answer accordingly, according to the quality, we will tell that person that, hey, this other person sent us and told us that you do what Tehuti does. But until then, let's get on with the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. I'm going to put up the first question. And the first question seems to be coming from SHARIKA. And here it is, everybody. Here it is on the screen. If you see it on the screen right there. Can everybody see that on the screen? Now, for donations like this, anything over $20 for sure, you're going to get rounds of applause. You're going to get noise. Thank you, SHARIKA, for the support. You are wonderful and awesome, and we greatly, greatly appreciate you. Let's give her a big round of applause. $55. $55.50. Thank you, SHARIKA. $55.50. Thank you, SHARIKA. $55.50. And what is the beautiful question? Look at the question, everybody. I really want to know if these kind of questions are really sent out to the people that say they teach Kemet on YouTube. I want to know. I don't know, but this seems very deep. Look at this. SHARIKA's burning question. $55.50. Who are the AKERU? Budge's Dictionary. She gave the page number, column number. Budge's Dictionary, page 11a, notes them as ancestors of Ra. Yet how can earth gods be the ancestors of Ra himself? What a beautiful question. How is that possible? Give her another round of applause for that beautiful question right there. Thank you, the awesome SHARIKA. How is it possible for earth gods to be the ancestors of Ra? And she cited the source, page 11a, Budge's Dictionary, an ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, Volume 1. The AKERU, Budge's Dictionary. Who are the AKERU? Budge's Dictionary, page 11a, notes them as ancestors of Ra. But yet, how can earth gods be ancestors to Ra himself? Tua. Wonderful question. Beautiful question. How many people in this room who study Kemet even know what AKERU is? What is AKERU? You have to be very advanced for this to even catch your attention. What in the world is this? Go ask the other people. What is the AKERU, the earth gods that are the ancestors of Ra? How could Ra have ancestors if Ra is a principle? How can Ra, what is going on here? Does Ra have ancestors, and are the ancestors from Earth? Are they earth gods? Shout out to Carolina. That's a great question. I'm excited. You're awesome. And Humble LLC says, what? Powerful question. And Robert says, peace to Sata, the Cobra. And Menkor Ra says, peace to the chat. My favorite solar system. My favorite solar system, SABA, is the superstar. Be healed by the light. That is awesome. Thank you, my good brother. Are you ready, everybody? Beauty by Marielle says, yes, I need to know who is AKERU. You need to know that? That's amazing. I don't know what you studied in your past, but most people that study Kemet never even heard of that before, but thank you. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's break it down. Let's go. Let's take this off the screen. Boom, off the screen, off the screen, off the screen. I'm gonna take all these things off the screen that could possibly slow me up. Boom, 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 boom. Take that off the screen, take that off the screen. We are free and ready to go. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Oh, and here is the lady of the hour who asked the question. Saba, I'm driving at the moment, listening in. I will try to come on later. All right, be safe, Sharika, be safe. This is your question here. Who are the AKERU? How can earth gods be the ancestors of Ra? Ready, everybody? Let's go. 7:36. Let's start this. First question, first donation question of the night. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. There is the question again. $55.50. Sharika's burning question. Who are the AKERU? Budge's Dictionary, page 11a, notes them as ancestors of Ra. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit, just a little bit here. Has anybody in the chat ever heard of the AKERU before? Can anybody ever heard of that to even break down? I have never. When she first asked this question, I actually thought she was asking about the Ishimu. I guess I was tired. I read it wrong. I said, oh, the Ishimu. Me and my goddess were like, oh, this is going to be a good answer. I'm going to break down the Ishimu. And then I looked at it again and said, oh, AKERU. I have never, ever taught any of my students, anyone, this information before. This is the very first time I'm going to be breaking it down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let me check the chat one more time and make sure everybody is in good. Okay, good. Here we go. All right, everybody, here we go. Ready? Boom. What an interesting question. Brought to Tehuti. This question is one I have never heard asked before. But of course, the faith my students have for me is that, quote unquote, we can send this completely unique random question to Tehuti from a random page in a dictionary, and he will not only answer, but more than likely blow us away. And we can ask, and we can't. He will blow us away. He won't just answer, but he'll blow us away, and we cannot ask this anywhere else on the planet. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us take a look at the quote-unquote ancestors of Ra that are quote-unquote earth gods. How is this logically possible? How can Ra have earth gods that are ancestors? Let's get to it. Here is the AKERU that Sharika saw on page 11a of the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, volume 1, and it says right here, just as she said, it would say earth gods, AKERU, earth gods who are said to be the ancestors of Ra and of the AKERU gods. So she was right. She read it right. There it is right there. The AKERU, the ancestors of Ra. We look at the word ancestor in the etymological dictionary, and it's from one person, one from whom a person descended. So that is where the question came, and that's where Sharika's confusion, of course, everybody else's question and confusion would be, well, if ancestor means from one from whom a person descended, how could Ra be descended from earth gods? So ancestor, late ancestor, predecessor, literally foregoer. You see, so it's the one who precedes, ante, before, PIE, ant, font, forehead, with derivatives from siderig, to go, ked, to go, yield, current form, from early 15th century, feminine form, ancestress, recorded from 1570s. So how could Ra be one who is a person who is descended from earth gods when nobody teaches Ra's from earth or has parents that are from earth? Whether you teach him as a principle or not, we don't teach that Ra himself came from people that are earth gods. So, by this definition, how can Ra's ancestors be of earth? Well, first let me show you what and where this AKERU is. First, I want to let you know that in Medu, when a letter U is added to a word, it makes it plural. So what is the actual word here? It is AKER. Where do we find this word or image? Right over here in chapter 17 of the Per-Amharu, 1250 BC, page 29 of the Per-Amharu. And it goes on to say, of the name of his limbs have come into existence these in the form of the NEFERU, who are in the train of Ra. I am without repulse. He is amongst the NEFERU. Who then is he? Temu. It is in his disk, otherwise said, Ra. It is in his raising, Uben, in the horizon eastern of the heaven. I am yesterday, I know tomorrow. Who is he then? So we have the yesterday and tomorrow principle. Here we go. We see the description of the netter on a train, some type of moving object that's connected to other objects, a train, of Ra, and saying, I am yesterday, I know tomorrow. When we go to the actual plate, we see a sun in the middle of two lions facing forward and backwards. Here's what you see. So here's the actual plate. So what I show you over here, this is the transliteration, the Medu netter, but this isn't the pictures that's actually on what the ancient Cometians themselves would see. They would see this right here. So what do we see in the writing? We see the two lions as the AKER, yesterday and today, and there's a sun in the center coming over the horizon in between mountains, and one lion facing one way and one lion facing the other way. And the description of that is down here. I am Seth and Tau, or Tua. Tau and Tua, really from the word T, which means fire, which is the light that brings the day, as in Queen Tai, fire. So here it is. Here is the AKER. Boom. Okay. Now, if you do a search on AKER, watch what comes up. You just do a simple search on AKER, and boom, Egyptian AKER. There is the symbols right there. Guardian and gatekeeper of the underworld, AKER is an earth god who also presides over the western and eastern borders of the underworld. An early representation, AKER is shown as a narrow strip of land with a human or lion head at both ends, but later he was shown as the foreparts of two opposing lions, sometimes with human heads facing away from each other. One lion faces west while the other faces east, and between them is the sign of the horizon. In the later period of the Egyptian theology, the two lions making up the AKERU were named Seth and Tohu, yesterday and today, respectively. There's your word AKERU. There's the singular Aker. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Let's walk through. Things are going to change dramatically, by the way, very in the middle of this class. But here we go. Boom! The same image, and there it says, this is an earth god that makes up the AKERU. So what is actually happening here? What is really happening here? It is discussing time. When you see a sun followed by the words yesterday and today, and an Atiru on a train of Ra, this is discussing the journey of Ra broken down into 12 hours, where you get the word Horus from, 12 hours and 12 hours spoken of in the beautiful walls of Seti and Ramesses and Tehuti most. So the 12 and 12 hours. And here's what it looks like. This is what the actual image of it looks like right here on the ancient walls. You can find this in the walls of Seti. You can find this in the Purim Haru of Hinatawa. You can find this in Tehuti most, Ramesses. And here is Ra. And there's the train. And this train is being pulled. And there's other things behind it. And there's Natiru around him. And they're taking a travel. Each of these registers will mark a different hour of the day. 12 registers and 12 hours of the day. Okay? And Ra moving throughout it, just as the sun moves throughout the 12 hours of the day. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Boom. Here's a beautiful, clearer looking image of it. And there is Ra on the what appears to be a boat. Ask your committed teacher what this is. He will tell you this is a boat. That's what he'll tell you. And then it will end right there. You're going to learn a lot more right here. So it appears to be they're on a boat with paddles. And there are the beings of the underground or underworld there with Ra guiding the boat, moving Ra through the hours of the day. The journey is broken down into 12 hours of the Tuat. That's where you get the word Tua, which they say is today, yesterday and today. The same word, it means light. So 12 hours of the Tuat, where the movement of the Ba is likened to the sun and is passed through the day and night. In this realm, the netters of the Aker realm tow or guide the consciousness. So notice I threw the word Akert in there because you're going to find out that's the same word. So here now, we go to the 9th division. This is the 9th division of the Tuat with the reading. There are 16 men from whom bathe, 4 float, 4 swim, 4 dive. The gods who tow, they're the ones that are guiding it. They tow the boat, they say. Let there be praise to the soul of Ra in heaven, and adoration to his body upon earth. For heaven is made new by his soul, and the earth is made new. Revelations. I saw new heavens and a new earth. Yes. And the heavens, and his soul is made, and by his soul the earth is made new, and by his body, hail. So upon the earth, for the heaven is made new by his soul, and the earth is made new by his body. So we see the heaven is associated with the soul, the Ba, and then the earth is associated with the body. Hail! We open for thee heaven. We make straight for thee the ways to Akert. See the Aker right there? So we make straight for thee the ways of Akert. Now there's a T at the end of it, because the T at the end of it represents the birth or the rebirth of something. It makes things feminine, which is just something that can birth something else, or something that sustains life and can recreate it. Rest thyself, O Ra, upon the hidden things. The hidden ones are adored in thy forms. He who dwells in the new also addresses those who are in the lake. So there's the Akert Now it's considered make straight the ways of the occurrent, associating this occurrent with the directional ways. Okay, so what is this? In this realm, Ra is also accompanied by Neter that are protectors, this conscious journey, protectors of this conscious journey. So in this realm, Ra, which is also you, by the way, Ra is also accompanied by the Neter that are protectors of consciousness, protectors of this conscious journey, and are ahead, quote unquote, ahead. Make note of that word ahead. Ahead, leading the boat. We see the entire region is called AKERU with a T at the end, as they travel on this boat of consciousness. Here are the protectors. So now we're in the 9th hour, because like I said, there's 12 hours. And then we go to the 10th hour, which is called the Tentit Usheshket Khat In, brings Ra in the boat to the city called Machet Khat Utibu, which is with its pylon called In Keperu Mesaru. The boat of the sun travels on as before, but Ra again holds a serpent in his hand after the manner of a staff. Immediately in front of the serpent, Kheraru, with the head at each end of his body. On one head is the white crown, on the other, the red crown. He has 2 pairs of human legs, one pair turned towards the right, and the other pair turned towards the left. His body is bent in the form of a pair of horns and curved hands, and in the curved hands, Kentiheru, in the form of a black hawk. On the left is the goddess of the north, Neith, with her 2 bows, and the right is the goddess Het Ormen. Next comes the boat containing the serpent, Ankta, and before it are 3 groups, each containing 4 gods, 4 Neters. The Neters of the first group have their solar discs for their heads and are armed with arrows and are called the Tep Thera. Remember that word Tep. The Shesh Era and the Tamau and Utu. The Neter of the second group carry each a javelin and are called Setu, Rau, and Kesfu. Please ask your Kemetic teachers about this. Ask them, since they say the Neteru principles, break this down, please. Who are these Neteru with javelins? Why is one called Setu, Rau? Somebody teach about Kemet. Let's see. And Nekinu. And the gods, the Neters of the third group, carry each a bow and are called Peshthi, Shemerthri, Thesu, and Ka'a, the rising one. All the Neter accompany Ra as he goes towards the east, and they slay all his enemies who live in the darkness and wreak special vengeance on the serpent Nehahara. They escort the Neter to the very limits of the hour and form part of his train in the eastern part of the sky. The name of the region traversed by Ra in this hour is Akert. As the boat of Ra passes, the god sees, the Neter sees the living beetle, born in the presence of the god Pianki. Okay, so we see they're assisting Ra, they're helping Ra, they're guiding Ra, they're protecting Ra. And here's the actual image of such. So there they are with the weaponry, stabbing the Apep, and there they are leading the boat. And there they are. This is in the Perm Haru, and it says here, this is the utterance that can be used. This is a warding off utterance. Get thee back. Words. The gods have turned thy face towards the lynx, which is the cat. Meftet has torn open thy breaths And the scorpion goddess, Serket, has cast fetters upon thee, and Ma'at has sent forth thy destruction. Those who are in the ways have overthrown thee. Fall down and depart, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. 1 second, Nanny. Thou enemy of Ra. A little further on the deceit, a little further on the deceit says, I have brought fetters to thee, O Ra, and Apep has fallen because thou hast drowned them tight. The netter of the south, the netter of the north, of the west, and of the east have fastened chains upon him. That's where they get the chains on the devil in Revelation. They have fastened him with fetters, and the god Rekes overthrown him. Okay, and so this goes on. I'll go on to the bottom. The god Rekes overthrows him, and the god Hertit has put him in chains. O Apep, thou enemy of Ra, thou shalt never partake in the delights of love. Thou shalt never fulfill thy desire. He maketh thee go back. O thou art hateful to Ra. He looketh upon thee, get thee back. He pierceth thy hand and sitteth upon thy face. He divideth thy head where its bones join, and it is crushed in thy hand. Thy bones are smashed into pieces by the members, are hacked off thee, and the netter Aker, there's the Aker, has passed sentence down upon thee. So the Aker are also the judges, the judge passing the sentence upon the negative being. This Aker is also a realm. The realm is associated with the netter Kurt, the underworld, the quote-unquote underworld. Make note of that correlation as we see in the oldest portable writings on this planet of the afterlife, the Per-Em Haru, plate 13. So now we go to plate 13, and plate 13 looks like this. This is what the actual plate looks like in 1250 BC. That is plate 13. And this will be on page 74 of the Per-Em Haru. On plate 13. O Asar, scribe of Ani, he saith homage to thee, king of the netter Kur, the underworld, prince of Akert. So he's a prince of the Aker, has come to thee. I know thy plans. I am provided with the forms of the netter world. Grant thou me a place in the netter Kurt. Okay, so there's the Akert, which shows a land area right here where I'm moving my mouse. So we know the Akert is also the name of a particular area, a dimensional realm called the Akert. You guys okay? Yes. Okay. Here I have explained the actual line in the Medu, so you can see the word Aker. If you look close, you will see there is a G in the word. So it is actually Ager. It can actually be said Ager as well. I will show you the significance of that later for the climax. Here we go. So I actually took a strip from over here for you, because I know this is small for you and you probably can't read this. Well, you may not be able to read it anyways. But where I'm moving my mouse right here, this is the word occur right here, but it's too small for everybody to see. That's the occur or the agar. So I took that and I blew that up for you right over here, so you can see right in that line, and I put an arrow pointing to it. That is the gur right there. And that's the same symbol that's over here, making Aker. And we can easily see that it's Aker, and I'm going to show you that it's also Agur with a G in a moment. So let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. Shrink that down. Okay, good. And blow it back up. Okay, so here the AKERU bind the negative Apep, and we were actually already read that, but I'm going to show you where to source that in the banishing rituals. So here it is. You can actually source that in the History of Creation, British Museum Papyrus number 10, 188. It is 16.8 foot papyrus under the name of the priest Nesmenu of the time of Wahibri Pasemtic, son of Nichu, 664 BC, the last Kemetic par EE to rule before the Persian invasion in 525 BC. And over here we see again where I have highlighted in green, we have the enemy's overthrow Pep, who is to be bound by the two hands of AKERU. Okay? Not May's two hands or 2 feet, they be chained up. So the AKERU is a punisher, punishing energy in the afterworld, or the Neferu. This journey now gave one the ability to see in this realm that which was hidden in a place called the Rastau. The Rastau, an area that connects the two worlds, which is the past physical world while you're alive, with the world, with the realm of sound, vibration, and light, the quantum realm. It is called the Rastau. The Rastau is a very popular word said in Egyptology and by Kemetic teachers, but they never actually tell you what the word means, do they? This is the actual partition area, or the symbolic partition area of the two worlds, the physical realm and the realm of sound and light vibration, called the Rastau. Here it is right here. And there it is right there. Unbolting the door of the concealed things in the Rastau. So there's a particular door that has to be unbolted. That's a sound vibrational door. That's why you see a mouth right there. The word there, door, is actually a mouth. A sound vibrational door conceals things in the Ra. There's the sound vibrational sound again. Stau. I am with Heru. I see the concealed things. So it keeps going on talking about things are concealed in this Rastau. In this Rastau area, things are seen. Boom. The ray symbol of light and sound. Get a good look. You see the Rastau? So nobody's ever shown you this before that I know of. The ray symbol of light, sound, two connective lines bound, connected by the Fibonacci spiral. Get a good look at the partition realm between the physical world and the Neferu, the tunnel realm as they have it, called the Rastau. It's actually two words, Ra, ray, and this word here, Sta'u. And there's 3 of lines and interconnected by these swirls here. You see that? So there are 2 lines. It's ray, the symbol of light, sound, and 2 connective lines bound, connected by the Fibonacci spiral, connecting the both worlds, the physical world and the sound vibrational world, the subatomic realm. Guess how you see things in the Rastau. How do you see things? I am the priest in Djed, Rare, in the temple of Asar. Lifting up the earth, I see the concealed things in the Rastau. So boom, by lifting up the earth, because when you quote unquote lift up earth, it's a way of saying under the earth is where you will see the passageways that represent the travels of Ra and Asar in the afterlife through the quote unquote underworld. That's why they call it the underworld. In the realm under this one, called the Rastau. And that's why when you look up Rastau, it says the abode of the dead. The abode of the dead. Rastau. And thus, to demonstrate the microcosm, macrocosm principles, when you look into the structure of the Ara, that is called today the step pyramid. Europeans call it the step pyramid because it looks like steps. It's actually called the Ara, the world's first writing of the afterlife. So the very first writing of the afterlife is right in here. And when you look at the articles on it, what does it say? The underground chambers under the pyramid and the southern chapel were maze-like systems of passages and rooms. Nothing as complex as this has ever been built before. There are a total of 5.7 kilometers of tunnels. How big is the pyramid? This is not even the Great Aku. This is the step pyramid. How big is the pyramid? Underneath it, there's about 4 miles of underground tunnelways that they don't. Are tourists allowed to go there? Have you ever seen any tourist website? Have you ever seen Zahi Hawass? Have you ever seen anybody, all the people that take their students on trips to Kemet? Have any of you heard of anybody going through these 4 miles of huge shaft tunnels underneath the Aku? That's way longer than the Aku itself. 4 miles, 5.7 kilometers. Pyramids lead to burial chambers lined up with granite. Sadly, this was robbed thousands of years ago. And so here's what you see. All of this on the walls of some of the passages under the pyramid are carvings showing the king. There are also beautiful panels with curved blue tiles representing the reed mats in the palace, as well as the water in the afterlife. Has anybody been in tour on here? Any of your tour guides ever took you here? Any of your Kemetic teachers ever talk about this? 4 miles of passageways underneath the Aku. Why? The structure with a built-in story of going into the earth, the underworld. So they would reenact the underworld because it's a world that is within this one. Under is the same word as enter. So it's within this realm, within the physical realm right here as we stand, is a double realm. There's another realm that echoes this out, and I've shown and proved multiple pod classes. There's 2 realms. This one that we see right here, and there's one on a subatomic level that looks just like this. So it's within this because it's subatomic, which means in the atom or in the atoms. So that's it's the underworld, the Neter Kurt. So the Kemetians, to reenact this through a microcosm principle, they literally create the Akus, what you're calling the pyramids, and the tombs with a realm of reality on the above with the story of the underworld, and literally 4 miles of stories underneath as they take the deceased through the same passageways representing the passageways that are written above that Ra travels through. The actual coffin is traveling underneath the ground. That's how serious the Kemetians were with illustrating the echoing effect of duality of the microcosm, macrocosm, that they would build 4 miles of tunnels that nobody can even see unless you're a high priest and go under there. Woo! And thus the Per Emharu continues the under the earth association with the deceased receiving consciousness by stating what? Great, being laid on the earth. He is not dead. He is in Amenta. And there he is a Ku, a glorious being, the same word as the pyramid itself. The Ku, that's the word for consciousness. So he's on the earth, but he's not dead. He's about to go to the Amenta and become a glorious being. Okay. What is this Amenta that his consciousness, Ku, is in? Is it the quote-unquote secret hidden realm that one could not see? It is. It is the secret hidden realm that you can't see with the physical eye. It's hidden from you. So thus, you look at the word Amenta, and it means a secret. Because of course it's a secret. It's hidden from those who only see with the physical eye. We're not on the vibrational level to see the realm of the afterlife or the realm that these spirit energies dwell on. So that becomes a secret. It becomes Amenta. What is Amenta? Amenta, when you look it up, it's the realm of the dead land. The area, that whole area that they're calling the Giza Plateau, that's the physical representative of Amenta, the hidden realm where works are done on the subatomic level, but you can't see them. So thus, when you look at the word Amenta, what do you see? You see a man working, but you can't see that man because he's behind the physical. Here's the physical table blocking the work. You see his arms up doing the work? But if you're on this side of the table, you can't see because this is blocking. Just like the electron. Just like the atom. But within the atom itself, there are gluons, muons, taus, subatomic energy that you can't see doing the work in the state of superpositioning and options, but it is Amenta to you. It is the hidden realm, the realm the deceased go to. And that's why most people can't see the dead. The realm at the end, it's at the end of your quest. It's at the end of your quest. That's the amenta, or request, which just means to inquire, information, consciousness. To request something is to do a quest over again, to request. That's the journey of Ra, where they get the word Ra. Oh, request is the definition of the word prayer, by the way. Go look at the word prayer and go look at its first definition. It will say to ask, to request. That's to go on a quest again. Which is Ra, is where you get the word concept of again from, which is why they put it at the beginning of every word that deals with doing something again. Remember, think again, rewind, replay. That's the name of the deity that was going through the journey, that was going through the original quest in the afterlife to get to the end, to quest to go to the amenta, the hidden place. And he was Re. So that you make a request, that's prayer. And what do you say at the end of your prayer, by the way? Let me go to the room. Let me just show you how deep this is. That's request. That's Ra doing the quest over and over again, because Ra is Kepara, and the sun goes through the 12-hour journey of day, 12-hour journey at night. So it's a recycle. It's a cycle over and over again. It's the quest of Ra, the journey to get to the end, which is the realm of Amenta. That's the end realm, the secret realm, the end of it. Request, which is prayer. And what do you say at the end when you're making your request? What is that word you say? What did the Masons tell you to say? What did the Ptolemies tell you to say? That's right. Amen. Because you say amen at the end of your quest, at the end of your journey, of your request, which is prayer, which is Ra going through his quest and his journey of his 12 hours of the day, making that journey recycling. Oh, look who answered, by the way, the person whose name I'm actually talking about, Heka Kepara. That's the name of Ra going through the quest over and over again to the Amenta, so he can get to the end of that journey, of that quest, and then he does it all over again. So it's a request, and that becomes prayer. So the end of your prayer, request, Ra's quest, you go to Amenta symbolically by just yelling it out. And that is why no matter what what language of religion you speak, you will always say Amenta at the end, because it's the end of the journey. So whether you're a Jew, you can say a whole prayer in Hebrew. At the end, you better say Amen. Whether you're a Christian, you can say the whole prayer in English. You better say Amenta at the end, sir, ma'am. You better know where your quest is going to represent the ancestors. You better say Amenta. I don't care if you don't speak Hebrew. I don't care if the Hebrew doesn't speak English. You can be a Greek Christian. Say your whole prayer in the Greek, and you, at the end, it's Amen to the Greeks as well. At the Muslims, you say Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu, kayfalik, and your Kuwait. You can say the whole, Ashhadu la ilaha illa, you can say the whole thing in Arabic. At the end, you better say Amen, because that's the end of Ra's quest, sir. That's the end of the prayer of request. So you all religious people better say Amenta at the end. I don't care if you call God a different name. No, that's not sacred. We don't care about that. You can call him Jehovah, Allah, God, Jesus, Yahweh, Yahweh, you can say whatever you want, as long as at the end, you better keep the Amen the same. That's what's sacred. Not the name of your God, hallowed be thy name. No, not that. The end of the quest is what's sacred, taught to you by the ancient people in Kemet. So you better keep that vibrational going at the end of your request. Boom! Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Shannon's always throwing up. Also, Shannon's throwing up fire already. She's throwing up fire. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. This is the first question. I know Sharika is probably dancing in the car somewhere. You are welcome, Sharika. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. the request, definition of prayer. And that's why you say amen. This was Amenta, the land of Amen. This is Amenta, what they're calling the Giza Plateau. This whole thing is Amenta. It's the whole story of the journey of the afterlife. And then, if you want to do it, you can put him back. You can put him in there. Okay. This area is designed as a microcosm of the journey, quote unquote, quest of the deceased in the underworld to get to the Amen. And because of the as above, so below principle, what you saw above ground reflected what was underneath, which is what you are about to see when Egyptologist Zahi Hawass went on a secret exploration under that area. And here is Zahi Hawass right there in Amenta. And he's in the back of the Harakuti, and there he goes down. He's going down. He found an underground tunnel. He found something. He found something. What did he find? What'd you find, Zahi Hawass? What did you find? What'd you find? There he is. There's images of him going down underneath in this tunnel. Zahi reports there's nothing. It leads nowhere. There's nothing here. Nothing is here at all. It leads nowhere. Later, they spent 3 weeks excavating the same shaft that he says it goes nowhere. Nowhere. That is, it goes nowhere. This do not go nowhere. Don't have to be paranoid. The 3 weeks of excavating the same shaft that he says goes nowhere. Then Zahi Hawass bans all the archaeologists and Egyptologists from going there. Remember this? This right here, as he's going down, he said it leads nowhere. Remember that? That's the images right there. Well, once the others were banned and he had free reign of the site, take a look at the site now. After the ban, now it's covered up. See where the arrow is? Why is it covered up now? What's the covering about? I thought this leads nowhere. I thought there was nothing. Why is there a big ladder here? It leads nowhere. There's nowhere. Well, what was discovered, Zahi Hawass? What was discovered that leads nowhere? Boom. When they show what he discovered, what was actually down there, 55 to 65 foot underworld, 95 foot underworld underneath, 95 feet below. There it is. There they are underneath it, walking around in the place that they said it leads nowhere. Nowhere leads to nowhere. And there they are walking, and right there. Remember I taught you, the people of Ma'at who built Kemet taught on the underground area of Amenta? Remember? What did they teach? Here it is right here. Play 30, Ra, of the entering into the hall of the double Ma'ati, the hymn of praise to Asar, dweller in Amenta. So Asar is the dweller. He's in Amenta, that underworld. So just like Asar went to the underworld in what they call the spiritual realm, the Kemetians teach that Asar, the microcosm, macrocosm, because they do all those things on the physical to represent it. So here is a hymn of praise to Asar, dweller in the Amenta, saith Asar, scribe Ani, triumphant. So Asar is the dweller in this underworld or in this Amenta area. That's what the Kemetians teach. Well, the Ra style are the hidden portals to Amenta where Asar was placed. This takes us to the Shabaka stone of 710 BC. The Shabaka stone, and what does it say right here? This is the land, the burial of Osiris in the house of Sakar, Aset and Nebhet without delay, for Osar has drowned in his water. Aset and Nebtet looked out, beheld him, and attended to him. Eru speaks to Aset and Nebtet, hurry, grasp him. Aset and Nebtet speak to Osar, we come, we take you. They headed in time and brought to him, they heeded in time and brought him to the land. He entered the hidden portals in the glory of the Lords of Eternity. Thus Asar came into the earth. at the royal fortress to the north of the land to which he had come. So he went into the earth. This is where the Kemetians teach themselves out of their own mouth. He's the Lord that is in Amenta. He's the dweller in Amenta. And he entered into the earth through the royal fortress. That's the AKERU, or the pyramid. And so through that entrance is another entrance that goes into the earth. And you have to get there through the hidden portals. The hidden portals are the Rostao. Okay, you got it? Okay. That's what the Kemetians say themselves. And that's why your Kemetic teacher never teaches this with him believing it. They just teach it as history. Because they can't explain the hidden portals going into Rostao and entering into the underworld, and they don't believe in it. So according to the ancients, Asar's dwelling is in the underground. Guess what Zahi Hawass found, everybody? What did Zahi Hawass find? He went down there. 95 feet. 95 feet. And what did he see when he went down there? What did he see? Ready, everybody? The Kemetians say Asar is underneath in that area through the hidden portals, the Rostao, in the underworld, taken in by the entrance of the great fortress and went into the underworld. Look what Zahi Hawass found, everybody. Boom. Does your Kemetic teacher teach you about this? They have to send it back as drawings. Look at this right there. There is Asar. There are the pillars. There is Asar right there. This is 95 feet down. Why is this? This is because of a principle. For a principle, the Kemetians went 95 feet below the AKERU and built this. With a tomb there, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. There is the tomb. They built this for principle. There is the tomb. Look at the size of the tomb. Boom. The tomb of Asar. That's what was found down there. It even says it on the Medunetter, and they have to send it back as pictures. They don't want people to see all the writing. What's all the writing down there? Under one so-called pyramid, there's 4 miles of caverns and writings, and under this one, there is obelisks, as they call them, Tek and Ben statues with all type of writings on it. What's down there? Why aren't the Egyptologists translating this? Whose coffin is this? 95 feet below. You see, they messed up when they told you the little one in the pyramid. They say that's Pharaoh Khufu's coffin. Well, this is okay, good. I'll give you that. That's Pharaoh Khufu's coffin. It's like 4 feet long. Pharaoh Khufu's a midget, but that's Pharaoh Khufu's coffin. But here's 195 feet below. Is this Pharaoh Khufu's coffin too? Because the one above is like a little over 4 feet. How big is this one though? How big is this one that's under the Great Pyramid? That's under the area. How big is this one? 9 feet. 11 to 12 tons. Do you know a ton is 2,000 pounds? Where did they build this, everybody? Let me go in the room. Do you see this? This is 11 tons. Let me go in the room a second with everybody. Let me come vibe with everybody for a moment. Just a moment. I'm going to come in the room. Do you see the little tunnels they had to crawl down to get there? Let me ask the Kemetic brothers. Let me ask all the Kemetic teachers, the principality guys. Let me ask all the principal people. Where is this built? Where'd the granite come from? Where do you get granite 95 feet below the earth? Where's that? Can you guys dig 95 feet below the earth and get me go bring up 2 tons of granite for me? Through a passageway that's about the size of a person? Where did they build it? Was it built right there? Is the granite from Aswan? Where's the granite coming from to get through this little passageway? And it's 11 tons of granite. You see, they always speak about the mystery of the Great Pyramids and how did they move the great big granite rocks to build the pyramids? That's a great question. Nobody knows. That's why I won the debate against Unc West. He thought he knew. I don't know how. He needs to go make $1 million. He needs to go make $1 million if he knows this mystery of the pyramids. He's above everybody. But he thought he knew. He debated me and lost, according to the judges, because nobody knows. Nobody knows how the AKERUs were built. You can't explain that with physical technology that we have today. But what's even more amazing is how do you get 11 tons of granite stone underground through tunnels? Huh? Principal people. Hey, principals. How do you get 11 tons? That's 11 times 2,000, by the way. Did I say that already? That's 22,000 pounds. 22,000 pounds. SHARIKA put teleportation. You know what's more amazing about this than the teleportation and the levitation? Because they say people are pseudo when they talk about the levitation and the sound vibrational movement. Okay, no problem. See, teleportation, levitation, they don't believe in it. So let's just use the atheist beliefs. How did they get it through the tunnel? Forget about it weighing 11 tons. Let's say it weighed 4 pounds. Let's say it was made of styrofoam. It's a big styrofoam tomb, and it's only 4 pounds. It's 9 feet. Do you see the size, how big it is compared to people? How are they maneuvering it through the tunnels? Are they building it there? Are they building it in the dark? Are they pulling the tools down from the top? That's why they will never talk about this. They will never ever talk about it. Rigo says, wow, that's right. Wow is right. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Let's break down these atheists and these non-believers, because there's a mission to destroy the ancestors. There's a definite mission to try to destroy them. Look at this, everybody. Boom. Once he was able to get the full credit for the discovery on television, because he went on Fox with this, after he banned everybody and said there's nothing here, then he put the cover there so nobody could see what he was doing, then he went underground, then he brought Fox there, then he did his TV show. Now we could talk about it because it's all said and done. He makes a statement about the underground tunnel. Remember the one that leads nowhere? Remember the one that says the Cometians say that Osiris is down there? What does HITHE say? Because Egyptologists, they teach that Osiris is a principle, right? Here's the quote. I have found a shaft going 29 meters, 95 feet approximately, vertically down to the ground, exactly halfway between the Chevron pyramid and the Sphinx at the bottom, which was filled with water. How did that get there? We have found a burial chamber with 4 pillars. In the middle is a large granite sarcophagus, which I expect to be the grave of Osiris the god. Would you say Zahiwas? I said it's the grave of Osiris the god. What's it called again? The principle of the grave. Principles have graves? I guess they bring principles 95 feet down and bury them in an 11-ton grave. It's a lot of work for a principal. He says the grave of Osiris, the same thing the Cometians say. When I say it, it's Tehuti the pseudo, the Tehuti the pseudo, Tehuti pseudo, the pseudo Tehuti. Then the whole Kemetic community, the whole Kemetic civilization was pseudo. Which they're not. I've been teaching you about this underground area for the whole class, but how does this tie into the AKERU as earth gods? We got so caught up in this, we forgot about the AKERU. What about the AKERU as earth gods? Well, what is another word for the ground, everybody? Very simple. What's another word for the ground? Mother Nature's ground, not the sidewalk, not your floor in the house. What's another name for the ground? Like when you go outside to a forest, what is that ground you're walking on? What's it made up out of? What's another name for the ground? What is it called? What is it called? What's the name of the ground you walk on when you go outside? Anybody know? Soil. You got it. Soil, which is what? Earth. So ground and soil and earth are all synonymous. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Let's see what the Cometians themselves say. You ready? Here we go. Welcome to class. Here it is. All right. It's Earth. So now we go to the page 10. Book of the Dead per M. Haru, play 2. That of Osar he endureth forever and everlasting in the name of Nefer. Homage to thee, Sutenu, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Prince of Princes, possessor of the earth. From the womb of Nut, he has ruled the lands of Aker. You see that? That's Aker. That's the earth they're speaking of. Now, we see that Aker is associated with lands, thus earth. When do you associate earth with the deceased? Very simple. When is the time you associate the earth with the deceased? Of course, when you bury them, because you bury them in the earth. So thus the earth is associated with the deceased, thus associated with Aker, and thus associated with the earth and earth gods. Now I will take you to the tomb of Ramesses V and the tomb of Ramesses VI, Valley of the Kings, KV9, which has the stories of the travels of Ra. Look how beautiful this is. Here it is right here. And here is the Amduat. The Book of the Dead, before it was the Book of the Dead, the Purim Haru, before it was in book form. Before it was in book form, it was in structure form, and then after it was in, then it became on coffins, and then afterwards it became on structure form, and you could have it in book form. And this is around that time when it was in both. But before it was in book form, only the pharaohs had it in this type of form on their actual walls. So this is the Ramesses VI, Ramesses V, and the statues of the travels of Ra. Hey, guess what this is called, everybody? Does anybody know what this is called? Let me go in the room a second. What is this called today? The story of Ra as written, is it called the Book of the Dead? Is it called the Coffin Text? Is this called the Pyramid Text? Anybody know what this is called, by the way? Let me check in the room real quick. Does anybody know what this is called, by the way? Does anybody know what it is called? Anybody at all? What is it called? Anybody? Anybody? What is that called? Watch this. Ready? Here we go. Boom, ready? This, which is the stories of Ra's travel in the underground, it is called, when you look it up, the Book of Earth. The Book of Earth, the ancient Egyptian funerary text that has been called by many names, such as Creation of the Sun Disk and the Book of Aker. The book primarily appears on the tomb of Merneptah, Tuasret, Ramesses III, Ramesses V, Ramesses VII, and serves as the counterpart of the Book of Caverns. The central figures in the story are Osiris, because of course Osiris died and traveled in the underground, Ra, because of the journeys of Ra representing the journeys of the sun, and of course Ba, because that's what's traveling, the Ba. While the overarch plot is the journey the sun takes through the earth god, Aker. My goddess says she got the chills on that one. You saw the angle he used to do that. That is absolutely right. It is all a setup. It is all snake style. Boom. The gods of the under earth burial journeys. Thus, there are your earth gods. And remember, I told you there is a letter G in Aker. And so it can be actually said Ager. And I'll get to that later. Well, now is the later. Look at the symbol of the mouth glyph in the word. Let's take a look, everybody. Here it is. Remember I said I was going to get to that later. Remember I told you there was a G in Ager, and I'm going to get to that later. Well, now is the later. Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? There is Aker, the root word of AKERU and AKERT. Look at the symbol above the mouth and see that right there? That's what they're saying is making a K. But look at this little dot. That's a soft K. which is a G. That's why in English, the word for no has a K in front of it. But when you ask somebody, what are you when you don't believe anything? I'm agnostic. Where'd the K go? Oh, the K turned into a G. What does agnostic means? It means I don't, or not, and gnostic. What's gnostic? Oh, it means to know. Oh, so the G and the K are interchangeable? Thank you so much. Everybody, we go to page 802, and you see that is a G. See right there? That is a G right there because it's a soft K. So people think it's AKERU because you see a K, but there's a little dot there because actually AKERU. And that's when we go to page 802, the thing making the G or the supposed K is a G. Woo! Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Okay, you ready, everybody? So boom. The ones, now watch this. You ready? This is Tehuti's explanation of these beings. Let's see if it matches what the Cometians say. The ones that bring light consciousness, the master guides, after you were buried in the whole passageway under the quote-unquote ground earth in the realm of the quote-unquote dark, where you are weighed and judged. Wow, Tehuti, all of that is in the word AKERU? When you understand the K is a G, and it's also Gur, let me show you for the first time in history how deep the AKERU, quote-unquote AKERU, and the AGUR really are. Here, and only here, are the Tehuti Podclass. So again, my definition of the AKER, or the AKERU beings, the ones that bring light consciousness, the master guides after you are buried in the quote-unquote whole passageways under the quote-unquote ground earth in the realm of the quote-unquote dark, where you are weighed, and now you have the ability to see, but you are weighed and judged. Well, let's get a look. Uh-oh. Here's the Gur. There's Gar. There's the dark. There's Gur, Gar, night dark. Are all Tehuti's words break down in the definition? There's a darkness. There's Gur, the possessor, a master. Uh-oh. There's Gur right there. To rest, to die down, the deceased, to finish, to get to the end of something. There's Gur. Here's Gur and Uwajid Matut, the hole, the cave, the cavern in the ground, the Kurt, the night of weighing words and deeds, the judgment. Does that sound like what Tehuti's saying the AKERU is, the AGUR? The ones that bring light consciousness, the master guides after you are buried in the whole passageways under the ground earth in the realm of the dark where you are weighed and judged? Well, yep. All of that is in the Gur. When you understand that the AKER is actually AGUR and Kurt, Gur, all of them the exact same word. Wow, Tehuti. But where did you get the light consciousness part from, Tehuti? That's usually represented by a papyrus scroll, because it represents wisdom unrolled in the papyrus scroll, or a sun symbol. I don't see that in the word, Tehuti. Here it is. So in my definition, my first definition of the AKERU are ones that bring light consciousness, master guides. When this guy started off, we see the dark, we see the master guides, we see the hole, we see the cavern, we see the judgment. But why is Tehuti saying that they tie into beings that bring light consciousness? Oh, I didn't show you the prefix, did I? Remember, it's not just Gur, it's AGUR. Look at the A part of the word. Here it is. There's the first letter in AGUR. What does it represent? A person. Me, my. O heart. He that which is. Boom. There's your papyrus scroll, equal conscious wisdom, and there's your sun symbol, conscious light, to navigate in the dark. Let's go back and look. Look at the first letter in AKER. It's written like this. There's the papyrus scroll, and there's the light right there. All of it ties in. the light, the conscious beings that lead you in the darkness, because you're in the underworld, you're in the Gur, which is also night darkness. They're the conscious beings that are leading the boat. The boat is your consciousness, so that you can get to the judgment and be weighed, because you're being led by the masters who know the way, because they not only know the way, but they also know how to fight and defend you. They are the AKERU. And you get there how? In the physical, through the hole in the ground that goes to the underground chambers that are under the Ara, step pyramid, and also under the Amenta. Welcome to the Podclass. Boom. That which is, and there's your papyrus scroll, which represents consciousness, wisdom. There's your sun symbol, conscious light, and they help you navigate in the dark. What about the earth gods being the ancestors of Ra? What about that part? That's the main question, right? How can the earth gods be the ancestors of Ra? Well, what is the Medu word? They translated as ancestors. Uh-oh. We'll go to the destruction of mankind, the book of the holy cow, as they call it, also written on the walls of Seti. And ye ancestor gods. Neferu Tep Au. Ancestor gods. Here's the word. Ancestors. Uh-oh. But it's not quite ancestors, is it? On, over, above someone or something. He who is, or that which preeminates, the foremost, the first, the best, the leader, the chief, the captain, the governor. That who is the captain, the leader. He's above you. That is the master. He's the chief, the captain of the boat, the captain of the conscious boat, guiding you through. The leader, the first ones, the foremost, they're the governors, the ones that govern the navigation. They're the ones that are in front. That is the Tepi. They just translate it to as ancestors. When you go look up the word Tepi, it means all of this. All of this. Boom! The book of Earth, which is also the book of AKERU, the netter of the underworld, who assisted Ra in his journey, being that they were Tep Au, the ones, and Au by the word means master, Tep Au, the ones heading the journey, translated as ancestors, because ancestor also means foregoer, the one ahead of you. Remember earlier in class, I said mark the word ahead in the word ancestors. They are ahead of you, literally a head. That's what Tepi means. Look at the metaglyph for Tepi. It's literally a head. You see that? They're the ones above, because that's your head. Your head is that which is above you that makes the decisions of your body. Your head is the guide. Your head is the chief. Your head is where the consciousness is. They are ahead of you, literally a head, a tep, or top. When you get into a fight with somebody, say, I knocked off his top. Yeah, we know what you're talking about, right? Because ancestors also means foregoers, the ones ahead of you. Hotep, I am done. Wait a little. Tehuti bonus time. Psych. For you, Shakira's support donation for this question was very generous. Tua, are you ready? I'm already done the answer. This is just bonus for you, Sharika. Sharika, this is bonus for you, Sharika. I think I said Shakira. This is bonus for you, Sharika. This is little Tehuti bonus. Are you ready? What do they call someone above you? Or what is the word for the highest, the point? In this Freemasonic language. Someone above you. Someone above you is the head. They're the top. They're the ones in charge, charging like the ram's horn, which is done by the head. They're the ones that are charging you. Okay, so yes, the top. Sounds familiar? Yes, the exact same word for the ancestors, which we really know are the beings guiding you on the boat through the 12 hours of the night. Let me take you back to the book of Earth and show you the number of beings on either side of the boat. Let's go back to the book of Earth, and let's go back to the image of the beings on either side of the boat. This is just all bonus now. Questions already answered, but here I go. Here we go. We're back in the book of Earth, and there's the boat in the middle. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There they are on that side. There's the boat. And look right there on the bottom. it is a dual image of itself. And there they are again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 beings, the boat being guided. There's the Kepra in the middle, which represents the transformation going through the 12 hours a day, 12 and 12. Interesting number, right? 12 hours, 12 beings. The Tep, which created the Masonic word top, by the way, and that's why you have the word top in the Masonic language of English, which means above something, because it comes from the word Tep, which means above something. Top, which also means head. Did the Masons know, though, or is Tehuti just putting this together? Did the Masons really know, though? Did the Masons actually study this? Well, let's go to the gematria for top. 7, 3, 2. When they created this word, T-O-P. Boom! The word top itself, when the Masons created this from top, is the number 12. It is 732 in their Hebrew, English, gematria, reverse reduction, 732, which is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The Tep owl, those who are on top, those who are the guide, those are the supposed ancestors. But the word for ancestor in actuality is Tep, which is the above something, which is the head of something. So the Freemasons created the word top, stole the word, put it, and boom, in gematria made the word top equal 12. Tehuti made this up. That's right. I went back to the 1400s and I made this up. I did it. Blame me. I did it. Boom. I'm not done. Remember, I revealed the ancestors, the Tep, the AKERU beings in the sky. Oh, man. I don't know. This is on everybody's channel, right? Everybody doing this? Here we go. Boom. I'm not done. Remember, I revealed the ancestors, the quote-unquote Tep, the AKERU beings in this context are really the guides of the boat, which I teach is your consciousness moving through the afterlife. The Metaneta word for boat is ant. Did you know that, everybody? The Metaneta word for boat is ant. Here it is right here, everybody. There's the Neith symbol, the subatomic entanglement symbol that the physicists are using today. There's the boat right there. The same word for the boat that Ra journeys on. It is ant. See right there? And ant. And there's the sun right there, and there it means light. Light consciousness, which is the boat. When Tehuti says the boat is light consciousness, Tehuti, you made that up. Yes, I wrote this. I wrote the dictionary. So there it is. There's ant and there's light. So remember, I told you, everybody, that the AKERU beings, that the Tep, what they're calling the ancestors, which is really the Tep, the AKERU beings in this context are really the guiders of the boat, which I teach is your consciousness moving through the afterlife. The Metaneta word for boat is ant. There's the word right there, ant, which is the boat. Well, guess what the Metaneta word for consciousness is, perception is? Uh-oh, it is ant. Page 126 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, there's the same word. There is boat, and there's A-N-T, and it means consciousness, to perceive. So when Tehuti says that the boat is your consciousness moving to the afterlife, Tehuti, you made that up. Okay, well, there it is in the dictionary. I wrote the dictionary as well. So because I wrote the dictionary, I knew that you guys were coming to this pod class. I knew I would teach you in 2023. So back in the 1800s, 1900s, I wrote the dictionary. So it'd be perfect directly for this. Okay, so since I wrote the dictionary, you better believe me. So here it is right here. The ant. Ant means to know, perceive, consciousness. Hold on, the monkeys are outside. The monkeys are outside. Okay, here we go. So there it is. The word ant, which is their boat, which I teach is light consciousness. And there it is, the word ant, which is light. It is the boat that Ra sailed from dawn to midday. And there's the word ant, which is to perceive. Uh-oh, is Tehuti done though? I'm not done. The same word for boat, the boat of the AKERU Tep, translated by the Masons as ancestors. Well, your creative consciousness is in what's called your frontal lobe. And the difference between a human being and a monkey is the human being's frontal lobe is 40% of the brain. It's right there where your forehead is area. Oh, guess where the word ancestor actually comes from? Hey, look up ancestor. Remember we looked this up before? Uh-oh, P-I-E. Is that say ant? No, it doesn't. Tehuti wrote this dictionary. That's right, everybody. Tehuti is the master time traveler. I knew I would teach you, so I went back. I wrote the etymological dictionary. I also wrote the ancient Egyptian dictionary. I went back to the coffin text, and I went back to Ramesses. I said, listen, we got to put this together. And I went back to the Freemasons. I said, well, listen, when you make the word top, it better equal 12. And there it is. When you make the word ancestor, make sure you use ancestor for the beings that travel on the boat, which is the ant. And make sure you, when we look at the word ant, it is P-I-E, ancestor, which comes from the word ant, which is the same word over here for consciousness, the conscious boat that the AKERU traveled onto. Tehuti made this up, and I'm proud of it. Boom. They study us. Okay, now I'm done. That's it, man. Matrix broken. That's it. That's it, everybody. Boom. Catch this on other YouTube channels. And if you have another YouTube channel like this, tell me who it is in the room so I can bring all my students there to go ask who are the AKERU. But there's your answer, Shakira. Hope you liked it. Boom. That is my answer to Tehuti Podclass style. There it is, man. Oh my God, this is clapping. There it is, everybody. That's how Tehuti answers questions. So now all you new people in the room, now you understand. Now you comprehend and understand why people that come to the Tehuti Podclass are doing things like this. $50 donations. $72.72 from Kamit 101 who's typing in the room right now. This is why people are making these kind of donations, because of these kind of answers. Kamit 101. Shout out to the moderators. $127. $27. Question from E-Manifesto Totem Pole. $20. $40. $45. Black Hour Card. There it is right there. Every $10. It doesn't matter what you're donating, but they're donating based on the quality of how I answer questions. Can you elaborate on what happens after we die? So these are the kind of questions we get here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm glad you are here. Ma'at Hotep, I put the link in the room for the team to jump in. Team, go ahead and jump in. Relieve me. I'm going to take a couple-minute break. Let me see what the room thinks of the answers. And let's go see what's going on here at the Tehuti Podclass. Understand, for me to make this up, I would have to have known Budge, known Seti, known the Freemasons, known the Jews that made up Gematria, known the AKERU, everything. And all just perfectly matches. There it is, everybody. Sharika, hope you enjoyed. Rigo says, I'm speechless. Robert Ray says, magnificent. Stranger puts up fire. Stephen E puts up hand claps and I don't know what these are, prayers and houses and stuff like that. Malkia Wamangu and Malkia Wamangu, you can ask her. She just came out of the Hebrew Israelite faith fully. She watches everybody. She watches Ashar Kwesi. She watches all the guys. Afudukanu, everybody. She watches everybody. Malkia Wamangu, can you put the name of the person that you watch that is doing what you see here? That is the difference, everybody, and why people love the Tehuti Podclass, because this is how deep the ancestors were. That's how deep they were. Fire, fire, fire. XA, whose name is also Ka, that was different. XA says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Rika put bombs. Oh, Sharika's first to jump in the room. Hey, Sharika, how you doing? You can...
I honestly, that question I think is for me like a year from now, because just what you wrote down there, and you just coming back to Ma'at and just getting, you know, reoriented with you guys, like I'm feeling it, but I know like it's above my head right now. Like that's so enriching. Like when I first read the AKERU in Budge's dictionary, like I felt like I got struck by lightning. Like that's why I said it was a burning question for me that that needed to be asked. So I'm happy for the journey that my process and learning with you and learning with the teachings of Ma'at is gonna bless me the ability to bridge my understanding so that I can really truly understand what the AKERU, what your breakdown just brought to all of us. Yeah, that's wild.
Glad you appreciate it. The beautiful thing about the Podclass is the way that I designed it is that as long as there's YouTube, you can watch this 40 years from now. You can watch it tomorrow, 10 years from now. As you develop, every time you watch it, I gave years of information right there, so you get something new each time. You have years to watch it. It's yours. I made that specifically for you. I was like, we got to send her back to command again. When you go, wait till you go back to command again with all this knowledge. You go back there, you're about to dance.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually saw, but you were jamming a little bit in the questions, so that's so I knew. Like, all right, I got him. We got him jigging a little bit. I loved it.
Thank you. Thank you. We got some new people in the room I want to give a shout out to. We got Thomas Neal. Shout out to you. We got Marble Henu Saba Mantu Master NEFERU. We got Marble Montez the Oka. We got Anema Henu Saba Mantu Master. Shout out to all of you. And Melkia answer the question. No one, Saba, only you. I'm going to step off right now. I'm going to let you and Atef build for a bit, and then the other brothers will come in. I'll take this break right here. And we got my jaw is still on. No, this is Shannon Southern. My jaw is still on the floor. Beautiful breakdown, Saba. And Anema says food and drink to my ba. To a Saba. XA says pay this man. And Ka said something too awesome. I'm going to read hers and then go. Ka of Antu and that says, to a great leader, your guidance and teachings you bring forth sustain my Ba, Henu Saba, Tehuti, and his whole family. Henu to you. All right, everybody, I'm stepping out. I'll be back.
Peace. Hotep. Peace and love. Can y'all hear me? How my sound, man? Cool.
Oh, it's tough. You're muted, or I can't hear you.
I'm muted. Oh,
no, I can't hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Press 9 in the chat. Okay,
yeah?
so
Okay.
Hear me. Can you hear me? You can't hear me, Sharika?
I'll log out and come back.
Peace, man. Cool. What'd you think of that breakdown? That was fire, man. Sharika, I'm like you. I'm a slow learner. I had to. Hey, look, my laptop is in the other room, screen recorded, because they be taking them off of YouTube sometimes. Yeah. The last time he broke down Osiris's tomb, man, listen, I have a hard time. I'm still looking for classes that he taught, and I hope they still up there. But listen, this is monumental, man. I just wish that people would just give props. I really do. I wish people would just be real with themselves and realize how lost we are as a people. Nobody is giving us information like this. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. I don't even listen to nothing else. I don't even waste my time. I'm like Saba. I just want to learn. I don't have time for all the. I feel like as far behind as we are, we have so far to catch up, and they are so far ahead of us because they study us. And Saba, I don't know if you can hear me, but on my way out from work, I get off at 7:30. From 7 to 7:30, I have a meeting with the shift that's coming in, and every day I drop a little something on the brothers there. So it's a young brother, and today, guess what we were talking about? Amen. We was just talking about that. That was the last thing I said before I walked out the door, and I said to him, I said, "Do you even know what the word amen means?" And he said, "No, but do you know what it means?" And then I told him, I walked back around the corner. I said, "It means hidden." And then I walked away. And then when I got in my car, punched out I got in my car, I went to the Wallace Budge dictionary and I screenshotted it. So next week when I go back to work, I'll just show it to him. And I give it to him because every week I drop a little bit on them. I give them the link, tell them where to go. They don't ever come here. They don't ever come to Sunday's class. Right. And it's a shame, but I'm still dropping it on them. I'm still giving them what I learned. And the synchronicity of that energy is, I was just talking about, amen. So shout out to the best teacher on the internet, Saba Tehuti, Hotep Ra, teachersamaat.org. I really, really, really wish y'all would bow down and submit willingly. But we coming. Trust me, we coming. We getting deeper and deeper because Ma'at will not be stopped, and we are all defenders of Ma'at. So shout out to you, Sharika, for asking that beautiful question, and shout out to you, man. Cool, what's going on, my good brother?
I'm just taking in the light, brother. Hotep, peace and blessings to the panel, peace and blessings to the chat. The breakdown was amazing as usual. I took a lot of notes. I did not know Amenta mean amen, or the hidden realm. So SABA, SABA is like, SABA will go to the matrix and take all the jewels. He'll take all the diamonds, the rubies,
like the big stuff, yeah.
Crystals, and then he just come back and share them with us. He just drop them, and every opportunity that we have to be in his presence, we get richer and richer. We get wealthier and wealthier. We shine brighter. He's giving us life. He's just expanding us. So it's just it's like nothing else I've ever experienced in my life. So shout out to SABA, just being who he is and just guiding us, giving us that leadership, that guidance, and just preparing us for the next, the next dimension. So shout out to you, Sharika, for asking the wonderful questions. Like, yeah, let's just keep going higher. Let's just keep elevating. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
Definitely. Go ahead.
Super potent. It's like, Oprah, like the whole, like, you get a car, like that's like SABA with these gems to all of us. Like, you get a drop. Like it's better than, anything we could receive. Because where else are you gonna get that microcosm of just that transition into the afterlife? Is you can't trade that. And Brother Tef, you're talking about how ahead it seems the people are that study, but you know what? Those people are missing something that we have, and that's that genetic memory. It's in us, right? Our ancestors are with us. They're inside of us, and they're just waiting for us to wake up and to remember. And that's that inevitable tsunami, right? Like, that's why Ma'at is truly undefeated, and it's just a game of fear of trying to make it seem like, order doesn't ever come back into balance. So that's what makes me certain, and that's what makes me have zero doubts about Ma'at, about the ancestors, about just what we have to do to move ahead, and the blessing we have to be able to receive.
Yeah, I totally agree. Can you hear me? My mic is hotel. Peace.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah.
There I go.
Can you hear yourself?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Go.
Okay, cool. SABA's expanding. Well, he's echoing the energy of the NEFERU, and so we are developing and picking up those echoes as well. And so when I see any word now that I see with re in it, I'm automatically like Ra. Like rewind now is Ra wins, and so I'm like. Everything I'm seeing is different now. So that's the echo of him just embracing us and just taking us higher into different realms. And so I just love it. I just like work, like everything's different now, and that's powerful. The healing, right? And like I have new eyes, right? My mind isn't what it used to be before I met SABA. That's the healing, that's the guidance, that's the leadership. Every time I see a word now that begins with RE, it's redefined. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that, but that was dope. So yeah, that's what's happening. That's the magic, and I love it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. That's exactly what it is. It's magic, and they're using our own magic against us. And then the most beautiful thing is that when you read those stories and you know that it's about you, it's about your people, it's everything that we've been taught has been a lie. And then you read those stories and you find out what's missing. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I was transforming and didn't even realize it. I got so many different things that means something. Look at this, Sharika. What you was talking about it being in us. I made this right here when I was 14, 13. I made this a leather little African medallion thing, and I still have it. I'm way I don't have nothing from 10 years ago, but I still have that, and it means so much to me because I made that with one of my friends at the time, and I had no idea what the significance of it, what it would mean to me. right now on my journey in life. But that's the beautiful thing. If you be honest with yourself, and you just add the pieces up of your own life, it should lead back to Ma'at. You know, the scales should balance out on their own if you allow them to. But we so caught up in the lie and the isfet that it's very difficult for us to even acknowledge the truth once we're in the midst of it. Because listen, when you look at it every week after week, you could look at the track record now. Now I'm a look at the catalog now of when you go back and you look at Saba's classes and his teachings. There's not even that. You find me a person, a comedic. You don't even have to be comedic. You find me a scientist that tell the truth like that. Find me point them out. Just there's nobody out there giving us this knowledge like this wisdom, breaking us out the matrix like this. Nobody. If they are, you could put the link in the chat because I want to meet them too. You know, and it's ridiculous because it's supposedly peace of high tea. What's good, brother?
I don't know what's up with my camera. I'm trying to fix it, but looks like I'm in a cave somewhere.
Yeah. He's in the AKERU.
Nice. Yeah, you're in that AKERU, exactly. Yeah, you there. Look at the synchronicity.
How's everybody doing on the panel?
Peace.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
Brother. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Coming back down to earth. Coming back down to earth from that, from that answer.
Yeah. So keep them coming.
Sharika, hey, Sharika, our secret weapon, teachers of Ma'at.org. Y'all see it? Shout out to Sharika.
But someone actually, I think someone put this question in the chat because Saba briefly went over the tomb of Asar and they didn't find the body. So he was asking what happened to the body. So to the chat out there, someone needs to throw that one out there and let Saba just, go at that too. And really makes you wonder. They don't build the tomb of Asar just for him not to be in it. So it's a good question to ask.
Oh, yes, that is a very good question.
All they do is lie anyway. But shout out, whoever asked that question, show some reciprocity, show some support. How what are you supporting? You supporting Doritos? Or you supporting the truth or you supporting the lie? Shout out to the best teacher on the internet, period. Shout out to Scry. What's good, brother Scry? Annie Patah, Hinu to you. Hinu to everybody in the chat. Hinu to NEFERU. Hinu to Robert Reyes. Peace and love to everybody in the chat, man. Everybody that support the truth. Sharika came out like Sharika hit the scene like a firestorm. Sharika, shout out to you, sister. Hinu to you and the teachers.
There's, like you said, there's a lot of isfet that needs to be burned down. So, it's just make every question count, really make it count and just let the truth come to light. It's that time. There's no more waiting anymore. Or like I said, there's only until someone else puts the link in the chat. Like Saba is on a solo mission right now and we're just trying to pull the weight and follow behind him. So
he's
gotta make the shots count.
Eating them seeds up, eating them up with the isfet.
It's a beautiful thing because we are co-content creators with the ancestors, with the NEFERU, and with Saba. When we ask these questions, he's bringing forth all that the NEFERU are. And so when we ask questions and we're in consciousness partnership with Saba, asking these questions, we're creating magic. We're changing lives. So the questions are very important to ask. So pay your reciprocity and send those questions in so we can just, keep it going. Let's keep building. We're building something really beautiful. So your questions are very important. So I'm always, when I listen, the more he talks, the more questions I have. And the more questions people ask, the more they generate questions in me. And that's the energy of I'm on this, we are a solar system kick, because that's, for me, that's exactly what I'm experiencing, that light coming from so many different one of us. Like we all together are doing something really special.
I totally agree. It's a beautiful energy that we all creating, and that's how you know it's real, because of the energy that's being created. And then for us to be up here week after week, it's no arguing, it's no fed, it's no tearing each other down. It's really, really, really disappointing to watch those. I can't even give it no energy, but it's really disappointing to see how we tear each other down when we're in these boxes like this, and we're being broadcast to other people, and how ignorant we look. It's sad, because we need to be building, not destroying, and we'll never be able to build if we don't come together. If all we do is fight, and then the thing is, we fighting each other. We fighting people that look like our sons, fighting people that look like you, Sharika, fighting people look like you, Minku, people look like me, fighting each other. We fighting each other instead of fighting the real fight, which is the demon within ourselves, the ignorance within ourselves, to why we can't accept the truth when it's in our face, when it's in our midst. When you talking about if the NEFERU are real, just go to the teachersofma'at.org and go archive and just go look at SABA's teachings, and then you ask yourself, you compare that with on the scales of Ma'at, you compare that to the truth, to your definition of what the truth is, and then you decide if the NEFERU are real or if they're just principles. It's real simple. You could do that yourself, because it's how many classes SABA say he got? How many classes he taught? Man, listen.
Yo, at tab 2, I think 2 things that are really important. Once you have inner peace, you do not want to be around chaos. So obviously they don't have that. And then for them to think that the NEFERU are just principles, obviously they have not been around teachers like SABA, or they're not studying, or they just don't have that conscious awareness. So like you said, I can't do it. I never really was into those shows. And
well,
so,
I'm gonna say it. They weak. They
oh
weak.
my God, I cannot.
They weak
watch
because
it.
they sneak learning. They sneak learning, bro. Look, it's 62 people in the chat right now. It's 63, right? 63 in the chat. Tomorrow, it's gonna be 1,200 people that watched. They weak, bro. They sneak learning. The hate is great. The love is fake. They need to bow down, but they don't have to, because we coming. Teachersofma'at.org. We got the best teacher. Period. We coming. We see y'all. We know y'all out there, and y'all know we out there. So just you gonna take the hard way up the mountain. Go ahead. It's up to you. But definitely we coming, because we are building a catalog. SABA got a discog. It's ridiculous. It don't make no sense. The truth, week after week, this brother does nothing but love us enough and love Ma'at to give us the truth. Not his opinion, just the truth.
How many,
And she froze.
I don't know how many SABA, all your classes. I don't know if this is what, volume 10 of your encyclopedia? Like what numbers of the encyclopedia are we at with this breakdown? Like every pod class is just a volume into itself. So
that's true.
Good luck to anybody trying to catch up. That's all I could say.
And then my first classic classes that were recorded and sent out was 1996. That's when the volume started. So you gotta go back to those ones too. I've been doing it since 96, and I once taught a class for 72 hours straight. It's my world record class, 72-hour class. So we would take breaks. I would teach the class.
SABA, quick question for the book of.
Your sound cut out.
Is she frozen?
Yeah, your sound went out, Sharika.
They got choppy. Oh, she went out. She's gonna probably come back in.
Wait,
you taught a class. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Saba.
Oh, she's having problems. It says device not connected. We'll we're gonna go on to the donations when she comes back. We'll let her continue. We got to get on. It's 9:12. We're gonna get on to the donations. I have some announcements to make. Shout out to everybody. I'm back. We are ready. Hati, you look like you're where Zahi Hawass was. You're under 95 feet below.
I don't know what's going on with my camera, man.
That's the best I've ever seen. That's the best look ever. That matches you. That looks like you look like Anpu ready, man. You're ready.
Synchronicity.
I wish I was meeting him tonight.
You got like 4 shades darker. You got. It looks like there's torch light back there. They even look like electricity light. It looks like a torch. It looks ancient. Oh man, you look like Vin Diesel in that Mars movie. What was that called? What was that movie? Was it Reddick? What was that movie? Vin Diesel was in the dark. I forgot.
Oh, that's my favorite movie, Pitch Black.
Yes, that you look like that. That's you right now.
Yeah, when he's fighting, he's the criminal. He's the only guy they can depend on. The guy they don't want to depend on, and he saves him. And then he rubs everybody.
Just so they can try to. They're happy they didn't put him in prison.
Yeah, Reddick. Yeah, Reddick.
Reddick. Yeah, Pitch Black was one. Reddick. Okay, everybody. Here we go. Everybody, we're gonna give some shout outs still. We're gonna give some shout outs, and I like to give my respect to those who truly respect me. Let me go ahead and give my shout outs to a couple donators, but I want to also give my shout outs to I'm receiving voice messages now. I'm receiving voice messages. I was receiving a lot of typing, and I was telling some people that my eyes are I can't even use my phone anymore. My eyes are very sensitive to the phone. I'm studying, putting together information all day. So I told people to send me voices. I just want to share with the class some of the beautiful adorations that I got. Shout out to Primordial. Shout out to Anema. I'm gonna play a couple of these, and we're gonna get into the donations. But shout out to this is the beautiful energy that I get as voice messages. I wake up to this from a lot of my students, but here's one of them right here.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
That is from Primordial, and it's beautiful. Shout out to you. I have people talking in ancient ways. People are changing the way they communicate. This is how brothers and sisters should spoke and commit to each other on a regular basis. We didn't have to try this. If you read the papyrus, you will see. Ahati knows he reads a lot of these the stories of them actually talking back and forth with Sinehu and some others, and this is how they speak. That is from Primordial. Shout out to you, Primordial. That's the beautiful energy that I get. Okay, Sharika, go ahead and go ahead and email me that. Go ahead and email me that, and I may actually send you a couple for. I'll send you a couple. I'll see what I got, and I may send you some. Just send me an email. Mystical Television. Yeah, you know my email. We talk all the time. Okay, so that was Primordial. Shout out to you, my good brother. I don't even know if he's in the room anymore. Shout out to you, but that's how the people speak to each other. That's what I get in the mornings, and then this is And then I got this one here. I get this in the morning from Anema. Here's what I get. This is what I get these every morning, every day, every morning. This is just the ones that are on audio. So let me go ahead and play this.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, to offer your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
And that is Anema. That's what I get every morning in typing. But I tell people this: I can't read all the typing, and I actually play those for my my Neturts when we wake up in the morning, and I see those beautiful adorations. I let my goddesses know who send them out. So shout out and respect to those great people, which are primordial thought and Anema. Shout out and much love and respect to you all. I really appreciate how much you all appreciate me. And speaking of which, we're going to get into the donations, of which I'm going to get into primordial thought and Nema. Let me go ahead and get into that. Donation, shout out to that, to them. And let me go ahead and do this. Boom. It's a beautiful thing. They put some music back on, but it's a beautiful thing, and Hotep to everyone. That is how we should speak with each other on a regular basis, so things can remain smooth and calm, and things can remain based on knowledge and ma'at. And that's exactly how we should always communicate. That is something that you will not see again on the other channels because they're too busy screaming and yelling at each other. Stranger says, if we could keep this frequency, it would change the world again. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. That's all I'm trying to do, is to get everybody on that type of frequency. Once they're on that type of frequency, such as primordial thought, Nema, and I have some other audios too, but they're from way back. These are just recent. Then we get the support that comes in the form of this. Speaking of primordial thought, boom, right off the bat, primordial thought, and then we'll do Nema. So there it is, $100 primordial thought. Send him some noise. $100. Shout out to primordial thought. Starting it off, $100. It is because primordial thought in the rest of that message was actually private. So I told him I was only going to play the beginning of the message, and the rest of the message was something private. And so he wants to be. He actually told me he doesn't live too far from me. He lives like almost like a trip I would take to get the reptiles. So he lives a little over an hour away. So he wants to be a dedicated, loyal, 100% student. He wants to know the steps to take, what to do, what exactly to get. And I said, the first thing I want you to do is let me get to know you personally, one-on-one. By the time I was done that sentence, this was sent. This was earlier. He sent me the email, I sent it back, and this was sent. So shout out to Primordial Thought for $100. This is for him to talk to me a one-on-one, just to speak to me for however long it is that I speak with him for. But I said I just want to develop a relationship with you, get to know you, and we can go from there. And that is the energy that I get, which is the energy that you heard in the audio, reflects the reciprocity. While people are trying to argue, debate, and come against me and do these things, it's really because of the negativity within them of actual jealousy. That's actually what's happening. Did something else show on the screen just now?
It says snipping tool.
But nothing actually showed, right?
No.
Nobody's name showed. No? So therefore, right back to back was the beautiful message. So that's how we're starting off the Podclass. $100. Their teachers do not get this. Their teachers do not get this. Never, ever do they get this. For asking a question or doing anything like this, this is beautiful. It took me 32 years to get this, to get to here. Like 32 years. 30 years of teaching for free. 32 years, I think, of teaching for free. So shout out to all the supporters who are finally here to support and show reciprocity. And now with that, we're going to go right to the next person who gave the beautiful message. And that person, of course, is Anima, who back to back with the beautiful message, back to back with Primordial's message. He did a back to back huge support donation for a one-on-one, and then Nema with her message back to back with the same exact thing. Boom, $100 for Tua. This isn't the only one she sent either, but I'm just gonna start off with this. $100 per Tua. I'm gonna play some noise for her. Shout out to you, Nema, for your great support. She really respects the life-saving lessons I have with her. I don't have much time to do one-on-ones and such, but I send her life-saving messages and decisions to make throughout her day with any means that she can communicate. And she takes those as one-on-ones and sends these. Shout out to you, Nema. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Shout out to Nema. This is the beginning of how we're starting the Podclass. This is a beautiful thing, and I appreciate you for all of the support and the appreciation that you have for me for the life-changing aspect that I'm giving you. Thank you so much, Primordial Thought and Nema. That's how we're beginning the donations right off the bat. $100 one-on-one, $100 just to say Tua. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But the noises go. That's what the noises go. Shout out to you too. These aren't even the only ones, but I'm just there's a lot of good. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, in the wrong spot. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everyone. What is this? Oh, you know what? Oh, that's June. Yeah, actually, this is the right spot. Oh, interesting. How interesting. It's saved to where I didn't want to save it to, and it actually saved to the right thing. It saved where I was gonna double save it to, so it actually saved me time. That's very interesting. Shout out to you, Nema. Shout out to you, Primordial. We're gonna go into over here. I'm gonna go to our shout out to you all. Appreciate that. Let's get to the next person. Now the next person, it's just starting off. It's just is there another one? This is just starting off monster. So we're gonna get the next one's a monster too. Now this person here particularly wants to be anonymous. So I'll let everybody know that if you want to be anonymous with your donations, type in that you want to be anonymous, not a problem at all. And when you type that in, I will actually edit the donation, such as what I'm about to show you right now. So this is from someone who I don't know who this is. They obviously want to be anonymous. They put a name here, but shout out, respect, however you all want to do it, it's fine with me. Let me see if this comes out right. This is the thing that I made, edited. Oh no, that's the top reason supporters. That I'll be doing later. Not that one, but let me boom, boom, boom. Let me go to this and donation. Here it is right here. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna show this on the screen. Shout out to this individual right here. This is how the pod class is starting out already. Just want everybody to know this. So I appreciate you all for having the love for me. Where's the Chrome tab? Here it is right here. Here it is right there. Boom. Give him some noise. $50 right here. And from blank. Anonymous from blank. And there's a message with it. And the message is anonymous support from blank. Thanks, Tehuti. Mo, power, strength, health, and wealth to you, SABA. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to your great donation. I'm going to give you some air horns for that. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. You get the Funk Master Flex bomb too. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the great supporters. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we'll go through a couple more. I love it when this. Who's this? I love it when this happens. This happens back to back here. This is Sarah Broomfield. And like I said, every donation and support counts. This is a great one here because it's actually a donation for a question that I already got a donation for. So let me go ahead and show this in the room here. Shout out to Sarah Broomfield. Appreciate you. And to your beautiful daughter, which I'm gonna there's a particular class that somebody's gonna ask me about that's gonna pertain to your daughter's name. So it says so it's $5.55 for the cross breakdown. That was a question that was asked from Netter Hotep Unc L. He sent in already $27 or $25 for the cross breakdown. After I broke it down, Sarah Broomfield sent a tip for that for cross breakdown, broke out and broke down. That's her special language. Shout out to you, Sarah Broomfield. Shout out to you very much. So she sent $5.55 for an extra donation that was already donated for. And what happened after that? What happened? The person who sent the donation wasn't able to view it live in the pod class. So what did they do? They sent the donation. I answered the question. They watched it. And that was a Netter Uncotep L. And the Netter Uncotep L went and sent a tip for that on top of the tip that he already gave. And this is a $10. Shout out to you, Netter Uncotep. There's $10 for the cross breakdown. So there's two people that donated on top of the donations. And I appreciate you because you're getting the information, whether you donated for it or not. If you're getting the information and you appreciate it, then yes, absolutely, throw a support for that. Just like you see a breakdancer in the middle of his show, the initial people donated for him to get the show started. You come 20 minutes into the show, it's about to end 10 minutes later, and you give another tip again. You weren't there for the beginning, nor did you start off, but you appreciate the 15 minutes you did get to see. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll do a couple more, and then I'm going to get to the next. The next question is actually quick. I see the next question here. I'm actually going to answer that quick, and I'll actually probably leave the brothers on. Shout out to oh my goodness, it's monsters back to back. Hika Kepa Ra blowing us away again. This is where the love is developed and the hatred is developed. The love is developed from us and the hatred is developed from people that see this and they're like, why is Tehuti getting these big donation reports? Okay, share screen. Okay, give some noise. $72.72. Give some noise. We've never seen anything like this in youth history with this type of love and support. Oh yes, thank you for coming back, Atef. I like to see when you guys are on the screen. Where's Scribe? Scribe's still not here. Peace, Big Blunt. Peace, Big Blunt. Shout out to you. Okay, we'll do one more, and then we'll get into the next question. And that is the good brother, Zep Tepi Slim, who prior to every class, he used to donate $10.72. He's stepped up, and he's actually doubled, kind of doubled it, doubled at least the dollar amount. It showed to Zep Tepi Slim. Oh, what happened?
It went away.
Hold on.
Yeah, it showed for 1 second, few seconds.
Show for 1 second, then you go put that back on. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim, appreciate you. Is it back on the screen now?
It's loading.
Okay.
There it goes.
Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. You are beautiful and awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the next question, which is actually kind of quick. So I'm going to do this question, take maybe a minute break, leave the brothers on for a minute, throw some water on my face, and then get into the actual, there's 2 grand finale questions that I see after that. So here's the first question, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me, please. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Too bad Sharika got bumped. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Okay, so this one here, I was actually not going to answer this question because, okay, we got Carolina, we got Jody, we got Eric G, we got Atef. Harass did for ye culture. It's somewhere. Disappeared. Hey, there's my man Amun Min Ra Sut. The best long name. Amun Min. That's like he's like a actual. That's that. The Cometian names would be this long, and that would be one of the 5 names. Shout out to Amun Min Ra Sut Atun. And harassed it for your culture. There's your shout out to you. Take a Kipper. Okay, everybody can hear me? Okay, so this question I actually wasn't going to answer because there actually not really is an answer to this, to the question as it was asked. It's going to be quick, but as I promised, something just came over me and said, let me just do and go ahead and address this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and get into, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get into this quick one right here. Tell me if you all have ever heard of pole splitting. Pole splitting, the pole splitting superstition. Anybody heard of that before? The pole splitting. Oh, Nanny heard of it? You heard of it?
Yeah.
The pole splitting, right? Everybody ever wonder what that is? What is going on there? It's an interesting thing. Somebody actually sent a question about it. I'm gonna just just talk about it a little bit. I wasn't going to answer it because there's actually no attestation to what develops into the pole splitting. There's what develops into it, but not actually the act of the pole splitting itself. But I say, let me go ahead and just let me just cover it a little bit. Have you heard of this Ahati pole splitting?
No, I haven't, brother.
You heard of that before?
It doesn't sound good.
Okay.
I heard of it, SABA.
You heard of it? You heard of it too? What have you heard of it, Atef? What did you hear about it?
Yeah, my mama wouldn't let me split the pole when we was walking.
All right. And so when people hear about it, they think of like taking a. If you didn't know what it was, you think of you're splitting a pole, and actually it's the reverse. It's actually the pole splitting you. Actually, is that what your mom was talking about? That the pole, like if you're walking hands, you can't go on either side and break the hands. That?
Yes. Yeah, we both got to walk on the same side of the pole.
So it's actually people splitting, and the pole is actually splitting the people, which is interesting because they call it pole splitting, but the people are actually splitting. So Camille said, Camille has no tolerance for, he used to say, ignorant superstition. Camille has no time. I can't wait till Camille 101 and a hot tea meet. I look forward to that meeting right there. The two low tolerance. Camille has no time for nothing. None of it. He said stupid. What did he say? He said ignorant superstition. Don't split the pole, Robert Ray says. Split the pole. Brutal honesty says split the pole. Harass said we punch who split the pole. Wow. So this is a religion. Yeah, all kind of.
She would actually grab me. Like if I actually split it, she would like grab me and make me walk back around it.
Yeah.
It was serious.
Yes. Let's get in. What? Oh my god, what did you say now? Oh my god, and Shannon's talking about food, bread and butter, and what's going on here? What is? Yeah, somebody else did too, but what is? Heka kept raw. Is like, is this the pole shifting? No, no, that. Stranger remember says, oh, when we walk together. Yes, okay, so everybody remembers this, but what in the world is this? Man, Kura, you ever heard of this before?
Yep, it's just another one of those crazy superstition things, like step on the crack, you break your mother's back, and black cats is bad luck, and all this chaos.
Step on a crack, break your mother.
Black cats, bad luck. Bad guys wear black.
The mirror. How about looking into a mirror and it breaks? The breaking mirror.
Yep, you break a mirror, over your shoulder. Bad luck for 7 years if you break a mirror. All this stuff.
Oh my goodness. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. This is fun. Harass said bread and butter. Harass says bread and butter is what you say when you split it. See what is going on, right? Yeah. Imagine you're walking on the street, your mom grabs you, but you get separated from the pole, and you start yelling, bread and butter, oh, bread and butter, right? What in the world? What is that? Atef, what's bread and butter? So we're gonna get into it, everybody. I wasn't gonna get into this, but let's go ahead and just let me just show you the diversity of what you can ask on the Tehuti Podcast. Here we go, everybody. Press the 9 again if you can hear me. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. And what's that now? You saw that in the cartoon? Yeah, it's like, what is going on? What is all this about? What does bread and butter have to do with a pole down the street, right? Let me go ahead and show the donation here. So shout out to hey, Kamit, this is actually in the what you just said right there. That's actually in my explanation, and I'm not the one saying it. Actually, Europeans said that. Let's get into it, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. You can hear me. Wonderful. Let's do a present. And this is the brother right here. Hati's shaking his head. He can hear me. You guys can hear me. I see nines. Hati's nodding his head. Okay, good. So here it is, everybody. $11.55 sent in from OCTAVIUS SLIGH. And that is the origin of pole splitting superstition. $11.55. Thank you for the support. And we went from the AKERU, the underworld, the tomb text, coffin text, pyramid text, to somebody asking about pole splitting. Thank you all for having the faith in me and thinking and knowing that I can actually address these things. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Ready? Let's do a present. A little quick one. A little what do they call it? A layup? I'm not sure what they. A little something. Here it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, so pole splitting. When you're walking down the street, whoops. pole splitting. When you're walking down the street with someone and separated by a pole, is it bad luck? Is it ancient? Does it have to be a pole? Here's a quick answer. You can find an old attestation of this in, actually find this by Philip, this is called the Ozark Tales and Superstition by Philip W. Steele on page 82, actually. We see it's related to food as a reversal of the bad luck. So the people in the room are right. My goddess said it. Some people at Harassed Free Culture said it. Someone else, I think Shannon, someone else said you yell out food, and that reverses the pole, this being split by the pole. So here's the book right here if y'all want to check it out. It's a book of different superstitions and their some of their origins, but what their meanings are. And if you're ever interested, I like giving sources to the answers that you all can research. This is Philip W. Steele. And this is actually going to be found on page 82. So we're going to go to page 82 of Superstitions. Weeping willow trees. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. You photograph with a cat. When dressing in the morning, it's bad luck to put the left shoe on first. And then here we go to this one. When you're walking with another person, it is bad luck to let a pole or a tree pass between you. To let a post. So when you're walking with another person, it is bad luck to let a post or a tree pass between you unless you break it by the spell. Unless you break the spell by repeating bread and butter, salt and pepper. Let's have some fun. What is going on here? So when you're walking with another person, Atet said his mom used to grab him. His mom would grab him. So you're walking with another person. And it is bad luck to let a post or a tree pass between you unless you break the spell by repeating bread and butter. And then some people say salt and pepper. The bread and butter one is the popular one. Bread and butter. Okay. What do these two things have to do with each other? So right off the bat, we see it's not indicative to just a pole. As a matter of fact, in this Ozark Book of Superstition, the Ozark Tales and Superstition by Philip W. Steele, a pole is not even mentioned. It's actually here, a post or a tree. So right off the bat, when we look up the origins of these superstitions, these old superstitions, we see that it's not even indicative to a pole. It can be a post, it can be a tree. It can be anything, actually. It can be anything sticking out of the ground. It can be anything. So that's the first explanation, that it's actually not the pole splitting, and that's why you cannot find the origin of the pole splitting superstition, because it didn't originate with a pole. It originated with anything that would split two people. It could be a tree, a post, or anything. So good luck with anybody trying to look up pole, and that's why I wasn't going to answer, because there's actually there's no root history. Children do it. Children would do it back in the early 30s. So is it something that Europeans saw blacks bring over traditionally? Because because some of these old superstitions, we find them coming from originating from actually black West African culture, and it gets mixed in with European, and when you trace it, it's back with what the actual so-called slaves brought with them. The Anansi stories and other stories went back to the old folklore and stories in Africa that they had to Americanize or even turn into Spanish stories, because they didn't want the Europeans to actually hear them tell some of them were magical tales, so they hid them or they got mixed with Europeans. So is it something that Europeans saw blacks do traditionally? Well, the oldest actual attestation of this is in the Federal Writers Project Guide. Traditionally, well, the oldest actual attestation of this is in the Federal Writers Project Guide. Traditionally, who's that? Oh, the oldest actual attestation. Somebody mute up. Everybody mute. Okay, good. Wonderful. All right, so the oldest attestation of this is in the Federal Writers Project Guide to Kansas. We know that was a real racist redneck area. back in 1939. So let's see what the Kansas City boys have to say as we go into the Federal Writers Project Guide to Kansas, published in 1939, because this is the oldest attestation of this. And let's see what it says. So we're going to go, actually just go right to, so here's the book if you want to get it, the WPA Guide to Kansas, Sunflower State, number D4, the Sunflower State, Kansas. And let's go to the page number that it's written on, and it's actually page 196. Who gives Tehuti all this stuff? Okay. Pool of American taboos and beliefs. A small percentage of the population believe that a tipped new moon presages frost. So, and we're going to get into, it goes into, we're going to move down to the actual thing we're talking about. Here it is. So the ubiquitous bread and butter incantation used in passing on opposite sides of a post. See, nothing said about a pole yet. Opposite sides of a post, and the formants of a thumb when two persons say the same word simultaneously. The contemporary Kansas Negro has discarded his heritage of Southern superstitions and acquired, in varying degree, those of his white neighbors. So by this statement here, so no, it was not something that when whites saw blacks do it, they knew that it was coming from West Africa or something. They actually said that they even would say the blacks were disregarding his Southern superstition and taking on that of his neighbor. From this statement, you can tell that it's a really new superstition, because he's giving up one of the Southern superstitions, that not Southern Africa either, Southern America, and then taking on the new neighbor superstition, which means that blacks were giving up their old heritage, taking on whatever European superstitions that was going on around them. So Europeans never thought this bread and butter pole splitting ever came from something West African, but actually noticed that the African, as far back as 1939, before 1939, because they say ubiquitous, so it's something that was going on before that, that the old whites in Kansas saw that blacks were actually taking it from their white neighbors. Okay, but the concept of why bread and butter is said and what it represents was an old Kemetic one. Why did people say bread and butter? Does anybody know? Why would, if they're getting split by something, why do you yell bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter? Nobody's running to Kansas, exactly. Nobody's running to Kansas. You got it. Stranger put great question. Makes no sense, right? Why are you yelling out bread and butter, salt and pepper? Why are you yelling that out? Because your mom is grabbing you from a pole or a post, and then you get separated. You get bread and butter, bread and butter. Let's get into it, everybody. Yeah, if your ear is ringing, someone is talking to you. It's actually in the Quran that if you're the whispering, the devil is urinating in your ears. That's in Islamic teachings. That's one set of people you never see me to do a full debate. You never want to see me never set me to debate a Muslim. I had a conversation with Virgil and Sonnetter. That was easy. You want to see a true slaughter? Set me up to debate a Muslim. And you watch bloodshed. Okay, here it is. So bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter. Why are we yelling out bread and butter? Okay, because the bread and butter, the concept, even though the superstition is new, the concept of why bread and butter is said and what it represents was an old Kemetic one. It's an old Kemetic concept. The concept of why you'd yell out food and what food has to do with the non-separation of the pole, or just non-separation in general. Here we go, everybody. So the concept of food merging, being a connection to love, goes all the way back to during the Middle Kingdom, 2040 to 1640. It actually goes back to the Harper's Love Songs. The Harper's Love Songs we have here going back to 2000 BC. Right here, Harper's Love Songs, which is what is it called? I'm sorry, I got a little blank there. Paris 500. I believe that they call it in the museums. Paris 500. something to that effect. But it was called the Harper's Songs. So they're the love songs, and they're the first songs of love that introduced the concept of food, magic, and love, and its connection to it being a connection. So the Harper's song, love poem. Would you depart because you have the urge to eat? Are you a man who is devoted to his stomach? Would you depart in your fine clothing while I am left with nothing but bed sheets? This is actually the lyrics to one of my favorite tracks that I'm going to see if I can have as background music here. It's called Clandestina, and the actual lyrics to it, I play it while I work out. It's Clandestina, and you think it's talking about cocaine or something, but it actually starts off with these lyrics, and then it goes into something very awesome about the Tamahu. Clandestina, but anyways, okay. Would you leave me for the sake of drink? Then take my breast for its milk wells up for you. More wondrous is a single day in your embrace than 100,000 upon the earth. Your love has merged completely with my body, as mingled water as a drug with resin has been added when milk is mixed with the liquid is blotted out. But it's talking about the merging of these foods and how that is comparable to the merging of the love and the connection that the woman has for this man. And the Kemetins would speak like this all the time, using food and how they intermingle, and associating that with the intermingle and imbuing of lovers and the lack of separation associated with foods that actually mix. Okay, so that is the Harper song. So the concept was food merging that was necessary for survival. Okay, when you make money for survival, what's it called? You're bringing home the what? What is it called when you're when you're out there working, and they say, "I'm bringing back the what?" Anybody know? What are you bringing back home? What is it, a theft? What is it, a hati? What are you bringing back home? The what?
Milk and honey, the bread.
The bread, and some people even say the bread and butter. The bread and butter. Yeah, the bread and butter. They even associate butter with other means of income. So, but the bread and butter is associated with survival and food, which you need, your biological imperative. I'm bringing home the bread. Give me some of that bread. I'm making the bread and butter around here. That's the bacon, the bread. It's associated with survival because of the ancient Kemetic symbol of the Ta, which was the bread loaf in Kemet, because as hunter-gatherers before Kemet was established, most people were surviving off the carbohydrates that were held in the lower part of your stomach, which is why that's the hardest part to lose fat. The actual what's going on there? Oh. The actual bread would store in your bottom part, and that was actually a good thing for us because it would store, and we'd actually use those carbohydrates to hunt and gather. So bread became a source of food. So the most important thing that you could collect was bringing home the bread. Bringing the bread. Went out to get bread. Bread was more important than meat. You can live off of the carbohydrates of bread when it comes to energy conversion. So that's bread and butter. Butter, which is a form of milk, is what was associated with survival. Bread and butter. The female aspect of femininity was bread, and the milk and the buttering was HITHE, which is why you see Amenhotep. I cut off the picture, but he's actually drinking from the udders of the cow, and that's HITHE with the T at the end, which is the bread, and the milk coming down is the milk and butter. And that's why they always associate that when you get to your end outcome after death, you're going to the land of milk and honey, the land of the Nasuts and the land of the milk, the HITHE. But anyway, so bread and butter was associated with biological imperative, but there's something very unique about bread and butter. Something very unique about it. Why would you yell out bread and butter after something splits you walking down the street? It seems like it doesn't make sense. Well, let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, where you can literally ask almost anything. You never know what you can ask, okay? So bringing home the bread, that's survival. So survival on multiple levels, and food merging with sex, which is also survival biological imperative. So why the butter part? Why yell those two particular foods if split while walking? Actually, from any object, not just a pole. So there's no pole splitting origin. There's just you're split and you yell out bread and butter. Well, have you ever tried to unspread butter? Anybody? Anybody ever tried to unspread butter? How did that work out for you? You can spread butter. Yeah, anybody ever unspread butter for me? You know, like you made a mistake, like you ordered some pickles on your burger, so you're like, take those pickles off. I don't want pickles. I want tomatoes. It's too many tomatoes. Take those off. Take that off the bread. Take that off. I don't like put some lettuce on. I like lettuce. I like a triple burger. No, make that a double burger. But how about the butter you spread on the bread? How's that going for you? How's that? You said, I don't want the butter. What do you do? Unbutter that for me? Can you unspread that for me, please? Take the butter off. No, you got to throw the whole sandwich away. Once you put the butter on the bread, you can't unspread it. It's there literally forever because you're going to throw it away. It's going to stay there till it molds and is gone. That's it. That's the end of that. No change in that. Those two are together forever. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody, where you can ask pretty much things I didn't even know I was going to answer. But here we go. So you ever try to unspread butter? It's actually physically impossible. Thus, it represents a true union that you have with your companion that is inseparable. And if you are running with them or walking with them and you're not paying full attention to them, that means that when you're with somebody and they're your loved one, the holding hands is supposed to represent a connection, not walking on the street, you're holding hands and the other hand has your cell phone in it. And you're on Instagram with 5 other people checking out memes. When you're holding hands, you're supposed to be enmeshed in the person. You two are supposed to be talking. You two are supposed to be enmeshed. You two are supposed to be inseparable like bread and butter. But if you lose focus and you're looking that way and she's looking that way, guess what? Next thing you know, boom, your hands separated because you walked on the other side of a fence. You didn't know that you were on the other side of a fence or a pole or a post or a bike or another person. I have videos where people don't even pay attention to their loved ones. And there's prank videos where someone else goes and grabs their hand and they think they're walking with the other person beside them because they're on Instagram. And when they look, it's another man's hand they're holding. They're like, what? Yeah, because you weren't paying attention to your man. You weren't connected to your woman. So when you're running with them or walking with them and not paying full attention, an actual pole or any other object would separate you. So people would say, if that happened, what would they say? They would yell out, bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter, to recertify that we should have been connected like bread and butter, because a pole or a bike or a post cannot separate bread and butter. You can't unspread butter from bread. Once you spread the butter on, that's your sandwich. That's your only choice. You have no other choice. You can't melt it off. You can't do. If you melt it off, it actually goes back in. So the two foods that are unspreadable, and also represent the biological imperative and bringing in finance, a combination of ancient food merging associated with love, with modern day practical realities, sometime before 1939, but there's no written attestation of both the actual pole, because it existed before there was a pole. It existed with any type of separation, but still a cool little thing to do. That's it. Hotep, I'm done. Thank you, everybody. There it is. So there it is, everybody. There's your bread and butter. There's your pole splitting, which is anything splitting, and there's the Kemetins using food as a way to merge for forever, and bread and butter are connected forever. So that's why you yell bread and butter if you're not paying attention to your loved one and you get separated. To redeem that, you say, let's get back together like bread and butter. And there it is. It developed from an ancient Kemetic statement of food merging, and then when it got into America, they started adding poles and bread and butter, and that's what it is. There's my answer. Boom. Hope you liked it, Octavius. thank you for asking questions at the Tehuti Podclass. I didn't want to, I answered this like a few minutes before the class. I answered this a few minutes. I was like, I'm not, there's no answer to this. And then someone told me, you better answer. Okay, man. Okay. Okay. There it is. How you doing, Annie? You came right back to bread and butter. You hungry? All right. So I'm taking another little break. And then we're gonna get into the monster answers. Monster answers are coming up. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. Do a couple more donations, and then whatever the Sobekneferu and Sobek is coming. Sobek is coming. Okay, everybody, I'll be back. You all build. Nice to see you, Annie Pata. Did you get to see the first crazy answer with the AKERU?
No, I have not. I did not get to see that yet. I scanned through just a little bit, and I got to take my time with this one. So
take your time with which one? This one I just did? No,
the AKERU.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. I'm gonna throw some water on my face. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Atef's already smelling Atef. Listen, everybody, first of all, the reason why I answer these questions is because you asked them. So I actually have no reason. I don't have any intention to say, hey, I'm going to break down bread and butter. When somebody hears my answer to the skeptics out there and they always say, yeah, Tehuti, what does this have to do with anything? How do I save myself from this information? How can I apply this? I purposely created a snake-style foolproof system, everybody. I created the first foolproof system to that answer, because that is a major question that everybody asks, right, Ahati? What do we do with this? How do we apply? What are you going to do with this knowledge? That's the main thing, right? So I created the Podclass as a snake-style way that can never be asked to me. Guess why? Because the way I designed the class, that question you can't ask me. You can only ask the person that asked it. That's why I designed this Podclass. I was sick and tired of breaking on information. How is this going to help us in the black community? The crackheads are on the street, and the crackheads and the heroin So I designed the Podclass to say you can't ask me that because I never asked the question. Octavius did. So you got to ask him how that question helps him. Only the people that ask me questions in the Podclass have the answer to why they asked that question. So therefore, I set up purposely a system where you could never come to Tehuti and say, how was this helping the people, the drunken people? You can't ask me that because I never wanted the question. I'm only the answerer. That's how it's set up, snake style. Okay, I'll be back. Peace.
Peace. See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all know he asked a question about splitting poles, and he give you a whole book. Man, y'all know it's nobody out there like SABA, man. Henu SABA Tehuti Abba Hotep Ra. I need what's good, my brother. I love the background, man. Peace.
To a good brother. Peace and love to you, great brothers. Yes. Yeah, we when we made our trip out to LA, we got to meet the baby dinosaur, and he was not calm at that point. I can tell you that. So he said he calmed him down. So I want to see that. Sobek. So that's gonna be great. Peace and love, everyone in the chat. Teachingsofma'at.org. Be sure you're going there. Be sure you're signed up for the newsletter. So that way you continue to receive this information throughout the week as well, and keep up to date with everything that we're doing. Support the great SABA Tehuti, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal Rocky SV. MetaNetter Monday class is absolutely phenomenal every single week. If you're not a part of that, email SABA Tehuti. Get a part of that. Get in that class. If you can't be there live, we have the recordings where you can get that as well. So make sure you are definitely a part of that class. It's life-changing, it's matrix breaking, and it's beautiful to really go into depth of the MetaNetter and this beautiful beautiful language. So be sure you're supporting everything that we're bringing forth. Study Guide Sunday class as well over at the Teachings of My YouTube channel. We're continuing to just echo and bring forth this beautiful knowledge for everyone to continue to imbue themselves with this and, you know, play our part in putting forth the energy and the consciousness of Ma'at. And it's absolutely phenomenal. It's beautiful. So peace and love to all the great supporters who continuously, on a consistent basis, support this information at a high level. So tu'a and adoration to every single one of you. And with that being said, teachingsofma'at.org. Be there. Bookmark it. Utilize it. Message us. Reach out to us. We have a lot going on. So do what you can to bring forth your consciousness so we can continue to echo the great SABA Tehuti. So with that being said, you know, peace and love. And yes, I'm excited for the Sobek. I know it's going to be phenomenal.
Peace, you went out? Or you? IT, what's up, my brother? We want to hear your tone. We want to hear some of that fire.
Peace,
got your lighting fixed too. It look a little better.
Yeah, I had when I'm using the Prism Live, it changes my camera settings, so I had to go in and change the camera back. But yeah, I want to echo that tone that Ani Patah Aten Tehuti just said. That come out and support us. You don't have to like us, just support the truth and the facts. That's the most important thing. We're bringing facts week after week, month after month, and it's going to be year after year. And SABA is the greatest teacher on the planet. That's why I asked them to come back out to the public, because I'm a type of person that if I have a pot of gold or I have a stash of cash, it's no fun eating by yourself. So I wanted to share that, not only with the people locally, but to the world. And that's being done. And I appreciate everybody that comes out week after week to support him. I appreciate those messages. That reminds me of me in the beginning, on his horn. That's showing appreciation, and that's showing true support and gratitude. And that's good. I like that. Yeah, there's I don't know if Fateh said it earlier, but no, I believe it was Menkura said it. He said he's not really interested in these other channels. And I have to say I second that, because it's just wasting time. Just being honest with you, if you go over those channels and you're just there for entertainment because it passes time, that's what you want to do, fine. I don't knock that, but for me, my time is way too important today to be watching grown men argue and fight. I mean, come on, I don't. It doesn't even make sense to me. If I come to Ani, we're just talking about business what needs to get done in the background. If I go to Hithe, we're talking about family. If I go to Menkura, we're talking about the new creation, the new project that he's working on. We don't have time to sit around and just argue and bicker. And I never understood that growing up, why we did that, but I do now. We're stuck in this feedback loop that the Tamahu programmed into us since birth. We're stuck in this loop that since we lack as men a proper leadership, proper guidance, that the only way the biological entity that we're in right now can feel good about itself is that I have to tear down the one thing that the system that we're living in hates. So we do it subconsciously. So then you have 30, 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old men arguing all the time. And they're not building anything. They're not manufacturing anything. They're not doing anything. And this drives me, it doesn't drive me crazy anymore because I understand what's going on, but it's very frustrating when you know the solution and just nobody wants to hear it. And I was talking to a sister about this the other day, that I would love for SABA to be sitting on his throne, and we would have our own military, our own educational system, our own institutions. And it doesn't have to be exactly as our ancestors built it, but we would have our own nation, a literal nation, not something on paper, not something out of a book, a literal nation for our children. And we can't achieve that as long as people don't recognize that the truth is right here and greatness is right in front of you right now. And we see this consistently week after week. So those other people, if they don't come over to this side, eventually, if you're following Ma'at, they're just going to be something just for entertainment. They're just going to be nothing. I'll just say it like that. And some of the people over there, like I don't want to put their names out there, but some of the people over there, before I met SABA, I was like, man, this person's the truth. This brother's the truth. Man, there's a couple over there. I was like, wow, I got to get their books. But at the end of the day, they're not living for Ma'at. They're not living from the time to wake up to the time to go to sleep. They're not talking to themselves through utterances. They're not reading the papyrus. They're not reading the literature. They're not working on their defects. In the Purim Haru, in the Book of the Dead, Ani is constantly talking about working about destroying his defects, and he's utilizing that with a plan given to him by the NEFERU. I literally mimic that every day of my life. And when I go to these other channels, all we have to do is observe them, and they're not doing that. So whoever's talking about Kemet on other channels and they're not living it, I know they're a liar, and therefore that's why I stay here. That's one of the reasons I stay here. But Saba's back. I'm gonna give it back to him.
Thank you, brother. That was great. That's great. A lot of people are running out of patience. Even watching, even watching. You know, this whole week I haven't watched any of the other stuff. This whole week, and I used to watch it from entertainment. Really, I was watching for entertainment, and also because there's people that I am going to have future conversations with that I need to know what they are to set up the snake style with them before they're just launched out at me. I already know the setup. I know how it works. I know that it's like a gang thing. It's like a setup. So I have to watch to see, oh, this person is about this. Oh, and I see what people are saying about me, about different things, and I pre-set up. That's one of the reasons how I lose. That's how I win a lot of my debates, is because I already like when I debated Judah Nazareth. You remember me telling you I was already in his kitchen.
Yeah,
right? He was in Japan. What's that?
I said you showed me the video.
Yeah, I was already in his kitchen. I already had the all the wedding photos. I already had all the I had everything ready in case it got personal, and I was ready to tell him where the rooms were in his house and who was in which room, and just to scare him, let him know that you think I'm Kemetic evil, you think I'm Kemetic magic, or okay, if it gets crazy, let me show you. I'll tell you the lipstick your lady uses in the debate, and only you will know what I'm talking about. So I gotta watch these things to prepare. But anyways, let's get into the presentation. Now let's get into the donations, the beautiful donations. It is wonderful today. We have really, really awesome donations tonight so far. Thank you all so far. Is that showing up on the screen? We got Owen HITHE right here. Give him some noise, everybody. Give him some noise. 2772. Boom. Owen HITHE. What did he say? He says, support Tehuti and Ahati and the family. Thank you so much. Tehuti, Ahati, and the family. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's get into the next one. You guys are ooh. Nema went crazy tonight. Nema went good. We got this is great. Look at all these. Look at these. There's a couple of them. Okay, let's do some of these. Let's do some of this. Let's save the bigger ones. Let's do some of the Oh, this is great, everybody. Thank you all for you're continuously supporting. We're gonna go to Justin Jackson. Shout out to Justin Jackson, $10. The night's just begun though. I got 2 more that I can probably answer before the night is up. Shout out to Justin Jackson. Is that showing up on the screen at all?
Not yet.
Is that on the screen, anybody?
No, not yet.
No?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, let me fix that. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Shout out to you, Justin Jackson. You are great. You are awesome. Appreciate your great support. Appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you, Justin Jackson. And Justin Jackson is supporting, even though he's not in the same financial situation he was in before. He's still showing love and support. Shout out to you. Shout out to you very much. We got Melkia Wamangu. What is this here? Oh, Melkia Wamangu donates. For the she asked me a question. I said that's somebody to do a one-on-one on, and I guess boom. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes.
$70. Shout out to you, beautiful sister. Oh, look at her. She's right on it. Look at her. She's right there. She had a question for me. And I said, that's something that I can't text that answer. I can't, that's not a text answer. Shout out to you, the beautiful, dedicated. She is completely serious and dedicated to her transformation. Shout out to you. We got the awesome Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell is here. Nito Campbell is here. Is that on the screen yet?
No.
No? Okay, no problem. Shout out to Nito Campbell, who always donates the same not amounts, but the same division of amounts, which is always in the number 9. Shout out to him for that. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. Give him some noise. Actually, he's quite dedicated. $18 for 9. $18 for 9 coup. Shout out to you. Wonderful, wonderful. There's some you all help support. For all those who are watching the podcast right now, let me go ahead and show this, because this is where everybody's supporting to. So the podcast is based on support, reciprocity, and you can ask questions inside of your support by sending Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. And this is about supporting what it is that I do. There's some people here that let the ISFET take them over, and you don't even see them here anymore. They used to be supporters, but they let the ISFET take them over, and now they're probably just watching without supporting at all. So that's showing that they're really demons. So for those people who truly love what it is that I do, want to keep me here at the high level that I'm doing it at, please support what you're watching, and don't just watch and vampire the information. And also send a question in. You don't just have to just support, you send the questions in. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and I will put together the beautiful books for you visually. And that's what's keeping me here. I do not come with pre-prepared information of my choice. Anything that is pre-prepared is because the question was just sent in to me on it. Okay, just have to do that before I get to the next, because here are the beautiful donators and supporters. We're going, Sal Vega for tuition. Sal Vega is awesome. Sal Vega, by the way, is XA. He's the one I did the class on. He's probably in the room right now. And is that showing up in the room? If not, let me fix that. Shout out to XA Salvega. I did a whole class on a name that he chose that I wasn't even there for. He chose a name, asked me to explain his name that he chose, and I did a 50-minute class on it, on his name that he chose. Shout out to you, Sal Vega. Give him some noise, everybody. $33.30. Shout out to you, Sal Vega. Appreciate you. You are awesome. Tuition. All the great Nook Panook. Get in the chat and let me know if you saw my answers. You had sent in Podclass questions for one of them, and I answered it, but I didn't see your response. I hope you caught it and did not miss it. Shout out to Nook Panook. Is that showing up on the board yet? If not, I have to
show real quick.
Is it back?
Yes.
Okay, $4.44. Matt Hika Au Ma'at. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate your support. And we got hey, we got something from the new Shy to ATL. Hey, Ellen Rami. Shout out to you, good brother. I think that's the first time I've seen the name in the room, and you're already showing your reciprocity. $10. Give him some noise for that, for being the first person, first time in the room, and already showing reciprocity. Shout out to you, Shy to ATL. If you're still in the room, shout out to you, shout out to you. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you very much. We had Nema come in with $100. We had Nema come in with the beautiful verbal affirmation to me in the morning. I don't know if you caught that, Scribe. It was absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you heard that at all. It's on the playback if you didn't.
No, I didn't. Yes, I will definitely go back and listen to that.
Nema and Primordial Thought sent some of the most beautiful words. Nema sent attributes and prayers to my goddesses, and then sent back to back right after that, sent boom, $100. Well, Nema's not done. She's not finished. She's not finished. That was the beginning of the Podclass. That was for Tua. Well, Nema's not done. Is that showing up on the screen?
No, not yet.
Okay, let me go ahead and hey, one thing coming out of there. Hold on, mister. Hold on, we already got one on the loose. You stay right there, nice and comfy. I see you looking at me. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this shows Nema sent $100 at the beginning of the Podclass. Well, I'm scrolling through, and I see Nema's name again. Can you please give her some outstanding? I want some new noise. I want Red October. I want I want James Brown. I want Elvis Presley. Wow, $100.72. The first $100.72 was for Tua. The podcast not even over, and she sent another one for existing. This is for existing. Shout out to you, Nema. I've done a lot of things that have actually send all the noise. Send Bon Jovi, send Elvis, every noise, every screamer, Michael Jackson, yeah, from the Ghost and Goblin. Super Nintendo Ghosts and Goblins, send it all. Shout out to Nema for a second $100 to the Podclass. This is a young lady who was literally broke a few months ago, who had to run and empty out her piggy bank to take to the bank to turn into a Cash App to donate to me. Now she's in a better situation, and she is. I'm doing a lot of things to fully transform her, and she is appreciative, and she's boom, just showing support, showing support, showing support. XA, which is Sal Vega, said Bella paid her tuition. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Shout out to the people that are missing too, like Rebel Minded. I wonder what happened to Rebel Minded, who used to come on the panel actually. Hope you're okay, Rebel Minded. He was a little shaky, not shaky dedication wise, but shaky like something was going on with him. Hopefully whatever that is, he solves it. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate you for what you did while you were here, Rebel Minded, and I hope the best of safety to you. Because he was really dedicated, but there was something happened, and I hope he solves that, whatever it may be. Everybody has personal things in their life. Okay, good. We're gonna stop right there. I see some. Who's the? I'm just curious. Oh my God! Whenever I see the PayPal, it's like the biggest supporters. I don't know. It's like the biggest supporters do the PayPal thing, and I can't see what it is till I click on it, and it's always a huge surprise. I just clicked on Stranger. Oh my goodness! I'll do Stranger, then I'll go ahead and answer. Out of nowhere, with joining the team of the Monsters, he's joining it because he was a part of it before. He was a part of it before there was even the naming of Monster Donators. It was Stranger. Stranger was there. Oh, he has a shout out for T.O.M. Hey, he has a shout out for the website on Sunday. He has a message for everybody. He sent $50 donation support to let everybody read his message about the Sunday class. And what does he say? Give this man some super noise, please. Give this man some noise. Give this man some awesome noise. $50. $50.
Going crazy.
It's like Crips walking for a second. I don't know what. It's like Crip walking in the middle of the explosion.
Hey, peace, stranger. We appreciate you.
Yes, Teachings of Ma'at. So for anybody who doesn't know, and you can put the link in the room, Ma'at, to your scribe, if you have a direct link. Teachings of Ma'at is the YouTube channel where these brothers here, actually all these brothers right here, and I'm happy it's still all these brothers, all these brothers right here, come on and take a turn to teach every Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. It's supposed to be Pacific. I don't know. They got me saying Pacific. It is Pacific. Wait a minute. Yes, Pacific. It is. It is. It's a Smash Rock movie that you see Pacific instead of specific. No, it is Pacific time. Yes, Pacific time. 5 o'clock. I thought I said it wrong. 5 o'clock. You can come on there, and these brothers it's a family gathering. They each have a turn to pick a topic that they're going to break down and speak on. I watch it all the time. I watch it silently, and they're constantly giving me, it's constant respect going out to me constantly. Well, Tehuti says it's all about promoting the channel, the Podclass. I condone it 100%. It is, and the brother Stranger says Teachings of Ma'at is fire, a great class every time. Join now. So that means and when I take my next break, the brothers can put on the how to join the website, you get a newsletter, all that. They'll do that when I take my next break. Shout out to Stranger who's shouting out the Teachings of Ma'at. Okay, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you, Stranger. You are awesome. Let me go ahead and stop that. Now we're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Everybody, gather around. There's 2 questions that were asked, and let me see if this went into the if this went in properly. Hold on one moment.
The nets are axis out. The nets are axis out.
The nets are, yeah, the axe out. I gotta bring mine out.
Hey, Sab, I told him we coming for him. Teachers of my art. We got the best teacher. They don't know us.
No. Grab my axe. I want to show everybody. We have the Netzer axe is out. We're not playing around. The Netzer axe is out. We are here. We are here. We are here. We are here. Is this Stranger? Let me see. Yeah, that's Stranger. Okay, Stranger's already saved. Stranger's already in this section. The Netzer axe is out and about. That's right. This is under my pillow with me. Every night this is under my pillow. I was gonna put it in the living room. And then I said, hey, it's very sharp, by the way. Everybody has their axe? Wait a minute. We all have the Netzer axe. Aki has his somewhere. It's probably tied to his neck or something.
Mine's right next to my bed, so I can grab it.
Okay, Netzer axe is out. I was gonna put this up as a on the living room, but then I thought, well, hey, if somebody breaks in, they're gonna get it before me. So what am I giving? I'm giving the intruder the weapon. It's pretty, you know. The Cometians had this up as for pretty for ritual aspects. I was gonna put it up in a ritualistic way, but then I said, oh, the killer's gonna get it before me. I gotta have this under my bed. I used to have my Glock 9 under my bed, but I was always afraid I was gonna shoot myself. I was always afraid. I was always afraid that the trigger is gonna go off and blow my goddess head off or something. So I got rid of that. No Glock 9. Yeah, I used to have the Glock 9 under the bed, ready. It was shiny though. I never had to use it, but it was ready. And I was in Brooklyn, so you need it. You need it. And yeah, Brooklyn is crazier than California.
Soundboy burial.
The what?
The Soundboy burial.
Soundboy burial?
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, that's Brooklyn makes California look sweet. California is Disneyland. California is dangerous, mainly in the movies. It's not dangerous. It's not like Brooklyn. Brooklyn is different. Okay, everybody, let's get to this question here. Let's get to this question here. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You're in Colorado. Heka said he's getting a Netzer axe. So we gotta start selling Netzer axes now. Netzer axes are going on Netzer axes are going on the website now. And get your Netzer axe now. Okay, here we go, everybody.
Signed by Menkura on the axe, on the blade.
Oh my goodness. Okay, everybody, that is the last donation we're gonna yell out until we get to the next. I see you, Atef. I see you, Black Alucard. Sarah Jean, I see you. Eric G, the greatest, I see you. Who's this? Oh, Sharika. Sharika gave a donation for other questions that she just ended up watching on YouTube. I'm going to do that one the next time. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get on the next question for the Tehuti Podclass. I only see a couple more donations. Everybody support. Here we go. Are you all ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. Brothers, I'm going to see you in the chat. We're going to get to the next question, the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Peace and love, all my good brothers. Support the teachings of my aunts. Are you all ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You're looking at me. Are you ready? Here we go. Everybody, here we go. Pressing a 9. You all get to hear me. You all see me. You all hear me, see me. We're going to cut out this bread and butter. AKERU. Hey, this is good. It's only 10:37. We should knock out this Tehuti Podclass at a decent time, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Vortex Ninja 2 wherever you are. I don't know if you just stop supporting or if something actually happened to you. If anything happened to you, best energy to you for your healing or whatever may have happened. I wish you the best. But Vortex Ninja used to donate every podcast at about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, $25. And then he just vanished one day. I hope you, Vortex Ninja, I hope you are okay. Just shedding a shout out to you. Okay, everybody, here we go. You ready? We're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put it up on the screen. This is actually 2 questions. And let me go ahead and put both of them up on the screen. Here we go. New tab. Hold on, mister. New tab. I'm going to go ahead and put this. Owen HITHE. Okay, Owen HITHE. Ascari. Okay, Ascari is there. And he has one question I see here. And then Raphael Gary actually sent a backup question to this one to complete it. Let me see if I can find that one. Raphael Gary, are you here in the room? Let me see if I can find your question. Is this it? I got him. Raphael Gary. Two of my consistent great supporters. They're like almost equals in the support world. They are consistent and they're just wonderful. Appreciate you all. Raphael Gary and Owen HITHE. Let me go ahead and I got the questions here. Let me go ahead and pull this up. And where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Boom. And let me cut. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. This is it, everybody. This is the this it? Yes. Okay, here we go. I got it, everybody. I have it here. Have the 2 donations here. Have everything ready to go. And let me go ahead and put this up on the room. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. So the first one was sent in by the good brother Owen HITHE. We're going to go ahead and do a screen share there. Windows here. Actually, it's Chrome tab. And it's Sobekneferu, Owen HITHE. Shout out to you, my good Manny. I think I need the cover for this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, man. All right, so you're on good for now. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Owen HITHE, $21.72. That should be on the screen right there. Teach on Sobekneferu. Hail Tehuti and crew. That should be on the screen for everybody to see. Shout out to you, good brother Owen HITHE. I'm going to go ahead and give you some noise for that. I appreciate you very much. Owen HITHE literally donates every podcast since he's ever come. There you go. Shout out to Owen HITHE. How many people ever heard of Sobekneferu? Sobekneferu, teach on Sobekneferu. Hail Tehuti and crew. Thank you to you, my good brother Owen HITHE. Appreciate you very, very much. And to back it up, another brother came in and sent this one here. Why is it so huge? It is massive on the screen. Wait a minute. There it is. You can see it right now on the screen. Appreciate this is Raphael Gary. He sends a backup question because Sobekneferu is actually named after Sobek. So shout out to both of you. Get air horns. Appreciate you, beautiful brothers. Raphael Gary, shout out to you. And he said the Sobek attachment. So that is to attach the Sobek answer to the Sobekneferu. Thank you all very, very much for your awesome support. You are fabulous. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment and talk 1 second. Thank you very much for your great support. Okay. Thank you, both of you. That was I believe $27 back to back with $34. So $21. $21 back and 72 cents back to back with $34. That is $55. $55. Shout out to both of you. You all are fabulous and awesome. Now let's get into this answer, everybody. The Sobekneferu. Has anybody here in the room ever heard of Sobekneferu? Anybody ever heard of Sobekneferu? Let me check the room. What is a Sobekneferu? Anybody ever heard? Stranger says he's totally buying the axe. Of course, that would look perfect on Stranger's side. Stranger looks like Riddick. Have you seen the movie Riddick? He reminds me. Him and Ahati remind me of Riddick. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. Yeah, enhance that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're gonna get started. Thank you very much. Let me just wipe something off my hands here. Get clean. I love that beautiful. Oh, leaping on there. Beautiful. Yeah, like fine salt. Okay, everybody. Once again, press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm gonna come off the screen one quick moment. If you can hear me, you probably can't see me because I'm off the screen. For just a moment. Don't worry, I'll be right back on. Let me fix something up here. Wonderful, wonderful. And we're going to get started. So what did they say about Sobekneferu? Hey, Kav, Antu, and Anu, there you are. Thank you, my dear. Trade off. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, good. Let me dry my hands. I'm all nice and clean, ready to go. Smelling like disinfectant pine salt. Ready to go. Here we go, everybody. Yes, eat and sex. Anybody heard of Sobekneferu? Angela said I haven't heard of that. XA said I have not. Anybody heard of Lady Pharaoh? Interesting, huh? Lady Pharaoh? You know that name? Lady Pharaoh? You said well? Yeah. Boss Fee's here. What's up, Boss Fee? Black Yellow Card. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. For those who just stepped in the room, there was 2 questions that were asked, and the question was Sobekneferu for $21.72 from Owen HITHE, who's also in the room as Askari. Teach on Sobekneferu. Hail Tehuti and crew. For those who just stepped in, that is one of the questions. And then a good brother, Raphael Gary, who Askari just gave a hail to, came right back to back because I said I would like to get into why she called herself that. And Raphael Gary actually said, add the Sobek attachment. He sent $34. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your support. Let's get into the answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let me move this mic down here. And now we're going to get into the screen share. And here we go. Perfect timing. Everybody send your support. The support is at the bottom. The Cash App, TT and Moon, especially when you hear this answer. Here we go, everybody. Boom. 1046. Wonderful. Sobekneferu. What an interesting name. Who is Sobekneferu? Why did this being have this name? You will find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. Why? Who is Sobekneferu? Why did this person's being have this name? You're going to find out right here. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So the first to know who Sobekneferu is, we must follow the Tehuti logo and standard, and that is what? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. AAORO. Okay? That is because most of the information that's out there on Sobekneferu is not backed by any artifact. Most of the information out there about Sobekneferu is actually based on fantasy. It's actually based on Greek scholars, Nitocrates, other names that they give coming from the Greek stories, and they say this is Sobekneferu. It's coming from Hebrew people saying this queen was Sobekneferu. It is not coming from any attestation, archaeological evidence, or writing about Sobekneferu, because there hardly is any. But welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you will get what there is of Sobekneferu, and even much more. But all factual information. Here we go. I will take you to the papyrus of 1279 called today the Turin's King's List, held now at the Museo, the Egyptian Museo, or Museo Egiziu Egyptian Museum in Turin. 1279 papyrus, and that's Turin papyrus. For those who don't know what it is, you can do. I'll actually just show you what it is right here. So here's the Turin papyrus, also called the Turin papyrus of Kings or Turin canon, and they give the date of 1292. No problem. Okay, because from between 1190 and 1290, 1292. So they give the date somewhere between there. So 1279 is within those dates. So this is a King's List. And here it is actually in the Royal Turin Canon display at the Egyptian Museum at Turin. And it says something very interesting at the very end of the list. And what does it say? It says, Venerables, Shemsu Hor, 11,420 years, reign before the Shemsu, 21,200 years, total of 36,620 years. That's what it says on there, with the reign of the NEFERU, according to the Cometians themselves. When I bring this up in debates, they say the scribes made mistakes. That is a mistake and a mistake. Anything, the scribe made the mistake, and you are here to correct it, right? You're here to correct the Kemetic scribes. Of course you are. Of course you are. That's why they'll be doing documentaries on you. So, this is Turin's King's List. And now, yes, this is the papyrus that all of your Kemetic teachers hate and are embarrassed of, which is why they will never reach and they will never teach you from it. These are the words of the Kemetic people themselves, which states the reign of Kemet was 36,620 years, and that was just to the 5th dynasty, and to the time of Ramesses. So it wasn't even to the end. So they had this list, these lists of kings in different so-called dynasties. But this one here was in the time of Ramesses, and Kemet wasn't over in the time of Ramesses. So you have to add years on top of this date. It also has the Tiru on the list ruling, some of them for 700 years. The modern day quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, the Kemetic priests and gurus, teachers, and debaters despise these words. Well, here at the Tehuti Podclass, we love them, because this is where we find on that list the reign of the beautiful sister, Nesubiti, Sobekneferu. Let me take you to column 7.2. Yes, I said sister. In the Turin Papyrus, where the gods, Neferus, and women ruled. We know they hate it. We love it. Here it is right here. We're in column 7.2 with the attestation of Sobekneferu or Neferu Sobek. It's actually said both ways. Sobekneferu and Neferu Sobek. Here are the different names: Sobekneferura, Sobek, Kara, and here they are in the Shens that Europeans call the cartouche. She ruled, according to the Cometians, was a Nisubiti, for 3 years and 10 months and 24 days. Mitsubishi, Neferu, Sobek, Renpet, which is a time 3 years, 10 months. So she had a very short rule, and there's not much on her. Sobekneferu was a Mitsubishi. She took the throne after the death of her brother Amenemhet IV from 1785 BC to around 1782 BC. Her reign was quite short. This is some of what we have left from her. And we always see the noses cut off, unfortunately, of a lot of our Kemetic ancestors. It really distorts the complete look of the face. So we always see these noses damaged. Okay, we see that a lot. When Amenemhet passed, Neferu Sobek was eventually took succession because there was no one to pass it on to after the Amenhotep passed, which was indeed because the implementing turmoil, it was needed because it was implementing turmoil, especially with the massive emergence of the Hekakasu, that Europeans call the Hyksos, into the Delta region. This made her the first female to take the Heru position in Tamaray Kemet. Her Heru name was Merit Ray. That was her name, Merit Ray. So because there was turmoil going on, impending attacks with the Hyksos, there had to be someone put in charge. Amenemhet passed, the younger one passed, and she was left. Someone needed to be put in charge, and so she took the position, the Heru position. If we go now to the Met Museum and Louvre Museum, let me go ahead and do this, everybody, real quick. I'll turn this down just a little bit. Okay, good. If we go now to the Met Museum and Louvre Museum, we will notice the commentary emphasizes on the masculine-feminine mix. That's the game they play. They like to always focus on the first female and the female. So we go here, and the words are a little bit small to read, but this is another image of her right here. And here in the Louvre Museum, we see her with the upper dress of the royal women and the bottom dress of what they call the male kilt. Here it is right here. So she had the upper dress of the females and the bottom dress of the male kilt because she knew she was still holding the position that only males were supposed to hold. Only males were supposed to be in this particular Heru position. Not in rulership position, but in the Heru position. Okay, some feminists today and Europeans try and overshadow this with modern day corrupt thought, saying, see, she's a woman that's showing her equality to men and making a stance for women's rights. No, being a Netsubit, she actually had 5 names, as all the Per-EE pharaoh had. Some of these masculine principles, some feminine. Here are her names. Her Heru name was Meriture. Her Nepti name, which is the feminine, so the Heru is the masculine name. Nepti name is the feminine name. The 2 females, Nepti name was Sat, Sakem, Nebet, Tawi. The golden falcon name, which is the Heru masculine name again, is Dejed et Ka. The prenomen name, Sobek, Kare, Nomen, Sobek, Neferu. So we always had multiple names, and every pharaoh had a feminine name and a masculine name, every single one. Okay? It was normal for the followers of Ma'at and the Per-EE, the pharaohs, Nesubiti, to give honor to the male and female principle within them, as seen in Sobek Neferu's great-grandfathers, Senuseret. And Senuseret passed the principle down to her. Here's Senuseret right here. And actually what I'll do for the Podclass real quickly. So you guys could have another view of it. I'll actually show because we're talking about the family of Sobekneferu. I'll go ahead and show the predecessor, and there's Senuseret as my background. The Europeans with their speech impediments, they couldn't seem to say Senuseret, so they said Sososteros. They turned the N into an S. It's Sinu Soret. How did the N become an S? Because you're not of the frequency of the followers of Ma'at. You just have a problem saying Senuseret. So that's him behind, which passed on the understanding and the concept. And you see him with the male kilt there. He passed on the concept, and all the REEs, and that's what BT did, that each of the rulers has a feminine aspect and a male aspect. As a matter of fact, when we go back to the writings on Senuseret, what do we see? We go back to the writings of Senuseret, and there he is right there. And what do the writings say? How great is the Lord for this city? Yes, he is resting. He is a resting place which protects the fearful man from the enemy. How great is the Lord for his city? Yes, he is a shade in the inundation season, a cool place in the summer. How great is the Lord for this city? This is how Kemetis used to talk to each other. Yea, he is warm, dry corner in the time of the winter. How great is the Lord of this city? How great is the Lord of this city? Yea, he is a mountain which wards off the storm wind at the time of the tempest. This sounds like what Nema sent me, because this is how the Kemetis used to speak to each other. Regular conversations that you will not see today. You will not see black men speaking to each other like this today, unless you come to the Podclass. How great is the Lord for his city? Yea, he is Sekhmet. See that right there, everybody? I can't blow it up anymore, but he is Sekhmet against the enemies who tread upon his border. When shooting an arrow as Sekhmet does. He is Sekhmet. So we had no problem with demonstrating and representing the feminine power and the masculine power. So it's not, oh, look at her showing the women's rights and the women, Egyptian women were suppressed and the suppression and the women suppressed. No, it was normal for each male and female to have masculine and feminine names, especially if you were the part EE. That was a normal thing. Boom. So no, please don't use the followers of Ma'at and our great female Netert to ease in your feminine women's right, new age Euro agenda upon the stories of our great ancestors. Thank you very much. Please don't put any feminine agenda on Hatshepsut. Please don't put any feminist agenda on Sobekneferu. No, the Kemetis never thought like that. And here, I will take you to the British Museum, to the cylinder seal, because it's ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. The cylinder seal of Sobekneferu with her names here is where we get to the focus name in which she represented most in her focus energy to keep this name as the foremost Neter and Kemet. So according to the stories, Sobekneferu went around Kemet and completely had statues and temples built up for Sobek. That's who she represented of all the Neter energy. And here it is right here. British Museum. And there it is right there. 12th Dynasty. 1868, 1102, 230. And what I did is I got the Petrie, I believe this is Petrie rewriting of the cylinder seal, because as you can see, a cylinder seal, the only way you can see what's on it is if you actually roll it on mud or roll it on clay. And when you roll it, then this imprint comes out. If you don't roll it, it's like you're looking at you can only look at one side at a time. When you roll it, it gives you the whole story. So there are her names right there on the cylinder seal in a beautiful blue. And you can find also on the inscription of Hawara I don't know if you can see that, but you can see there is the Sobek and there's a Neferu. Let me go ahead and shrink this down a quick second and see if I can see something here. Let me go ahead and move this over here. I'll see if I can match them up. It's a little tiny. Let me blow it up a little bit here. So Marit's Ray, as you can see right down here. I think there's only one legible, and Sobekneferu. We'll go back down to that and see if we can find them for you. So I can show you a little bit of MetaNetter, and it's a little blurry, but there is no, it's too hard to see. It's very, very hard to see. There's the Sobekneferu, and there's the Marit's Ray. That looks like it right there. It's blurry though. But there's a Sobekneferu right there. Okay, so boom. Let me expand her name to see what this image is. So when you expand the name that's actually on the Hawara inscription, it looks like this. It's hard to figure out what that is, what you're actually looking at, until you kind of go back to the cylinder seal. And now you can see it looks like some type of large lizard with some Djed symbols, pillar symbols with stars, and there's the Nefer tripled right there. Nefer tripled right there, and it looks like a large lizard is actually what composes her name with the Djed symbol. And when you look at it on the stone, you can actually make out that it is an extremely large lizard image, and it is a Kemetic crocodile. It represents the largest of the apex predator lizards on the Nile, because there was a few of them, but this is the largest of the apex ones and the most dangerous of the ones along the Nile, the crocodile. Okay, these are giant lizards today called crocodiles, seen all throughout Kemet. And Sobekneferu's family temple, Neter at Kom-Ombo. This was her family. This is her family deity. Family deity was the large lizard, Sobek. And now we'll go to Kom-Ombo. And when you go to the temple of Kom-Ombo, you can see it again right over here. The large lizard symbol. And the temple of Kom-Ombo. And now this gets a little bit clearer, because now you can see it sideways. And right over here, you see it looks like a crocodile, and it's in the sitting down position, in the position of the Neters. And that's the top of the temple of Kom-Ombo. We see the crocodile-headed deity, Neter, Sobek. Now, what type of images are these inside the temple? Here's the clearest. We'll go to the Ashmolean Museum, and what do you see right there? There's the clearest. It is definitely a humongous lizard. It is definitely a crocodile lizard, and that is Sobek. Why is this sister walking around representing this large lizard? I don't know sisters today representing lizards. We must have lost something. Okay, does that image scare some of you? What about this? Let's go inside the Kom-Ombo, inside this amazing temple, and what do you see? You see actual large lizards and crocodiles actually in a mummified state. Okay. He says the falcon-headed Heru and Sobek, the crocodile-headed god. And these are actual, these are not statues, these are actual crocodiles. And this is in the Kom-Ombo temple of the family Neter of Sobekneferu. And they have Crocodile Museum. It's actually called the Crocodile Museum. So you can go there. We have MetaNetter Mondays. They have Museum Mondays. Crocodile times. You can go in there and see the crocodile. So, boom. There you go, sisters. We see a lot of pro-Black conscious sisters associating and bragging about the quote-unquote female pharaohs, but not so much about the reptiles that those female pharaohs worship. Come on, sisters, don't you want it all? Or is it just the feminine agenda driven ego bragging rights. Well, here at the Tehuti Podclass, we will teach you to claim and be proud of it all, just like Sobekneferu did, that you proudly claim. So when you see the sisters and I'm Sekhmet and I'm Hatshepsut, I'm Sobekneferu. Okay, tell me about the netters they worship. You're Sobekneferu? So when I come into your house, will I see statues of alligators, crocodiles? Tell me about the crocodile. What does a crocodile have to do with you, sister? By the way, the crocodile is a male. Sobek is a male. Tell me about it. Or is it just for women's activist rights? Completely different frequency from what the Kemetian people did, and definitely different frequency from what Sobekneferu did. Here is the beautiful crocodiles again. You can see them right here on the stone. These are in much more detail. Now you can definitely see these are crocodilia for sure. Absolutely. And there's Sobekneferu. Unfortunately, her nose is gone again. And there she is with the crocodile imagery. Okay. So why was this beautiful African, quote unquote, African queen, Sobekneferu, spreading the worship of a crocodile, which to us today has been deemed a hideous animal only associated with savage killing? Well, here we are in the Museum of Egyptische Kunst, Munich, Germany, and we see the crocodile again, statue. And here's what we associate the crocodile with up here, with gobbling up things. We only know the crocodile for its mouth. Most people can't tell me anything else that stands out about the crocodile other than that thing has one of the biggest mouths, second to the hippopotamus, in the Nile, and it eats anything in sight and will bring you in the water. Look at the size of the deer compared to the crocodile. This is the crocodile's head, and this is half of a deer's body. Look at the size of these things. So that's what we know it for. So over here on the side of the temples again, we see the crocodile. Why would a quote-unquote African queen be promoting this supposed vicious large lizard creature? Crocodile seen on the limestone block at the side of the labyrinth at Horara, the same place where we saw the inscription representing the power of Sobek, the power of the Neter Sobek. So crocodile seen on the limestone block at the site of the labyrinth of Horara, representing the power of the Neter Sobek. And there are the crocodiles right there. Part of them are chopped off. That is them right there. Okay. And the area of predominance of the Sobekneferu's crocodile was a place in Kemet that most are familiar with today. It's called Fayum. But every time you think of Fayum, you think of just the light-skinned brothers with the afro, the Fayum people, the mixture of the Greeks and Romans with the indigenous, quote-unquote, Kemetians. But that is actually the area that was run by Sobek, and Sobekneferu represented him in that area, that Neter. So Fayum, Egypt, where we will find the temple of Sobek. So here is the actual temple of Sobek, the temple of Sobek, Sobek Re, Qasr Qarun, El Fayum in Egypt, the temple of Sobek Re. So yes, you find Sobek temples there. So why would Sobekneferu represent this fierce killer as a Neter energy of life? Why? Because she was a wise woman and understood the symbolism of diametric polarity within Ma'at. The same mouth that can destroy you, right there, can also preserve life. Do you all see what that is in the crocodile's mouth? Not the first picture, but the second one. I'll let you look at it for a second, and then I'm going to come in the room and tell me, do you all see what is that inside of the crocodile's mouth in this picture over here? I'll let you look at it for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let me check the chat and interact with you all. What is that in the crocodile's mouth? Does anyone know? What was that? The first one was a zebra. What was the other thing? One of the strongest jaws. That's right, 2,000 pounds. 2,000-pound pressure bites. That's the weight of a car. A crocodile's bite is a car falling on your neck. All right, Rigo said little babies. Otep Bijan. Little babies, that's right, baby croc. Did you see that? Let me show it to you again. You didn't see it? No? Yes? Let me show it to you again. So the first picture was the mouth of the crocodile that can destroy you. The diametric polarity is that it can also preserve life, because right inside is the baby crocodile right there, untouched, sometimes 3 at a time, sitting in the mouth that can crush you with the weight of a Nissan Maxima falling on your forehead. But yet gentle enough to pick up the little baby, which can easily be damaged because they're newborns. They don't have that tough dinosaur skin yet. They're newborn, huh? They're newborns, so they haven't had the years to develop all the pain and the war wounds. And that jaw can easily, the tooth is the size of the baby's head. So the same mouth, that can destroy you is the same mouth that preserves life. And that is actually one of the laws of Ma'at. You have the same tongue, to watch your tongue before you speak, because the same tongue that builds is the same tongue that can destroy. That is the symbolism of the crocodile, the fiercest, one of the most dangerous animals in the Nile, but yet one of the greatest mothers. Because nobody's going to go in that mouth to get the baby out. Anybody going to go get the baby out of the mouth there? You can tell me how that goes for you. So the baby's in the mouth, boom. Yes, that is how a crocodile protects its young. Sometimes picking up, watch a nature video, they can pick up 3 at a time with the teeth. And it's like, how is the teeth not puncturing the babies? And the babies are wiggling around. The crocodile knows just exactly enough pressure to hold the baby by the neck and back without crushing it. But yet can snap a zebra in two. So boom, yes, that is how a crocodile protects its young, with the same jaws that close at the pressure of 2,000 pounds. It is protected in the mouth, and the egg, as the mummy, is protected in the white wrapping. So just as the little newborn baby starting his new life is protected in the mouth, the egg is also protected, because that's where the newborn baby is coming out of. The crocodile knows where to bury the eggs, and it sits on top of it. You can't go anywhere near, you're done. And then when the eggs are born, it takes the newborn baby out of the egg and puts it in its mouth and walks somewhere else with them. Just like the mummy is protected in the white wrapping. And guess what is mummified in Kemet? Boom. Crocodile eggs. The crocodile eggs, the symbol of birth and protection, is crocodile eggs. How many people knew that? The symbol of birth and protection is crocodile eggs, which are mummified, representing, let me come to the room for a second. Let me get that off the screen. The mummy is wrapped in white and is protected for its rebirth into the afterlife, the same color as the egg, called the Sahu. In the Kamambo temple and the temples of Sobekneferu, the crocodile and the egg is put in the same position as the pharaoh, mummified the same way, because the crocodile egg being born out of the Nile is the same as being born along the stream of the spiritual Nile, that boat that we just spoke about of the AKERU traveling down is traveling down for a rebirth on the spiritual Nile, symbolic of the real Nile, or the physical Nile, where the crocodile eggs are born right there, and the baby picks it and is picked up and protected by the great mother for the rebirth. It went through its life inside the egg. Now it's going to start its life somewhere else safe as a baby. This is how deep the ancient Kemetians were, the ancient people of Ma'at were. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. So the crocodile egg is mummified. The word for mummy isn't even mummy. The word for mummy is actually shetet. Let's look it up right here. So the crocodile egg is sheteted. It's shetet, which is bandage, mummified. Shetet. See it right here? Shetet. What does it symbolize? What part of the body births and releases eggs? It's the vagina. The vagina births the baby and releases eggs during your cycle menstruation. So the vagina is directly associated with birth and eggs. The mummy is called shetet. And the crocodile egg, which is protected by the fierce jaws that can kill you, is also mummified. But guess what the meta word for vagina is? Uh-oh. Shetet. The same word for mummy. So the same word for mummification and mummy for the rebirth is the same word for vagina and vulva of the sky. Because of the feminine birth. Just like the little babies are born from the mother crocodile. The mother crocodile now picks it up and protects it in the mouth so they can have a new area to live in that's safer wherever she takes them. The mummification of the egg is white, and the egg itself is white, and the mummification of the pharaoh is in a white flax bandages, and the word for mummy is shetet, because you're going to be reborn, and you can only be reborn through female energy, so thus the word for vagina is the same word for mummy, which is shetet, the vulva. Oh, remember the temple of Sobek, and one of the main cities focused on the worship of Sobek was? Remember that temple? The temple of Sobek? In the Fayum? Remember the Fayum? Fayum is the invader's Arabic word covering up its real name. Let me break the matrix for you. What do you think the real name for this city is? It's Fayum. What's the real name? Simply go to Wikipedia. Very simple. And what do we see here? Fayum. Fayum pronounced. Fayum Arabic. So we know that's not Kemetic. Pronounce. El Fayum borrowed from Coptic. Fayum, ancient Egypt, Fayum, city, lake, is a city in the middle of Kemet, located 100 kilometers, 62 miles southwest of Cairo. The Fayum Oasis, it is the capital of the modern Fayum government, originally called Shetet. That was the name of the city in Kemet. The name of the city was Shetet, the vagina, the rebirth, the mummification process. The same word for mummy, Shetet, is the same word for vagina and rebirth. And the mummified crocodile egg, the egg coming out for birth, which was the same word for the city of Sobek. It was called Shetet, all about birth. The city was actually literally named vagina. Welcome to the Tuesday Podcast, everybody, but they cover it up with Fayum. Boom, Shetet, the Kemetic city of the rebirth, vagina, and mummy, which now leads us into the word Sobek itself. Now we're going to get into Sobek and why it was Sobekneferu pushing with Sobekneter energy, because those killer teeth which they collect babies. She can have multiple babies in her mouth. They collect babies, the baby crocodile, and she gathers them together. The babies to give them life also represents you in the 10th position. The 10th position, which means to gather together, as Asara's body parts were gathered together to give you everlasting life. And there is the 10th position, and that is holding yourself together, because it's recollecting yourself, because it represents what? Why is it recollecting? Let me break it down for you. Let me break the matrix. Gathering yourself together was this position right here, called the 10th, because you're recollecting yourself, which has two meanings. One meaning is the story of Nebtet and Aset. What were they running around doing? Recollecting Asar's body parts to put them together, to gather them as the great mother, to gather the bits and pieces of him, to put him together. They had to recollect him so that he could get his consciousness again and be born in the Neterkurt. Your consciousness is only based in importance on memory. That means if you learn something and you forget it right after you learn it, there is no consciousness. The consciousness is only the fact that you remembered what you learned. Because if you didn't have the memory, every experience would be brand new. Thus, there's no consciousness. You'd be a baby for the rest of your life. So it is the gathering of the star's body parts that got them together, bandaged them up in the egg, the crocodile egg, the mummy, collected together, recollected, which is exactly what you say, as the Masons have you saying, because they created this whole English language and society reacting Kemet. When you forget something, you say, let me recollect my thoughts. I forgot what? I forgot something. Let me recollect. I recollect seeing you before. What's recollect? What are you talking about? You recollect seeing me. What do you mean by that, sir? What are you saying? You're speaking Kemetic stories. You don't even know that you're doing that. Let me recollect. I recollect. That's collecting again. That's what Aset and Nebtet had to do with the Sar. They had to recollect the body parts so they could gather them together so that he could be brought together. And that's why he's in this position, holding himself together, called Tem, reaching his end position. The word Tem means completion. You've reached your end, and now you're ready for Ementa, the other end, to live in the world of the hidden one. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Like I said many times before, please support what this is that you're seeing. If you want it, if you appreciate it, please support. You can send a tip for this answer. You can send support. You can send a question. But this is what's keeping me here in a comfortable position to be able to break this down. Friday after Friday, I teach 4 classes a week. Friday after Friday after Friday after Friday, maybe 5. 4 classes a week minimum, though. Keep me here. I appreciate giving this information to you. If there are other teachers that can substitute me that are teaching like this, if you could just run in one of those YouTube channels, say, who's Sobekneferu? And you get this, and please put that person's name in the room so I can send my students there and take a break. But when you put that person's name in the room, they will get blasted with Tehuti Podclass questions. And when they don't answer like this, we will go back to you and we will tell that person, this person said that you're like Tehuti. And you weren't. So please support this one and only thing that you have. If there's others that are doing this, then please put their link in the room, put their name in the room, and I'll go there and ask them, who are the AKERU? Who's Sobekneferu? What's the meeting in Houston with the extraterrestrial meetings in Houston? What does the Nicene Council have to do with the placenta? I will go in, I'll be a student. If not, please support what you have here as you support the bubble gum that you like, or the Frosted Flake cereals. Let's get back to the teachings. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. For those who just stepped in, this is what we do. Boom, ready? Here we go. So this is the 10th position, and it means to gather together a SAR's body. And here's the 10th position described on page 153 of the Purim Haru. There it is right there. May I gather myself together. There is the X in the middle. That's the X, the cross. And there is him holding the farmer's tool. In this case, the 2 Kus. This word right here, one is Hek, one is Ku. Ku means consciousness. You're gathering your consciousness back together. Or as you say today, let me recollect my thoughts. I got to gather my consciousness. Well, it just so happens that we have a story about the recollection body parts of Osiris so that he can be reborn into consciousness again. And the 2 symbols that the pharaoh is holding in the Medunetter are actually 2 symbols that are Ku, Ku, which is consciousness. He's not even holding the Hek in the Medunetter here. It's 2 Kus, which means consciousness, gathering your memory, your consciousness back together. To gather, just like the crocodile gathers the baby egg. Wow, Tehuti, The position we see the pharaohs in represents gathering together of the crocodile eggs. Did Sobekneferu represent this? Yes, she knew it too. That's why when you look at this position of Sobekneferu, what is she doing? Same position, boom. There's Sobekneferu with her hands crossed in the middle of her body forming the aku. It's the same word, ku. Ku, aku, light consciousness. So she doesn't have the two kus in her hand. She literally has the pyramid in the center, and the name for the center, the name for the pyramid is akut or aku, which is the same as ku, which means light consciousness. So over here we have the image of the Metanetter where they're holding two kus right here, attempt to bring together, which is light consciousness, and there is the crossing of the hands of Sobekneferu, but instead of the ku, she has the pyramid in the center, which is the word ku, light consciousness, where you're reborn again in some of those so-called pyramids representing rebirth. So yes, she knew, passed down by her father, mother, all the way back to Siniseret, same culture, same thing. And this all ties into Sobek, Tehuti. Wow. Yes, more than you were ever taught. Has any of your teachers, let me get some water. Have any of your teachers ever told you what Sobek even means? What does Sobek mean? Let me check the class, everybody. What does Sobek even mean? You've heard the conscious community talking about Sobek. What does Sobek mean, anybody? Let me go in the room and see. I'll get some water while I take a break to see what you all type. What does Sobek mean? Anybody know? Carolina's mind is blown. Like, whoa, what? What does Sobek mean? Anybody know what Sobek mean? Anybody know? What's Sobek mean? Okay. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Maybe there's a lag because the chat room is still on my side. But does anybody know what Sobek means? I'll come back and check your answer later. Let's go back to it. Welcome to the Podclass. What does Sobek mean? Has your Kemetic teacher ever told you what Sobek even means? They talk about Sobek. What does it mean? Here we go. What does Sobek even mean, everybody? Sobek, to gather together. To collect. That's why it's the crocodile. Because the word Sobek itself means what the crocodile does and what the pharaoh does in his position of the afterlife, which is to gather himself together. The T.O.M symbol that you see Sobekneferu in, that you see King Tut and all the pharaohs in, and you see that right together, the T.O.M and the Purim Haru on page 153 right there, and you see to gather together, because you have to gather together to recollect, to redo what the stories of Osiris was to recollect consciousness, to gather together. So therefore the crocodile gathers the babies together. So when you look up the word Sobek, I bet nobody's ever told you Sobek means to gather together. Anybody ever told you? Anybody ever told you that? Sobek means to gather together, because when you bring all the body parts together, guess what the other definition of Sobek is? Sobek, a complete body. Of course, the complete body, because when you recollect or recollect all Osiris's body parts together and put him wrapped, now he's a complete body because he's T.O.M, and the root word of T.O.M is Tum, which is completion. So Osiris is a complete body, and that's why the symbol of Sobek is this right here. This is the seneb. Do you know what the seneb is? This is the same cloth made from the flax that you mummify something with. That's how you spell Sobek's name. With the same cloth that represents the mummified egg, the Shetet, the city of Shetet, which is the city of vagina, where eggs come out when you're menstruating, which is the onset of fertility. And then when the eggs don't come out, the baby comes out because the baby actually came from the egg, which is recollected or recollected by the crocodile, whose eggs are also actually mummified in the temple of Kum Ambo. And you see the flax symbol of the seneb, the magical cloth, which is the same cloth used that starts from green and then it turns to white, and that represents the egg, because now the person is a complete body and they can resurrect again. So you see the foot there standing up. So Sobek is the symbol of the S, which is the cloth of mummification, the foot, which is the B, standing up, and he's resurrecting. And that's why this particular K that they're using is the half of the step pyramid called the Ara. That's why you see the symbol right here. That's the half of a pyramid, because it's the word Ka, and the word Ka means to rise and resurrect. And that's why this time you see the mummy here actually standing up. The same mummy that you see standing up in the Gald of the King Tut image, when King Tut had the circle of the hand serpent around his neck and around his feet. And you see the mummy here standing up, because the resurrection of the mummified body out of the crocodile egg, the Sobek, because that's what's gathered together. There is the mummification. There is the resurrected foot. There is the Ka symbol, which is to raise. That's why I said a slant going upwards. And there's the mummy, because you want to raise up as a complete body. You do not want to go into the afterlife as scattered energy particles. You want to go there as one complete consciousness, so you can recollect yourself, recollect your memory as the body of Osiris. Put the link in the chat if you're getting this anywhere else. Boom. One of the side of polarity of the crocodile mouth. What about the other aspect? They eat a lot. So we have the protection side. That's what Sobekneferu represented, the protection side. But what about the other side, which is a great consumer? It was a killing side. Was that represented too? Do the Kemetians respect that as well? They eat a lot. Crocodiles eat a lot. I've never seen crocodile feedings, but they don't stop eating, man. They chomp and chomp and chomp. Their mouth size is the largest mouth per body aspect of the whole Nile. So when you look at a crocodile's mouth, the crocodile's mouth is very significant, because the head size to the body size compared to another animal is bigger than any other animal's head size to body size. Like a deer, a gazelle, a lion, the mouth is not this big compared to the rest of its body. Whether it's a hyena, whether it's a hound, whether it's a monkey, the mouth size is not this big. So it is a massive eater. Its mouth is extremely long, so it's known as the great consumer, the great eater, because the Kemetians would sit on the banks of the Nile and literally watch the crocodile eat, and from there they combine that with the spiritual story, the microcosm, macrocosm. So their mouth size is the largest mouth to body size aspect in the Nile. So this is the great absorber, the one who takes in something, who absorbs organ energy in order to live. Organ energy, I already broke down what organ energy is. So the great absorber, it eats, but it represents someone that takes in organ energy in order to live. Someone constantly takes in energy. What are you talking about, Tehuti? Oh, you never learned about spell 268? Maybe not. Welcome to the Podclass. Here is spell 268 in the coffin text. How many people here have the coffin text? This is about becoming our Kepara, becoming Sobek of the winding waterway, Unas, in the finite snake, which issued from the shank and ate the chaos god, whom Seth exhaled for him from within the secrets of Geb. Unas is a shape who eats, even when he copulates. Do you see that? What is copulate, everybody? Isn't that to have sex? So we have in spell 268 of the coffin sex, eating being associated with copulating. He's the great Sobek, the great consumer, eating when he copulates. Copulates is to have sex. So he's consuming something through sex energy. Copulation is sex. It says he's the great eater, one who eats when he copulates. Sex magic, having sexual experiences, but knowing how to absorb the organ energy while having the sexual act. You're eating while you copulate, which means to produce and eat are the two aspects of the reptilian brain, the two aspects of biological imperative, which is to consume and to have sex. The two aspects stimulated by dopamine. When the dopamine is the anticipation drug inside of your head that stimulates your hunger, your mouth waters, which is the same shape as the vagina sideways, which it also water when it wants to consume the penis, to copulate, to absorb that energy in order to have a baby. Woo! Welcome to the Podclass, who lives on, so he's consuming and copulating. who makes for himself the full extent of his desire, have descended from the sky for him. Is our bulls, Anpu has made horns for him, because Unas is the great crocodile. And fair is the flood of the Lord of the fens, the great majestic, the companions of this great one who traverses swamps like the crocodile. Unas comes from the green fens. He has turned the reeds of the fens and the crocodiles of the fens. Unas traverses swamps and riverbanks. Unas has come that he may eat his brother with his fish scales. The god comes, the Neter comes, having eaten his brother, and lives on his scales. Unas finds his true brother, namely the brother of the great one, namely this Depite judge, who is the broad hall of Abti. Unas is a crocodile spirit, the great eater, the other side of that mouth. Crocodile faced, dangerous in the reeds of the fens. Unas has traversed the crossings of the riverbanks, for Unas is a crocodile. Lord of the creeks, the Jedu, has been given to Unas to nourish him, once again consuming like the crocodile, with Kaibet for his nurse. Eju the great has acted for him, so as to ferry him over to the fields of offerings. A claim to Unas and to his double, the double aspect. Unas is Sobek, Lord of the Creeks. The Kemetians have had Sobek from the beginning, the great consumer. One side of the mouth, this is diametric polarity. One side of the mouth equaling that which protects the baby. The other side of the mouth is the great eater. Both are necessary for biological imperative and rebirth. Boom! So here, the word for becoming, Sobek, or transforming into Sobek, is Kepara. In the beginning here where it says becoming Sobek, transforming into Sobek. There's many chapters in the Perm Haru and in the coffin text about transforming into particular animals. The word for becoming Sobek or transforming into Sobek is Kepara. This word means evolution. It's represented by the scarab beetle. A lot of Kepara tonight. By the scarab beetle, as it's called today. This beetle was seen all throughout Kemet rolling balls of dung. What is cow dung used for by farmers? Fertilizer. This represents a process. How does your body process what it absorbs and eats like the crocodile? How does it process? The Sobek, the absorber, is also the evolving process of life, taking in the positive, processing it, taking it in, taking the positive in, processing it, and releasing the negative. Thus we see in the coffin text in 479 another spell of utterance. So we have the evolution into Sobek. Sobek representing two sides, and the consumer. But if you're the consumer, you're also the releaser. If you eat, you have to poop. It is the process of life. So the evolution, or Kepara, is actually symbolized by dung, cow dung, which the beetle is rolling in a process. The cow dung is what the cow poops out, getting rid of what it doesn't need, but the same cow dung is the fertilizer that gives the grass life. So it is diametric polarity. Sobek is the great crocodile that can hold the babies. The crocodile holds the babies in its mouth, but that same crocodile is the great consumer, taking in sexual energy, as it just stated in the coffin text. Welcome to the Podclass. I hope you all appreciate this. I really do. Spell 479. What does it say? So it takes in positive and releases the negative. Thus we see in the coffin text in 479 another spell of utterance of Sobek. What does it say about Sobek? Does it tie into what Tehuti is saying about processing and releasing food and negative energy, taking in the positive, releasing the poop? the negative energy, symbolic of taking in positive spiritual energy, releasing negative plight that's on you. It says, spell 479, see me, you fishermen of the NEFERU. Look at me, you fishermen of men. You shall not seize me. You shall not grasp me. You shall not work your will against me, because I have gone up from its heart. I have escaped from the clutch as a falcon of 7 cubits on its back. I eat with my mouth. I defecate. There's a spell of Sobek. Eating, the great consumer, and defecating. That's the process of life. Consuming and releasing. Life and death. That's why the word for mut, for mother, is mut, and mut is the same word for death in the Purim Haru. Life and death, diametric polarities. Crocodile mouth life for the babies, crocodile mouth death for that which is eating, both based on biological imperative, and the oldest part of your brain, which is related to the crocodile, called the reptilian brain, oldest part of your brain. Woo! Spell 479. It goes on. Spell for escaping the fish traps. And I know its name. Oh, you look backwards, you who fish with the aggressive one fisherman of the Abita net. You shall not catch me in this net of yours, in which you catch those who are all over the land. You shall not trap me in this fish trap of yours, which you trap the dead, because I know it. I know its name. I know the name in which it came to being. It is the Tempest of the head of Aset, whose waters in which it is dragged are the final putrefaction from under the ribs of my father Osiris. See me, you fishermen of the gods. Look at me, you fishermen of men. You shall not see me, seize me. You shall not grasp me. You shall not work your will against me, because I have gone up from its heart. I have escaped from its clutch as the falcon, 7 cubits along its back. I eat with my mouth. I defecate with my anus. It's a Sobek spell. Eating, consuming, and releasing, the process of Keparah. The dung which the cow released is also the life of the plants, which also gives you oxygen, or else you would die. Those who exist see me. Those who do not exist worship me. Those who are yonder give me praise. See me, you fishermen of men. Look at me, you fishermen of the gods. You shall not seize or grasp me. You shall not work your will against me, because I have gone up from its heart. I have escaped from its clutch as Sobek and Heru, the northerner. Who exist, see me. Those who do not exist worship me. Those who are yonder give me praise. Okay, how does this tie into your transformation, which is Keparah, evolution, revolving? Well, guess how a crocodile escapes from things, everybody? Guess how a crocodile and large lizards along the Nile, guess how they escape? Guess how they catch their food? Let me show you how beautiful our mind was when absorbing nature. Let me go ahead and play this quick video. Let me show you the crocodile in its natural environment, one being fought, one trying to escape, and let me show you the movements that they do. And large lizards do this on a regular. Large monitor lizards that move across the Nile, and tegus do this when they want to escape something. Ready? Let me go ahead and let me show you. Let's see. Boom. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. You ready? Let's see if this plays. Does this play? Loading up. So how does the crocodile relate to Keparah in the process of revolving? What do the Cometians see the crocodile do that associates with Keparah? Oh, 1 second, Saint's having trouble. Let me try this one more thing. Let me try it another way. How about this way? We'll go like this. We'll go over here. Go here. And how about this? There it is. Boom. Yeah. Should be able to see that, I hope. Am I showing it? Hold on. Okay, let me try this. I'm going to present. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm going to go to Chrome window. Here we go. There it is. Can you all see that now? There it is, right there.
A recent kill.
How does this relate to Kepara? Uh-oh! What's that is doing? What are you guys doing? What is that these crocodiles are doing? What did the people in Kemet see these large lizards do? What is that? What's going on there? Is it rolling? Are the crocodiles rolling? How does the crocodile associate with Kepara?
Confrontations with other crocs, like this territorial dispute over a recent kill.
Oh, the vultures. Boom! Are those the crocodiles rolling, revolving? Is that what the Cometians saw? A large lizard that can kill you with its mouth is the great consumer. The mouth also protects the baby. And they would grab their prey or to escape or to kill through this rolling. They call it the death roll. And so the Cometians would see these crocodiles rolling down the Nile. The revolver, the great revolver, Kepara. The great processor, the consumer and the releaser, that which eats energy, divides it up with the Ku, which is the winnowing fan, separating the negative consciousness from the positive consciousness, and then getting rid of the negative consciousness as your body digests foods, the great consumer, and gets rid through the feces. And the cow consumes. What do cows eat, by the way? Does anybody know what cows eat? What do cows eat, Nana? Yeah. Don't cows eat grass? Isn't the cow the devil to grass? If you were to talk to grass and ask grass, what's your devil? This big thing stomps over, it steps on us, first of all. It steps on us, and then it kills us, it eats us. But Ma'adik Henheru, diametric polarity, because the cow kills you and eats the grass with its mouth, processes it, Kepara, poops out the dung rolled by the scarab beetle, which fertilizes the grass again. Press the 9 if you guys can hear me. Press the 9 if you all can hear me. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. We're about to wrap it. This is Sobekneferu and Sobek. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Ready? Can you all hear me? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I don't see the 9s yet, but I'm gonna go. Here we go. Boom. Look at that, everybody. So boom, the crocodile rolling around, the transformation, which is Kepara. Kepara means the rolling. Boom, a conscious revolution in the afterlife. The dual rolling aspect, one to consume as the crocodile, the other roll to escape negativity, which is you transforming, evolving. And this is why they lie to you about evolution. What is evolution, everyone? What comes to mind from what you have been taught as a child? What is evolution? Does anybody know? Let me go into the room. What's a couple words that come to mind when you think of evolution? Because evolution is the translation of Kepara, the great roller, the great revolver in Kemet, the alligator Sobek, the one who gathers and collects, the great roller, and that's the word for Kepara, which they say the evolution from revolve. But when you think of evolution, what comes to mind? What comes to mind when you think of evolution? They lied to you. The psyops lied to you. They never told you what evolution means. They never told you what evolution is. The Freemasons that set up the society based on Kemetic secret principles, they never told you. They told you the other diametric reality. They told you what you wanted to know. Well, Tehuti's here to break all the matrices. Like Mancor Ra said, I go in and grab all the matrix and spread it out like jewels. Well, let's go and let me break another matrix for you, because nobody in this room knows what evolution means, right? What is evolution? They would say it was a transformation of a monkey to a man, or an ape and the missing link. Evolution means to change, and none of you were taught. Let me show you what they did. Let me show you how they studied us. You ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. Evolution. What comes to mind? What have you been taught? Nobody put anything in the room, but evolution. Let's see what it means, everybody. Let's see, because evolution is the word they use to translate the word Kepara. Let's see, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. Now, I'm going to wait for people to type in the room, actually. I'm going to keep on going on with the class, but I want everybody to type in the room. What is evolution? When you hear that word, what does it mean? When you've used it in a sentence. When you use the word evolution in a sentence, when you've used it, what did it mean while you were using it? When you heard it in your school or from your teacher, what does it mean when you used it? Okay, I'll check the room in a moment. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Wow, Tehuti, but back to something I'm confused on. All of this theme, which is my student talking to me, all are skeptic. Back to, wow, Tehuti, but back to something I'm confused on. All of this female birthing energy representing Sobek, but isn't Sobek a male god? My Kemetic teachers taught me Sobek meant to be pregnant. Isn't that a female attribute? Isn't that what you all learned in the room? Who's taught what Sobek means? I gave you a brand new meaning that you've never heard of, which it means to collect, to gather. We understood that Ostet and Neptet was collecting and gathering Asar's body for the rebirth as a crocodile gathers its baby. But Sobek is a male deity, as you can clearly tell by the shape and the broad shoulders in the story. But Sobek was taught to us by all of our teachers to be pregnant, right? Okay, we got some answers here. Evolution is survival of the fittest. That's right. Growth. Okay. Darwinism. Yep. Growth. Carolina says ape to man. Yep. Mutate. Yep. Adaption. Yep. All of you are right for what they taught you. Evolve. Okay, from what they taught you evolution means. But Sobek is supposed to be the one who's pregnant. That's what they taught us, right? That's what we learned. That's what our Kemetic teachers taught us. I gave you a definition that they didn't tell you, and I'm gonna break the matrix again. So here's Sobek, a man. So why would Sobek, the male deity, represent what the female crocodiles are doing? Isn't all my description on the female crocodiles, them holding the baby in the mouth, the birthing of the egg, that doesn't come out of the man, that comes out of the female. And here's Sobek, a man. So the Kemetic teachers taught you that Sobek meant to be pregnant. Isn't that a female attribute? Well, no. Sobek doesn't mean to be pregnant. How does a female get pregnant? From a male that makes her pregnant. Look at the word Sobek again. Sobek. To make pregnant. Sobek. To make pregnant. The crocodile god. It's the male that made the female pregnant. It doesn't mean to be pregnant, because a lot of people thought Sobek. A lot of people ask me, isn't Sobek a female goddess? Sobek means to be pregnant. Sobek means to make pregnant. because it's a male that makes you pregnant. Welcome to the Podclass. Well, in Ma'at, the Sobekneferu evolution is to transform you into a conscious-like being called the Shesh. Here's the Shesh right here. What does it mean? To shine out, knowledge, learnt man, Shesh. That's what you're supposed to transform into. A learnt person, a learnt being, to shine out the light. Skillful, knowledge, learnt man, or learnt person. How is consciousness brought and preserved, everybody? How is it brought and preserved? Through documents. And look at the word for documents, shesh. Because that's how you become a learned person, studying and reading. That's how you become enlightened. So that's the same word for the lotus plants, which was used for the shesh, sheshnu per ankh. There's a word for you. Anybody heard of it? That's the name of the Medunetter, sheshnu per ankh. A lot of people didn't know that, but the name of the Medunetter is shesh, sheshnu per ankh. That's another name for it, because it has shesh, writing documents on page 622 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. There's shesh, which is the flower lily, used for the process to make it. And shesh means to weigh, to balance, because once you're learned and you're wise, wisdom is different from knowledge. Knowledge is just information. First, you have to have the conscious memory to recollect the information and keep it. Once you have that information, then it's knowledge. The next step is wisdom, is to decipher what's right and wrong about it, to know how, when, and where to use the knowledge. Well, the only way to do that is to be a judge. You got to judge. Should I eat this? Is this person good for me? Is this book good? This is bad. That's poison. This is matrix. This is isfet. That's toxic. That's good. That's nice. That's all judgment. So just shesh, which is a word that means to shine out light, and a skillful, learned person is also a word that means to weigh, to balance. Because you have to put things on the mental scale to make the decision, and then that shows that you're wise. So shesh is the word for writing documents, because that's how you contain the knowledge and pass it on. Light writings, conscious writings. Preserved in what shape, everybody? Preserved in the roll. There's the shape that you could carry around with you in Kemet. It rolled. It's the Kepera. That's how you transformed yourself. You read the Per-Emharu, which could have been 78 feet long, and the way you carried it around was you rolled it up and put it on your side. It is a roll. So the circular rolling shape represents knowledge as well, which is Kepera, to roll, to evolve. That is a knowledge. And how do you learn about transforming yourself? By reading the Per-Emharu that's in the shape of a roll, made from the shesh. Boom! A roll shape. Kepera, the crocodile roll. Guess how else you say wise, knowledge, learned, conscious, and Medunetter? Sobek. Of course it all ties in. The way you say wise and learned, after you get the knowledge of the shesh, which is in a roll, and the crocodile rolls, the Kepera, so you can transform yourself in the afterlife and recollect yourself as the body of Osiris and represent the fertility. Then you become wise, and the word for wise is Sobek. Welcome to the Podclass. Sobek, the rolling one. Kepera, the evolution of consciousness that creates you. So the modern day scientists told you creation was from evolution. Right. Let me ask the class, what is evolution? I asked you all put in the room. Oh, that's what they told you? Remember, the crocodile roll, the rolled papyrus, represents knowledge that's in a shesh. What is a shesh? The papyrus roll. Right there. There's the shesh, and there's the roll, the lotus, which is to weigh and balance writing documents. Shesh, a learned man. And right here is the papyrus scrolls right here, rolled up. So the roll was associated with knowledge in Kemet, which was associated with Sobek, the great rolling lizard. And it translated to evolution. Evolution, the revolver, to evolve, evolution. But they didn't tell you what evolution meant. Well, I'm going to tell you for the first time in the Tehuti Podclass to let you know that the Masons put their new English all together. Because when we look up evolution, Kepera, the Shesh, the knowledge, the roll, the papyrus, the original book before it was a book, and we look up evolution in the dictionary, hey, an opening of what was rolled up. Unrolling books. Did they tell you that? Did your teacher tell you that? The word evolution means to unroll books. Thank you, Sobek. Thank you, Kepera. Thank you to the lotus. Thank you to the papyrus. That was the rolled book called the Purim Haru that taught you how to Kepera, transform yourself and roll like the crocodile, the great consumer of energy, which processed and put out negative energy because you were the great weigher, the judge that divided, using the winnowing fan to divide the negative consciousness from the positive consciousness, separating yourself from negative consciousness called Pekka Mku, so that you could roll and evolve as the great consumer and become the great crocodile that escapes things while recollecting your body, all within a book that was in a roll that you had to unroll it to get the knowledge to become the great evolver. So the Freemasons, when they created the word evolution, hey, it means the unrolling of a book. I know there's 2,000 views right now, right? Or you all want to see me argue? That's where I get the views. I gotta start screaming at people. Hood booger nuts, hood booger butts. That's what gets all the views. Not this though. Did you ever learn in your life that evolution meant the unrolling of a book? In your entire life. You ever use that in a sentence? I'm in an evolutionist book. Because originally they weren't books. Binded, they were books you had to unroll to read to become the evolutionary one. There were scrolls, unrolling of a book. Boom! Evolution, to unroll a papyrus. Evolution, so bad. I'm going to stop real quick right here and just look in the room and let you all digest that. I don't know. Put the channel in the room where you're getting this. Put the channel in the room. If not, please support the Tehuti Podclass. If you think this is anything unique, if you're learning that which you've never been taught by your teachers before, if you're breaking matrices, if you're advancing, can you take this information and start a conversation? Can you walk up to an atheist? Can you walk up to your friends who are talking about evolution and start a whole conversation about Kemetic Sobek just by saying, hey, you know what evolution means? Hey, it's to unroll a book. If you can use this to educate anyone in your friends or family, please send your support to the Tehuti Podclass. If not, just type in the room, we don't like this Tehuti, we're just going to keep watching. We don't like any of this at all. Give me more. I hate this information. It sucks. You're wrong, Tehuti. Give me more. I'm the great consumer, and I'll give you nothing. So, but if you appreciate what it is that I'm doing, then please support the Tehuti Podclass and show reciprocity. Let's go, because am I done? I could have been done half an hour ago, but no. Overdose time. Let's go, everybody. Evolution, to unroll a book. They never taught you that, did they? I don't know. Maybe they did. Who knows? But here we go. Boom, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Remember, one of the meanings of Sobek, remember? One of the meanings of Sobek, which is what? To make pregnant. Remember that? To make pregnant. How does this tie into the story? To make pregnant. Let me ask the class, what is the most popular spiritual birth story called of a son that gave everlasting life? What's the most popular birth story called? Isn't it the Immaculate Conception? Isn't that the most popular birth story in spirituality? The Immaculate Conception, which is somebody made pregnant through a spirit? Yes, the virgin birth. So Sobek represents you being rebirthed as Heru and Asar. Aset, the woman named Mary, who brought them both to life without sex, thus creating the concept of a virgin birth. Let me say that again. Aset brought two men back to health and life without sex. She brought Heru to life by birthing him and then resurrecting him when he was almost practically killed by Set. No sex involved, brought life to the planet. And resurrected and brought Asar life and no sex involved. This is where you got the concept of the Immaculate Conception, which just means clean, the virgin birth. To make pregnant, normally through a man, but it seems like Aset had the ability to make herself pregnant with another energy that was not sexual energy, that was not physical intercourse. Well, guess what information they just released? Hey, crocodile virgin birth. Discovered. Man. Crocodile virgin birth. Discovery suggests dinosaurs could do the same. Crocodile virgin birth. Scientists have documented the first virgin birth in crocodilian, and the discovery suggests the dinosaurs may have also had this unusual ability. In a study published in the Royal Society Journal Biology Letters, researchers describe a case of facilitative parthenogenesis in American crocodile. This is the ability of sexually reproducing species to sometimes produce offspring asexually. Hey, crocodile virgin birth. Let's go, everybody. Boom. Oh, just when they release this information. Guess when they release this information? I screenshotted it for you. When did they release this article? When did they release this article? Hey, crocodile virgin birth. When did they release it? Hey, I screenshot it right here. You see? This is actually the screenshot you're looking at right here. You know what you're looking at? You're looking at me putting the Podclass together. There's the bottom of my computer right there at the bottom. There it is right there. I screenshotted it when I went to put this information together. Wednesday, June 7th, 2 days ago, is when I finally finished, got to this this question in the Podclass. Crocodile virgin birth. There's a screen. Boom! As I was writing this answer for you, the exact date, even down to the minute, matching. I'm not putting these answers together for you. The universe is. I'm just a doorway to it. Hotep, I'm done. There it is right there. There's the time right there. Screenshotted right there. 6/7/142. There's the article right there. 6/7/23, 3:42 ETD time. 1:42 Pacific time. 6/7. As I was putting the article together is when they boom released it for me, and I threw it into the class. Same down to the minute. Boom! Thank you, everybody. I hope you appreciate it. That is my answer. And yes, I'm not the one putting these answers together. I'm just the doorway. The universe is putting this together for me. I'm just Hotep. I'm done. That's just an example when people are always asking, how's Tehuti getting all this information? Where is it? How are you gathering all this? I'm putting the class together, and then boom, I'm putting the virgin birth, the crocodile, the Aset, and the virgin birth, and then boom is 142, boom. Article comes out, comes to me at the exact same date, same time, and I get the article and put it in the class. That is not studying. Let me check the room to see what you all thought of the answer, but that is my answer of Sobekneferu. That is my answer, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to come on. We got awesome breakdown. Yes, this week, that day, that minute. Down to the minute, matching the 42. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad you all appreciate this. I'm glad you all appreciate me. Amazing. Anu's still up. Absolutely beautiful and life-nourishing breakdown. Nanya Set Mer put all kind of faces and explosions. Wonderful. No words. Rainwater. Put some stuff in. And of course, because I represent everything that I teach, I will show you now Sobek the Younger. All the way from the Nile Valley is my Sobek the Younger, representing everything Sobek does. Hey Sobek, you ready to come to the class? The little baby, all the way from the Nile, the great roller. How you doing, man? You hungry? And there is Sobek the Younger. One day I'll show you Sobek the Elder. Hey, say hi to him, Sobek. Say peace. You ever seen that before? That is all over. That's a baby. That's my Sobek all the way from the Nile. Hey, Sobek, how you doing, man? Doing good? Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm hungry. And there is Sobek. You're doing all right, man? You're doing great. Show him your awesome tail. That's awesome, huh? There's Sobek the Younger. One day you guys may request to see Sobek the Elder. And I'll pull him out. What's up, Sobek? Say hi to the people, man. Hi to the people. Hello. Yeah. All the way from the Nile. Because I represent the animals that I teach about. If I teach about a cobra, I have a cobra. If I teach about a large lizards from the Nile and represent that, I'll have that. If I teach about the anaconda symbolism, I have an anaconda. Because these animals are my daily life. Say what's up, Sobek. I'm Sobek the Younger. All right, everybody. Did I put the link in the room yet? Let me put the link in the room for the brothers to jump in. And that is the answer. Beautiful lizard, Saba. Does those it have babies? This is actually the baby. This is actually a baby. This guy that looks a little big here. This is actually the baby. What's up, Sobek? Where you want to go, man? Where you want to go? You're hanging on for dear life. You got nice claws. Your partner is up and escaped and running around behind me somewhere, living in the curtains. Yeah, this is the baby. That is the baby. All right, brothers, jump in the room. I'm gonna take a quick break. We're gonna do the shout outs. What a great Tehuti Podclass. I'm glad you all liked it. I'm gonna click on the comments to see what you all thought of the answer. Sobekneferu. My hands are a little tied right now because I got the real Sobek in the hands. What's up, man? And let me see if he does it. When I pet his head, what's up, man? You yawning? When I pet his head, he closes his eyes. You close your eyes? Yeah, you resting, man? Pet his head and it calms him down. What's up, Atef? Any of the Kemetic teachers have Sobek?
Absolutely not.
All right. Build with them. Does that make you yawn? All right, here's Ani Patah.
Annie, he don't look dead. He playing possum, Unc. He just playing possum, Unc.
Yes, okay, Sobek. You're doing good. This is Sobek the Younger. I'll surprise you all one day with Sobek the Elder. All right, Sobek, you're going to go there for now. I'm going to take a little breaky break. You brothers build and talk. Okay, good. You're here, Scribe. You can let people in. I'm going to take a break. You all support the Tehuti Podclass. If you appreciated that answer, Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to check my support. If you want to give an extra tip for that answer, if you appreciated it, if you're watching it and saying to yourself, I like this, keep me here. Keep me here because I'm on the verge of going and moving with the Sobeks. So peace and love, everybody. I'm about to move to the crocodile world.
Peace. Hotep. Peace and love. That was an excellent breakdown. Y'all already know. Scribe, you want to shout out the stranger. Shout out the stranger, the name of the moderators. I know you want to show the website. Shout out to teachingsmart.org. Mr. Come join us. Y'all know what it is. teachingsmart.org. Shout out to the best architect too. Shout out to the best, to the tech netter. Ani Patah Aten Tehuti. You got it ready, brother?
Yes, sir. Peace and love. Shout out to you, great brother. The Tetu, the wonderful speaker of the T.O.M. Yes, I just posted the link to the teachings of Ma'at, teachingsofma'at.org. So it is right there for you all to click. And I will show. Yes, that was phenomenal. Shout out to Sobek the Younger and making his debut.
I'm still tripping off the bread and butter.
Yes, sir. The bread and butter. All right, let's see. Let me share the screen here. All right. All right, and there we go. teachingsofma'at.org. Right here. Here's the wonderful affirmation that you all can download so you can print. And you can post as your wallpaper or whatever you would like to do. So you can have these beautiful tones for your own personal. So you can get that here. So, of course, this is the home hub for everything T.O.M. Tehuti Podclass, which, of course, you can always find the links to all the videos here as well. To the Tehuti's Podclass and also the Study Guide Sunday class. We have audio recordings here. Our Discord community. This is a phenomenal community here as well. We host monthly public community for everyone to come in and express your thoughts, and we always have new people to come forth and show themselves and bring some beautiful energy to the T.O.M. These are always wonderful. So you can join our Discord here. Just click that link and it'll take you directly to us. Becoming a member, of course. This is how you join us. and help add on to our family here that we're building. Any type of skill set that you have, we can definitely utilize that for the betterment of Ma'at and spreading this information here. And here is our newsletter section, right here where it says subscribe with the beautiful Neteret Ma'at with her wings spread. So all you do is put your email address in here, and once you do that, you'll be added to our newsletter list that I send out every Sunday. And any type of special announcement that we want to send out for everyone to be able to have access to, I send that out through this newsletter here. And it's wonderful. It's packed full of beautiful information. Once again, all of our links, a summary, image of our Study Guide Sunday class from the previous week. And when you sign up, you get 10% off your first purchase in our shop section, where you can purchase the beautiful Tehuti's Podclass Teachings of Ma'at merchandise. Right, so of course you can support here as well. So when you put your email address in, it'll add you to our list, and it's wonderful. And you'll get 10% off on this section here. And this is the shop section. And we have a lot of great ideas that we want to continue to build and add on to this section here. And as you see, we have long sleeve tees, short sleeve tees as well, and hoodies. And you can also have these customized, where you can have your own tone, whatever words that you would like on the back end of your shirt, and have it completely customized specifically for you. Right, so all sizes, men and women, and also for the young netters, the children. So you can support the Tehuti's Podclass this as well. So there are many ways to show your support, and of course, wearing these sigils, wearing this Meta symbol here on your chest brings about a specific energy. You can walk around with the T.O.M. Podclass energy on your chest, so you can support here. And when you sign up for our newsletter, you'll get 10% off. And when you join the T.O.M. as a member, you get 10% off for the entire time you are a member. So it's a wonderful incentive. And this is also where you can get SABA Tehuti's great ebooks, Stepping Out of the Matrix. So if you don't have this ebook, this is absolutely wonderful and phenomenal, and is what actually started the T.O.M. as coming together and creating a group to start to break down Great SABA Tehuti's ebooks. So you can purchase this here. As soon as you purchase this, you get a direct link as soon as you make the purchase here. So it's wonderful. And Melanin Dark Consciousness. So we have broken these two books down. We have read them, and we have given teachings on them on our YouTube, Teachings of Ma'at YouTube. So if you do not have these, you definitely need these books for your own personal libraries, right? And then this is where you can get the HD download of the affirmation, the AKERU Victory Voice affirmation. And you get to read also our Kemet foundational ideals. So it's beautiful, right? Honesty, loyalty, and respect. All right, so it's absolutely beautiful. So there's a ton of information here. There's a ton of information here for you all to go through. Our social media here, where you can, here's our Discord, our TikTok. We have a TikTok as well. It's phenomenal. Twitter, and all our links are here. You can look at our leadership members, Hati Ma'at section, my section, Scribe, where you can find all of my music and tones. So you can find that there on that section here. Donations, the contact us section as well, where you can find Great SABA Tehuti's email address. So if you ever want an easy way to click on that, you can go directly here to the contact us section and click his email address. right? And we also have a volunteer sign up section as well. So it's absolutely phenomenal. And it's packed full of a lot of information here. So make sure you all go and sign up for the newsletter and support us. Any questions that you would like to send in as far as about what T.O.M is and what you all can do to help support, you can just hit this little messaging system here, and this pops up, and this gets sent directly to me, where I will respond to you. If you want to join the MetaNetter class, here's an easy way too. You can message here and say, how do I join the MetaNetter class? And I'll direct you to the Great SABA Tehuti so you can be a part of that. If you're not a part of that, it's absolutely phenomenal. The best MetaNetter class that you'll find online, period. It's far beyond just the actual learning and of the actual glyphs as far as the alphabets and whatnot. So support. There's so many ways to support these wonderful teachings and continue this beautiful energy of Ma'at. So there's all type of information there, teachingsofma'at.org, for you all to take part in. So that way we can continue to make sure SABA Tehuti knows that we appreciate what he is bringing forth for us, so we can really show our support and let him know that we do not want him just yet to fall back into with the gators and the snakes, not yet. So let's continue to show our wonderful support, peace and love to all the great people who do just that. People are absolutely stepping up and showing how much they really appreciate SABA Tehuti and these wonderful, beautiful teachings of Ma'at. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass it back to you, Great Atef, so you can do your wonderful speaking and let the great people hear your voice of motivation. So peace and love.
Peace, Hotep. Peace, brother. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, brother. Hey, Scribe, I do know what's going on, brother. That was a excellent, beautiful teaching last week. My brother showed the website. Hey, man, listen, y'all gotta go check this brother out, because my brother is representing that. Scribe, that was groundbreaking, bro, last week. I'm just gonna give you your flowers right now. I'm gonna give you a shout out, my brother. That was absolutely monumental, and I only use that when I'm talking about SABA as far as teachings go, brother. But that was excellent, brother, and I'm so proud of you, and I definitely look to you for inspiration. I'll tell you a funny story. And shout out to my brother Ahati too. I use those words for him too. So really just y'all three, right? I tell you a story today. Me and my goddess was talking, and we working on some things behind the scenes. Shout out to my beautiful goddess, who is absolutely monumental and instrumental in what I bring forth. Very, very motivational. But we was talking today, Scribe, and she was asking me about something about my headphones. And I say, yeah. I said, I was following the young homie. She said, what? I said, yeah. She said, well, did he tell you? I say, nah. I caught it one time. He put his head down, and I was trying to make it out. I had to screenshot it, and I made it out, but I didn't believe what it said. Moana or Mo. I said, I hadn't recognized that. I said, that must be one of them Chinese brands or something. Y'all see I got the same headphones as my brother. Y'all see how we celebrate each other up here. We don't be tearing each other down, man. We building each other up. And I just want to shout you out, brother, because this is the way this all came together and started, and to see your progression is beautiful, brother. And it's definitely motivating. So shout out to the people, man. Y'all gotta go check this brother out. And when you go to the website, and when you go to the channel, they're archived in a way that you can check out the individual teachings, and he has them separated in playlists. So he's very instrumental in creating the website. I don't know how you did it, brother. So fast. It's absolutely beautiful, and the way you update it, and it's just, man, you just very inspiring. So shout out to all the netters out there, and shout out to all the brothers that want to build instead of destroy, because that's the time we in right now. I mean, all you gotta do is turn on the TV. That's all we doing is destroying and killing each other in the ISFET. Isn't it time that we be thankful for people like SABA and Scribe? Isn't it time that we become more appreciative and value the things that are really beneficial to us versus the things that are detrimental? So I just want to shout you out, brother. I had to do that. I had to give you that. And I also listened to the Amina Mope, the instructions of Amina Mope. I listen to that pretty frequently. Today was definitely very challenging today. And I definitely got a little, maybe about a good 12 or 13 minutes in of the instructions of Amina Mope. So y'all need to go check them tones out too. And this is another thing too, right? This is how we celebrated each other. When you read those books, Miriam Litcham and the great writings of our ancestors, when we read those things, this is how we celebrated each other. This is how we celebrated each other. This is very powerful, what you're seeing in these blocks and these 3 squares that's up here tonight at 3:30 a.m. my time, Eastern time. We've been on for 6 hours. No arguing, brother. How you feeling up there, Anis? No arguing. You see, it's a difference. It's a difference in peace, Saba.
Peace.
Peace.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's a difference, man. It's a difference, and it's clear. It's clear. It's not even debatable. No diss. It just is what it is. Just bow down and just pay homage to the best teacher, period. Saba Held, Hanu, Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at.
Hey, I just saw over on the Sonetta Jabari just did a show on Zahi Hawass.
Oh, Saba, I can't even. If it's listen, I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I got a lot going on. I got the Sunday teachers of my art class. I got brothers like the Echo of Tehuti, a real Echo of Tehuti. Last week's Scribe's presentation, Saba, was, I don't know if you caught the whole thing, but it was absolutely excellent. It was phenomenal. And to know who his teacher is and to have something to aspire to as a young netter myself is beautiful. So I thank you for that, Tua, for building up young brothers that we can model ourselves after, as opposed to the ignorance that a lot of these people are out there teaching to our young brothers and showing them how to crash out. So Tua for that, Saba.
Thank you. Tua for you. You do more than you think. 1 second. I'm going to hit you in 20 minutes. Okay. Tua for you, brother. You do more than you think. You do a lot for the team and motivation, and you're one of the reasons why you're one of the things that got me back faith in people being excited about the information. I wanted to know who's excited about, who has that bug. Like, I was really excited when I was in my early states. Like, I was all over the city. I was converting everybody. I was parties. I was like, who has that vibe again? And so you're one of the main ones that have that.
Yeah, I just want to learn, Saba. I said I just want to learn.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get into the donations. And here we go, everybody, for the donations. We got the good brother Big Vapes, who I like what Big Vapes is doing. Big Vapes is every Podclass he donates for a new MetaNetter class, like a little system he has going. 16 Vapes Medu class. So let's give some noise to him. So he's also serving as inspiration for those who can see live that you can participate in the MetaNetter class or have it without going to it. This is real. We have a real live person that's purchasing the classes in another class. It's not even seen again. Shout out to you, my good brother. Oh yeah. So let me see the people that. Okay, so Carolina said the answer was amazing, awesome, awesome breakdown. SABA, truly food for the soul. Anu said absolutely beautiful and life nourishing breakdown. Nani Setmer said there's no words, with some faces of something, explosions, mind blowing explosions. Ascari, who is the one who asked the question, said fantastic and awesome master teacher. I salute you. Rigo said thank you. Rigo said wow. And thank you all for appreciating the answer. Appreciate that. Oh, Angela Gates sent firebombs or explosions. Something else. I don't know what those red things are. Let me see what that is. Oh, 100%. Okay. Thank you, Angela Gates. Thank you, everybody, for supporting. I appreciate that. Hey, Scribe, is that one of my classes in the background of the pot? It looks familiar. Your background, is that a class? What is that?
Well, it's yes, absolutely. This is a wonderful ancestral artifact over religious opinion, and I absolutely love. I love this artifact here, and later on came to find out that this is my name. So it's beautiful.
Yes. Your name is so far the oldest documented word in Kemet.
Yes.
I use that. You saw the class. I use that to show that our words were also in the pottery symbols, and that goes back prior to any physical writing of the MetaNetter, but matches the Ani and the pyramid text, but it's in the shape of a bull, but it's still the same word. And it's like 1,000 years before the pyramid text.
Yes, I have it right here. 3,700, 3,450.
Over 30. Yeah, 3,700. Yep. Okay, wonderful, man. Okay, good. Shout out to you, Big Vapes, and we got Big Ed Leisure came. What is this? Oh, Big Ed Leisure, are you still here, Maharu? I'm just seeing this. I love the PayPals. I never get to, it's like opening a present. I don't know what the the Cash Apps, I can see what it is. But get ready to give some huge noise. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna make a huge Big Ed. Big Ed is back to his, I was gonna say back to his old tricks, but no, he's back to his old donations, and the donations are monstrous. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to Big Ed Leisure, who's also Maharu. Give this man some monster noise. Whoa! It says donations, Hotep Saba. This is reciprocity for goddess Sharika answered question. Tua, I know I'm going to Sata Astral Netter Kurt tonight. Mary, laugh out loud. This is officially the biggest tip. I gotta label this. This is officially the biggest tip ever given. No, it's not. No. This is the second biggest. Nana Amun gave 200 for the bricks answer. This is the second biggest tip ever given for a question that was already answered. I actually got to relabel this. Thank you to Beged Leisure, who's known in the room as Maharu. You are awesome. You're back with the big donations. I know you're going through a little thing earlier, and you are back. You are awesome, my brother. Appreciate that. Is amazing. I have to label that. I have to relabel that. Let me put that as a. I always love to know the effect that I have on for the answers I give. And if I got a $54 for the question and a $50 tip for the answer. I'm gonna put an extra for AKERU. That was awesome. And speaking of extra, Sharika somewhere in here gave extra for something. Oh, here's Stranger. Stranger. Here we go. Thank you, good brother Stranger. I'm going to put this in the room and we're going to read this, see what this is. Let me, didn't Pythagoras get his formula, his knowledge and application of math? Okay, Stranger, I'm going to have to talk to you about the, love this, how the question sounds, but I need to clarify how I'm reading it. What is it now? June 10th? We'll put June 9th. Clarify. So Stranger, I'll talk to you outside of here. And you can clarify this. I'm going to put it up on the screen for the people to read. Because I don't quite understand the wording of this. Okay, this is shout out to Stranger. Get ready to give some noise. Did we lose Atef? No.
No, I'm here.
Oh. Okay, is that shown on the screen? Give him some noise, Stranger. $34.50. Give him some noise. It says from Stranger Sandoval, $34.50, monster donators. It says, is knowledge and application of math and triangulation part of living in Ma'at? Didn't Pythagoras get his formulas from Kemet? Okay, yeah, I don't, is knowledge and application of math and triangulation part of living in Ma'at? Okay, you'll talk to me about this, Stranger. I know the last one you had a little wording that we need to clarify. Shout out to the new people in the room, Hybrid Cypher, who's always very, very excited. Peace and love to Tehuti and everyone. Praise to Ma'at. Shout out to here's a new person. Shout out to Game Goddess, who says Dua Neath. Shout out to Game Goddess. And Game Goddess says Hotep Tehuti and everyone. Hotep to you. That's a new name. And I love the new people coming in. If you're just coming in now, you missed a great one. Rewind it, as I know you're going to do, and you're going to see some wonderful breakdowns and wonderful questions. Shout out to you, Game Goddess. And shout out to you, Hybrid Cipher. Okay, let's go back to donation support. And we have the good, wonderful Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Okay, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Let me put that up on the screen here. You know what? I only got one question tonight. I have one question to answer for next week. Okay. Shout out to shout out to Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. $7.77. You are wonderful as usual, my good brother. Appreciate you.
Saba. You all caught up on the questions?
Yes, I'm actually all caught up on questions. I just have some one-on-one to do. And I have a strange question. I have one question, and then that one I need clarity. Shout out to you. And who's this? Oh, shout out to SHARIKA, who gave a tip. SHARIKA is awesome. I love watching her trying to contain herself. I love watching that. You can tell. I love watching trying to contain herself. What does this say here? This is 20. Is that showing on the screen, guy? Everybody?
It went away. It's showing something. It's just showing the folder.
What is it showing now?
It's showing now, Sobek.
Okay, SHARIKA says, SHARIKA added gratitude for previous class on Black Sun and completion. Tua for being a living example and challenging us to see, quote unquote, see ourselves entirely through our process of netterhood. Hail SABA Tehuti. So again, from SHARIKA, SHARIKA added gratitude for previous class on Black Sun and completion. Tua for being a living example and challenging us to, quote unquote, see ourselves entirely through our process of netterhood. Hail SABA Tehuti. Thank you, beautiful SHARIKA. Excited new being. Shout out to you. That is wonderful. What's on the screen? SHARIKA?
It's still showing it, yeah.
Yes, nice. Awesome. Hybrid said flowers to those supporters. Thank you, Hybrid. Cypher. Okay. Next one coming up. I'm actually going to close the class before 1 in the morning. Is that going to be... What time is it over there, Atef?
3:50, Sab. I got a lot to do this weekend, so that's beautiful. It was an excellent class, so this is absolutely phenomenal. This is great.
You're gonna actually get to bed?
You got the same amount of support. Yes. No. Well, probably. I don't know. No, probably not.
Probably not. Hey, you were saying I got the same amount of support?
Yes, yes. But it's a short class. Yeah, this one was still beautiful.
Yes, and this one had a lot of hundreds and fifties in this one. A lot of hundreds and fifties in this one. Very good. Shout out to Eric, who's getting his diet plan. He just has to send me the information. Shout out to Eric, $7.77. Appreciate you, Eric G. You are a wonderful, consistent supporter. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Atef, you still there? Atef is there.
Yeah, I'm here, Saba.
Okay. So the podcast ending early, but you're still not gonna go to bed, huh? You're still, man.
I don't know.
Machine man. I don't know what you are. You're a robot, man.
You got a battery in your back. Oh my! Where you get all this energy from, man? Get some rest, my brother.
I'm gonna go early. It's earlier, but yeah.
Oh, we got hey, this question goes with Amun Min Rasut Atum sent $8, and it's the same question. I don't know if you got to see the answer of the Tehuti prophecy. I may have to do that one over again. I may have to do that one over again. Do you all remember that one that I spoke about the Arabs coming in?
Yes, I do. What sin was that?
It was the Arabs coming in, the Iranians coming in and taking over Kemet, and they were the Iranian people who are the same as what we think is a modern day Arab, and it was about a prophecy that the Greeks actually restated. If not, I'll do it. I'll be happy to do it again because Stranger sent me money for that same question, and it looks like the brother here, he sent $8 for something that can tie into the same question. It's the same thing, really. $8 from Amun Min Ra Sut Atum. Did we write about our oppression that was to come? So, Scribe, do you remember that class clear at all about the Iranians?
I don't remember it clear. It probably will come to me once I've seen it, but right now at this moment, no.
Okay, good. Then I'm gonna do it next week. I'm gonna do the whole class over again because obviously Amun Min Ra Sut didn't see that. Stranger doesn't remember seeing that, and I teach so much that it may be out of people's memories. Okay, shout out to you. Yes. And set it up. We're gonna push it out. Oh, I put it on top. Put it on top. Okay, good. Black Alucard coming through. Black Alucard. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some noise. This one? Yeah. All right, shout out to you, my good brother, Black Alucard. Appreciate you. It says, thanks for the super knowledge. Thank you for absorbing it. We have Sarah Broomfield, Sarah Jean. I think this is her second donation of the night. Is that showing up on the screen?
Yes, it's showing.
Shout out to Sarah Jean. Appreciate you. Let's see what it says. It says, for support what I love and like more. Tehuti Code Talk. What I love and like more. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Bijan Fair. I'm seeing you in 11 hours. Oh, 11 hours I'll be talking to you, my good brother. Okay, let's go. We have more. We have, hey, who's this? Caroline. She always has her name differently. She is very creative. Now her name is all separated. Caroline. Now here we go. Okay, I got it. Tell me if this comes up on the screen. It says support Tua, and then there's scales, heart, and a feather. That's nice. Is that showing up on the screen at all?
Yeah, it shows, Saba.
Okay, thank you, Carolina. says support and Tua, scales, heart, and a feather. Thank you, Carolina. If you're still in the room, you are doing great. Keep up the advancement and dedication. You're doing really good. I'm trying to see what sisters are in here. You may be the longest consistent female supporter in the Podclass. What do you think, Scribe? Who's still around that was around when you and Carolina came in? They're still donating. That's a female.
That's a great question.
I don't know. I mean, you've been here from the very beginning, right?
From the very beginning, yes.
Yes, and it's consistent. She's met her class, Podclass, extra tip donation, probably other things I can't even think about, but she's the longest lasting, I think, female that's consistent donator. Shout out to you, Carolina. Peace. Stephen Escalar with the awesome donation. This Stephen Escalar has been here from the beginning. Is that showing up on the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, here we go. Windows. Give this man some monster noise. Monster donation. Give him some noise. This may be one of the biggest classes ever. This may be one of the biggest supports consistent in a long time. $4.72 from Stephen Escalar. It says, Tua, great teachings by the great SABA Tehuti with two hands and the Ka symbol. Thank you, my good brother. You are wonderful, fabulous, and you are completely consistent. Hey, here's Daryl's back with the 508. I haven't seen Daryl in a little while with the mystical 508 that nobody knows what it means, but shout out to Daryl. I think he's in the UK. Shout out to you with the 508. One day you're going to break it down to us what is going on with the 508 number. Shout out to you. Appreciate your support. You're great. We got Sincere Austin, who's become another consistent. That's Bijan Farrow, by the way, everybody. Let me just so we can get his respect in the room. People may be asking, where's Sincere Austin in the room? That is Bijan Farrow. Is that showing up in the room?
Yes.
Pay your tithes for truth, not lies. Peace, King. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Nice. Pay your tithes for truth, not lies. Peace, King. Peace to you, good brother. You're becoming very consistent. Hey, Carolina again. We got Carolina raining on us. Hold on. Carolina is... Okay, let me see what this is. What number is this? Is that on the screen?
Yeah, it's showing Saba.
Okay, give her some noise because she actually gave 2 donations that came over 20, I believe. Yeah. Carolina, man. Wonderful. Wonderful. What part of the Nile Valley did you meet Carolina at, Annie? The Nile Valley that you created in your mind and brought it forth?
Absolutely.
You created
the original now, the Aturti.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. She's Man, she is just really standing out. Like she's really a part of everything, and I'm very, very, very happy about that. Thank you, Carolina. You may be sleeping by this time. I don't know if you're sleeping, but you can tell her I said thank you, Scribe. Shout out to Carolina. Oh, and back to back with Scribe. Oh, he asked a question. Scribe's not gonna let me get away from the pod class without a question.
Yes, you gave me the cue to ask a question. You said you received. You said you received one, so I had to add. That was my cue to ask.
Oh, this came after I said it?
Yes.
Okay. Give yourself some noise, or give him some noise, Tef.
It's not showing, Saba.
Oh, okay. Is that showing now? Nice. And he said, email where the question is. And the question is, Scribe, is there a picture a part of your question?
Yes.
Okay, let's see how I'm going to get all that in here. Okay, I'll put as much as I. Okay, I'll download the picture individually later. So I'll just put this for everybody to see. Is anything shown on the screen?
It's showing you saving the image.
Okay. How about that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Go ahead and read it, Scribe. It's a little small for me. Go ahead and read that, please.
All right. It says, Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. My question is, what is the connection between Asar and Ptah? They both are seen as the Shetet, which is the mummy. And I've only seen Ptah and Asar standing or sitting in this form. In the dictionary, page 84, they are named together as Asar Ptah Neb Ankh, Osiris Ptah, Lord of Life. And they are also both named in the creation stories. Please break this down for me in the Podclass Tua. And the image is showing the page 84 of the dictionary of Asar Ptah Neb Ankh.
Okay. Is that part where you said Asar Ptah Neb Ankh, when you said Asar of the living, did you added that? That's not in this writing, right?
Yeah, it just says Asar Ptah Neb Ankh, and I'll show the dictionary right there where it says Osiris Ptah, Lord of Life.
Okay, because I think you said you said okay. Okay, good. Well, I got it here. It's saved. I'll download the whole picture. And put this. I'll actually put this picture in my answer. Wonderful, great question, my good brother. I think that's it. Wait a minute. There's one more. Oh, of course. Of course, there's one more. And he goes by the name of. Hey, did you get any noise for that, Scribe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Jermaine sent. Did he send the same amount? How are you all? You all have done this a lot of times. Are you all like texting each other? Something? What's going on? You all do this at the end of the class, and then I'll see the same amount like back to back.
I sent mine before he sent his.
Oh my goodness. You guys are in sync with this. This happens a lot. This happens a lot. Thank you guys. Okay, Jermaine Atef. Ram Kim Ma'at, $33.72. Give this man some big noise, please. Big noise.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. There's like a little beat in there or something, right? Something else.
Yeah.
There's a beat in there. Something.
Yeah, that's some of the scribes' tones. That's just a quick snippet of some tones.
Oh, you're one of the sound effects.
That's my funk right there.
Is that you? Is that you doing that at Tef, playing a clip of Scribe, or is that Scribe?
Not yet. That's him right now, but we coming. Teaching some art. We coming, Saba.
Okay, good. I need to hear. I heard a clip of some kind of music. That's not the same one that I heard that I said it sounded like Crip Walking, was it?
No, that was a different one from earlier. That one that was Shed. Sleep paralysis when you said it was Crip Walking.
Sounded West Coast or something. Okay. Clip. Okay, beautiful, everybody. That's it. We get to end the class. We get to end the class at a somewhat decent time.
Hey, so how many did you get from me?
The two, the 777 and the
Nah, you missing something.
How many did I announce? I only announced two, right?
Yes, you should have some more. In the Cash App, I'll send another one.
I don't see Cash App. Did I already? Let me scroll and see if I already. It's Cash App, Atef. I have a Cash App for 777 from Atef. I have. Yeah, the $20. I did that one. $20.23.
Okay, there was three.
Yeah, $7.77. This one. I think I did this.
I don't know if you showed that one, the $20.23.
Let me put it up. Let me see. You see it on the screen now?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and show it. I have it clicked as if I showed it, but maybe something happened. Okay, $20.23 should be on the screen now. Give this man some noise.
Bro, we got some noise.
All right, $20.
Power of the three energy. The three, Saba.
Yes, exactly. I'm gonna go ahead and save this and see if it. I don't see it. I don't see it on my save. So somehow it. Thank you for mentioning that. It's not gonna. It's not through. That's strange. I hope no other did that. Oh, maybe I clicked on. I know what happened. I think I went from Amun $8 one, clicked on yours, and then clicked on Black Other Cards. Okay, I think I see what happened. Thank you, everybody, for your great support in the Tehuti Podclass. You all are awesome. I'm going to I have to walk over there for a moment before we close. I'm gonna let you brothers talk for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wash something off my hands. I'll be right back, and then we'll close it out.
Peace. Hotep. Scribe, you know that's my joint right there.
Yes.
Hey, I go to the SoundCloud. I can't download the other one. I got a screen recorder. You got to send me a link.
Which one?
The first one.
You can't download it?
Nah. No, it's not. It's no download link. For the other ones, it is. I don't know if the way it's set up, I'm just learning how to use that, but because it show up kind of like a mixtape. It has one single, and then it has another single. I'm gonna show you what you done made me do. So I can't show it. I can't show it, but I done got a little setup. I'm gonna learn off of your music. You're gonna see.
Okay, thank you
I can't lift it up, but
thank you for letting me know that it's able to be downloaded now. So I just added it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was trying to load it into the DJ set. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that song. I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to try to convert it and play it and listen to it. But yeah, y'all gotta check out my brother's SoundCloud because my brother got some fire tones, real positive, inspiring. See, I can't show y'all my set. I'm gonna show y'all on Sunday. I'm gonna pick it up. But yeah, it's real powerful. And the classes that you teach when you stress the importance of the tongue and how we speak and what we speak is also to definitely be admired and to be celebrated, to be a young brother and to speak the way you do and to move the way you do is beautiful, sir. It absolutely is. So I'm gonna continue to be a motivation, as SABA say, and continue to celebrate our people and continue to celebrate excellence because that's what it's about. And that's what we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating excellence and ma'at instead of celebrating ignorance and isfet. So that's where we at right now. It's late, but it's an early one, but it seems like it was a great class. Great class, right? Even though it was shorter.
Yes, absolutely. Packed full of some wonderful information as always, and it's just beautiful to see what SABA Tehuti has created and bringing forth these type of motion pictures, because it's really what it is. These are motion pictures, and they're absolutely phenomenal. And so yeah, it's for any of you all who would like to check out my SoundCloud, that link is in the chat room, soundcloud.com/scribe, of course with the 3 eyes, just like Ani from the NEFERU with the 3 lines. Synchronicities are phenomenal with what we're bringing forth, and it's beautiful. So shout out to you, Maharu. He says to Asab Ani for 432 hertz jewel. And he's speaking about the teachings of Amen and Mope, and you hear the great brother Atef speak about it, which is on our YouTube. So you can also listen to the audio recording of teachings of Amen and Mope directly from the teachings of Ma'at, and you can download that as well, so you can carry with you and keep these powerful tones of the ancient ancestors within your consciousness. So it's beautiful. Welcome back, great SABA Tehuti.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, so let's close it out. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for the wonderful support and donations tonight from everybody. Thank you for the team. Thank you, team. Thank you for the people in the room. Thank you for the viewers who supported, who may not even be in the chat room, but they're sending support. Because I'm seeing names that I don't know who they are. So shout out to you. Shout out to Maharu for the monster support, who says Henu Netters of Teachings of Ma'at. Wonderful. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. Yeah, we see Jabari talking about Hawass. Oh my gosh. Somebody asking about the coffin 95 feet down. See what happens. Shout out to Annie Fatah, Aten Tehuti. Shout out to Hybrid. Shout out to everybody that stuck around. Angela, Rigo, how you doing, Rigo, my brother? He gave a monster support last week. Monster. Shout out to Blunt, who says 67 degrees outside, 142 equals 7. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. We're gonna get Annie Pata. I know you like doing the affirmation, so we'll get you to close out with the affirmation, and then I'll do the ending close out. And thank you, Scribe. You did a good job with promoting and showing the website, walking people through. That was really good. People do need to see that and participate more in it. And I hope that the Sunday class gets flooded. Who's teaching this week?
Minku Ara, Mary Ma'at, will be teaching this Sunday.
Okay, I missed his other one. I got a clip of it, the money one. Did he do 2 on money? Or did he mess up with one, do another one, or did he just do 1?
No, he just did 1. But now that you say that, he is doing a continuation of that one.
Yeah.
So this will be his second one.
Okay. I knew I had in my subconscious somewhere that he's doing 2. Maybe I foresaw him doing it. Okay. All right. Wonderful. You had your closing words. Atef, you had your closing words. You all spoke while I was gone. So I'm going to let Atef just close out with the affirmation. Ready, Atef?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start on the actually, you go ahead.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at, NS, Nintet Oset Ma'at, Menhapapat Ma'at, Her and Hu Kui, Per Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the face of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Beautiful, my brother. Tell your family I send peace and love. You all get some good rest tonight. Get some sleep, Atef, if you can. Don't be a magician. Well, be whatever you want, but get some kind of rest. I don't know how you do it. You're 3,600 feet walking and all this stuff with a family to take care of and everything. You're a superhero, man. Superhero. You're awesome. Get whatever rest you want. Enjoy whatever else you want. just get some rest. Yes. And Scribe, have a great night. Everybody have a wonderful night. I look forward to seeing you all technically tomorrow. Oh, here's Hega Kepera. What's up, Hega Kepera? Peace and love. Henu Saba, Atef, Ani, Otep. Otep to you. Hega Kepera is a wonderful, true loyalist. That's what I call him. He's a loyalist, a real loyal brother. Thank you, my good brother. We're going to go ahead and close it out. Peace and love, everybody. I'll check one more time if there's any more donation. No, there's not. And nope. So that is it, everybody. Thank you all for your support. Another beautiful class. We're actually ending at 1:20. Appreciate all of your love and awesomeness. You all are magical students. You all are wonderful. Your questions actually keep the pod class at the level of height that it's at. Say peace, Sobek the Younger. How many of these you want, Annie? You bringing this in the house?
I'm gonna have to come back a few times and because I know that first time you grabbed him, he was ready to get gone. And
and this isn't even the same one. Yeah, that one got gone. He lives in my curtains now. I can't get him. He escaped and he's running. Yeah, I did a couple sales and trades and he's about to get. I'm doing a couple swaps and things because he actually is too crazy. He's too crazy. So he's gonna go to Actually, no. The crazy one I sold. I know what you're talking about. Yes, okay, no, that one is sold. I have a baby that got out, but that one, the crazy one, a guy came and tamed him in 10 minutes. He came and got it from me, did something with his hands, and then he sent me pictures half an hour later of him walking it on the beach. He sent me pictures of him going to sleep with it. This thing was crazy. It was hissing while it slept. It was angry all the time. I said, I can't. Let me just let me swap out for a calmer one. So this is actually the calmer swap out one.
Okay.
This is the. That's like, what the hell is that? What is that? Okay, everybody, peace and love. Look, I knew you're coming back here, man. You're coming back. How many you want? Somebody wants one.
I'm just getting her used to the snakes.
She's in love with the little the comedic baby who's just a baby right now. This thing will get definitely bigger than me.
Yeah, didn't you say you need a pool or something?
I don't know. This is luckily the one that likes land more, so it doesn't. The other one like water more. You do need a pool for that, but this one actually, it lives along the Nile, but it actually it doesn't need a big swimming area. What is this dinosaur here? Look at that. Doesn't it look like what they taught us about when we were children, the dinosaurs?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna close. I'm gonna go to the big screen and close out so I can go to sleep. You all have a beautiful night. I'm gonna go to big screen. Peace and love. Okay, I'll see you all Sunday.
Peace and love.
Okay, let's close it out.
Peace and love. What's up, Saba?
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace, honey.
Okay, everyone, thank you for coming to another wonderful Tehuti Podclass, absorbing the information, supporting with your wonderful reciprocity. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. You all are wonderful, beautiful supporters. This could not happen without all of you. Peace and love to everyone in the chat, everyone watching. Ankia Ma'at. This is Niyeth on the hat. Well, this is Charlotte, but she represents Niyeth. And then we have Sobek the younger. Sobek the older will come out one day. There's Sobek the younger, since we did a class on one of your ancestor families. Peace and love, everyone. You all are fabulous. We're going to go ahead and close out. Bijan Pharaoh, peace. Carolina, peace. Love you all. Let's go ahead and close this out. I will see you all if you come to the Sunday class. If not, I'll see you next Friday. Bijan Pharaoh, I'm going to see you tomorrow. And maybe XA, I'll see you sometime on this weekend. Peace and love, everybody. You all are wonderful. Fabulous. Say peace, Sobek, to them.